Welcome back, everyone, to K1 Circuit for more coverage of the Pro-Kart Challenge as we are now behind the paywall as we get ready to go racing. Once more, it's time for the pre-finals. KA100 Junior coming up with the backing of super speed bearings as we get set for race time. 9 laps going to be on the board for each of these races for the pre-finals outside of the Mini Swift and the Micros, Nate. Should be a fun now mid-morning to afternoon for these drivers to go racing.
Absolutely, and they are on a track and ready to go now. The cloud cover seems like it's come over the track, so track temps may be cooling ever so slightly. There we see the grid that we have for today. Danny Ramirez and Diesel Bzinski will be on the front row to get these super speed bearing K100 Juniors underway, and Sebastian Hauser and Luca Popescu on the second row.
Matthew Kago followed by Jensen Jelke. Then it's Tyron Scott alongside Bronson. Kustas. That's the order on screen as they're coming up to the tram lines now. We'll see how they start off the day for the racing portion of the card. Again, grand total entry list of 34 that took part in qualifying. 1 DNS already for today. Green flag is out. We're underway. 9 laps on the board, and already a hard spin. 1 driver out of the cart. 3-4 more spin in the backdrop. Ramirez leads them down to start off the lap officially as they make their way around the track. Some battling going on involving some of the drivers up front. Hauser moves to the front. Contact for second.
Another chaotic start for KA100 Junior. A lot of drivers going around on that start as they make their way through the S's for the first time in anger. Hauser leading the way to 842 there. One of the OTKs is out further on in the track. That'll be their race and done for them. But Hauser leading the way over Matthew Kegel. More battling and scrapping for position as that is one driver putting his hand up in the air. Red flag. As we'll be going red, I believe, for that start procedure. Drivers will be halted before the back straightaway on this decline. So we'll be going red and letting SKUSA officials do their work here.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that with one of the drivers there, we seen take a vicious crash there. So we are now held into a red flag procedure with that situation. Important to make sure everyone is okay, everyone is safe after that incident, and several cars already scattered across the racetrack in this situation. All drivers being told to get out of their carts here, it looks like, as part of this red flag.
Yeah, I think we're going to go into a replay. Sorry to step over you, Justin. You can take that.
I was about to say, take a look. It was a lot of people who had some spins in the opening laps there. A lot of contact to start.
Yeah, just drivers going off into the runoff there, just being checked up throughout the field. Not how you want to start one of these races, as drivers will be told to get away from the carts so they don't make any adjustments to it. As another look at that replay, just a stack up on the inside line. Dupuy on the outside there as well. A bad qualifying for him makes it so he has to go the long way round and wait for the rest of the field to rejoin. It's unfortunate to see for a lot of these drivers, as again, messy start for these KA100 Junior drivers. You see they're moving into the grass so they can't reposition their pushback bumpers. That being said, though, I don't think we got a full lap in, so this could potentially be a full restart.
Driver currently being checked by the medical team at the moment. That's why we're in the red flag. Jet Whipple being checked by officials at the moment after an incident to start things off here in this race. So we'll allow the teams to be able to get that work together here, make sure everyone is okay here at the beginning of this pre-final situation. So obviously, tough situation here on the drivers, at the very least getting the chance to discuss things at the moment. Red flag situation once again here at K1 Circuit. We'll take a personal step aside as these drivers wait for the red flag procedure. We'll update with updates as we get them.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit, your coverage will resume shortly.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Brandon,
Why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Currently still under the red flag as drivers get re-lined up here on Kart Chaser. Just Prince alongside Nate Dean as these drivers get ready for what would essentially be a complete restart. Nate, explain the red flag policy when it comes to events like this here in SKUSA.
So since the entire field did not make a lap and everyone did not cross the timing and scoring beacon from first to last, this is a full race restart with the caveat of anyone involved in what SKUSA is going to deem the incident that caused the red flag, either not being able to restart or going towards the rear. I believe the drivers who went wide with correct avoidance in the runoff area in turn 13 will be able to restart where they are. Just that procedure being followed, so if a driver doesn't flop or cause an intentional red flag. So SKUSA following procedure here. It's a full race restart. It will be double file. If we would have had all these drivers come around after one time for the timing and scoring beacon, it would have been a single file rolling restart, but they'll be using the rental kart cutoff here to shorten up the lapses. Of course, a little bit behind schedule now, so SuperKart USA officials doing everything they can to get this show up and rolling.
So we'll see how they get this full restart played out here for this race. Remember, this distance, still 9 laps for this field. Now getting all set to go once again as they get all in position. Still going to have to take a few more corners as they get all doubled up, but they get back to the tram lines. Be able to get this race restarted. A few tires, drivers take the time to warm up the tires quickly because they sat idle there for so long there, making sure they're all good down. Just got word that they did trim down it by 1 lap, but to correct myself, it is 8 lap distance now is the official total because of the red restart. So it's 8 laps that will go instead of 9 laps. It is a trimmed 1 lap down distance. So we'll do this again. Off and away we go. Cleaner start this time. Ramirez leads them off into the front straightaway, and multiple drivers use the runoff.
Yeah, everyone looking for track position there. The cleanest KA start we've seen all weekend from these junior drivers. As you can see there, Hauser looking to the inside of Ramirez, take the lead with the help of Matthew Kegel. New leader for HRT Driver Development, who's signaling to go forward and try and work away from the rest of the challenging pack. You can see Luca Popescu making his way past Scott for that 4th position, so we can close in to the leaders now, who you see Matthew Kegel laid on the brakes as Matthew into turn 9 gets that job done, and Hauser continues to signal forward to try and get everyone on the same page to go and work towards Kegel, as Popescu now is in that battle for the lead.
The drivers also pushing ahead, including that 855. That is gently Milky pushing up and getting that spot there. More drivers slipping around and quickly into the front. Hauser wants to lead, and he wants to lead for now. The question is, can he maintain that? But the slot car's building up. Ramirez followed him as well in a second. We'll see if Ramirez wants to go this time. Everybody looking back at the top three to see if anyone else is going to make it out lunge.
Hauser seemed, and there's Hagel going off track there as we were talking about Hauser and him back in a place where he's comfortable with. The GFC part you see there of Matthew Hagel, and the reigning champion in this class, is going to have some work to do to catch up to this front three, but obviously with the pace that Hagel has underneath that car and the engine he has alongside, not to mention the fact that these three are going to battle like there's no tomorrow when it comes down to the final couple of laps for this lead. No real panic for Matthew Hagel at this time, as a bit of deja vu from yesterday. Hauser leads, was in second.
Still coming up now to start lap 3 for this field. All lined up astern with how things are looking right now as they continue to try and sort themselves out here. Just trying to go chess match. Hauser doesn't like how the chess pieces are lining up behind him. Went defensive all of a sudden.
Yeah, and he's not going to, most likely not going to go defensive for the rest of the race. That might have just been sending a signal to the rest of the drivers behind of like, hey, I think I'm quick right now. Let's just work like this. Ramirez does not care. The winner from yesterday to the inside. It was a late move. Didn't quite get it done at the apex. Hauser had to back out of it just so he doesn't lose a lot of positions. And look at this battle for third now. You have 3 GFCs in there, and you're bringing even more National Motorsports drivers like Eric Doan and Nathan Dupuis into the fray. So they're going to have to be careful not to bring too many drivers into this lead pack. But now Ramirez and Hauser have built a little bit of a gap between themselves and Matthew Hagel, and then Luca Popescu is leading an angry pack at K100 Juniors to try and get to the front of this pack.
Just got a correction back that there isn't a lap shortage. My apologies there. It is 9 laps the distance. Just got that correction. Just forwarded over the intercom. So we are going at full distance instead of the 8-lap distance as thought before. So Ramirez and Hauser, followed by Hagel, Popescu, Zansky, amongst the top 5 for the time being. And after what was a wild initial start, it's become a lot more of a calmer race compared to what it was looking to be before the red flag.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Those big wrecks will do that to drivers, of calming everyone down just a little bit, at least for the start, and probably for the better that didn't shorten a lap, because that will get in the head of these drivers of making them think they have, less time to make these moves work. So they got to push now and make those moves sooner than they would have wanted. All drivers using all of the pavement and curbing there, going through turn 13. Most of them have just been using a fair amount of the exit curve. It seems like a new line might be forming of just going all 4 tires off in that track exit section. Eric Doan looking at the inside of Popescu now. Brzezinski on that GFC in front of him. But for the time being, Ramirez and Hauser are playing nice. Hagel's not really able to make any inroads, and Brzezinski is starting to close in with the help of Eric Doan, on reigning series champion.
Just all trying to get themselves all sorted already at, not just past halfway, should say, in this race. Things are looking right now. Starting to see the pack start to splinter out with the top 2, but others are leapfrogging. 843, Doan making a pass. That gets him into the top 5 in his blue cart. Some of these drivers making some good inroads as this race progresses and as they get more and more comfortable, as it gets cooler right now for the time being with the clouds.
Yeah, absolutely. It was nice and sunny to start off the day, but the cloud cover has most likely dropped the track temp just a little bit, as you see Nathan Dupuis at the inside of Luca Popescu there for position. That's getting him closer to the top 5 battle that he would much rather be in than fighting for outside of it. Hagel's starting to fall off of that lead pack. It's 1.2 seconds between him and the back bumper of Ramirez, leading the way. More passes being made further back in the pack with one of the Team Kart Nick drivers getting that move done. I think that might have been Costas, but moving up further You can see Eric Doan with the help of Wazinski closing in to the back end of Matthew Cagle on his Formula Works GFC. Both Ramirez and Hauser see they've built quite the gap as the time starts to tick down.
Yeah, they are in full control. They have made it like a chess match where they've limited the amount of variables amongst the front runners to make it just a two-car battle to see who will start the front for the final. Coming around with 2 laps to go this time, Doan continues his progression through the field, now looking to find a way around Cagle. Doan looking very good in that Nash kart for that chassis right now. It's the question, can he build the run on Cagle, or is he going to be up for grabs if he has corners like he just had there on the one coming out of 8?
I think Doan might try to be smart. That being said, it's going to bite him. Zinski getting by Doan and opening up that gap to Cagle that they worked so hard to try and close down. Now they got another GFC and Nash Motorsports pairing of Nathan Dupuis and Luca Popescu behind them. It seemed like Doan wanted to work together for a little bit so they didn't bring even more cars into this battle, but Wazinski deciding not to adhere to those instructions and getting by Eric Doan for 4th and now closing into his GFC teammate of Matthew Cagle.
Plenty of time on the pylon when it comes to the laps. We'll see what happens here with Dunsky now as he's been able to build up some passes, now looking for another one. This is for 3rd step of the podium, coming to the white flag, now gets switched back. Crossover by Cagle, but he's on the outside now for the next corner. Dunsky able to move back, but Cagle able to cut back to his right, make the pass, opens up the door for Doan. Doan not electing to jump through the door as they come up to the white flag, this time by.
Yeah, it's not going to be a battle for the win that Third On Back would have wanted. The front two have played nice. Both National Motorsports drivers of Dupuis and Doan working well with each other. Cagle is now the main target for them. White flag in the air this time by, making their way out of turn 3, battling for the lead though. Ramirez and Hauser are starting to defend a little bit from each other. I'm thinking Hauser doesn't want to play this game at all this early in the race and would rather just leave it to the final couple of corners. But Ramirez deciding to pull the plug early on this one. Going to go defensive into turn 9 here, Justin, and Sebastian Hauser might have a chance of taking the lead late on in this race.
Well, he's going to have to make a move in the next few corners if he really wants a shot. After all, they're already coming out of turn 11. Now coming up to turn 12, Ramirez trying to make sure he stays defensive at the right moments, looks back, focuses on slipstream, looks back again, now goes for the defensive move. Hauser follows. Hauser tries to stay on the line. They both go wide as Ramirez will take the checker flag and win the first pre-final of the day in KA100 Junior.
Ramirez and Hauser working well with each other as the rest of the field crossing the line to get their position sorted. That's about 20th on back. It was well played by Ramirez and Hauser throughout that race to build that 2.5 second gap to Formula Works' own Matthew Cagle, and then Eric Doan, Nash Motorsports driver, along with Nathan Dupuis, rounding out that top 5 as you can see the unofficial results for the pre-final of K100 Junior.
Also in 6th spot, Costas, then you have Karamasili in 7th. Popescu, again, that's going to be something I think that team's going to discuss a little bit maybe. That's another good qualifying performance for Popescu. In the race pace, they drop back to 8th again.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. For Luca, just had so much promise in qualifying and unable to convert that into race pace. Lucky for them, they have a 18-lap final to figure out where it all went wrong and to make their way back up the field. As drivers file their way into the scale lines, the post-session debriefs shall commence for a couple of these drivers, and they'll be going more in depth with their teammates later on to try and find even more time. 1KA 100 class done as Eric Doan heading further back to talk to one of the Basinski brothers, giving him a handshake after a good race from them. Nice to see, but 1KA 100 class down. Second one to go as Jake Drew is going to lead KA Senior to the green with Keegan Kaminsky, his teammate, alongside, and then Isaac Gutierrez making a GFC 1-2-3, and John Dunning in fourth position.
Fifth position going to Jackson Menchu. Then it's Gavin McCoon in the sixth position. Johnny Stamp starts off in seventh with Gerardo Peralta putting up a solid qualifying effort in the eighth position.
Shea Aldrich, who had speed to win yesterday, will share the row of 5 with Oliver Calvo, another favorite to potentially win. Flavio Aquini in 11th and Santiago Hermida in 12th.
Drivers getting lined up for the tram lines. 13th position is Hamich, then Eversman. 14th, O'Connor and Rocky Moran, who was top 5 in practice, by the way, in 16th. Rest of the drivers scroll through on screen. 52 entries getting ready for the green flag here. It's time to go racing. It is KA 100 Senior by Formula Works. Green flag is out. We're underway, and we're already full wide to the back of the field as the front runners single file. Oh, hard hits to the curbing causes some crashes. At least 6-7 carts getting some contact. One goes up and over as crew members scramble. A wild start again for the field as Drew leads them down through sector 1 to sector 2.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see another one of those messy starts. It could be a whole number of factors. Honestly, I personally think that start zone is just too far down the straightaway. They get so much pace going into turn 13. Really, it should be closer to the corner. So that's probably something Supercars USA officials will look at going into the next 2 races here at K1 Circuit in the future. But for now, you can see there one of the Speed Concept racing drivers of Menchu, who is chasing after the GFC trio of Jake Drew, leading the way. Menchu having carburetor issues yesterday, and Calvo further back there, another one of the Speed Concepts drivers. Menchu, though, making a move for third to try and close in on Jake Drew and Gutierrez at the front of the field. I say Gutierrez, I believe that's now Keegan Kaminsky, it is, who is working with Jake Drew to try and build that gap from first to second.
So we keep on racing after a wild start to this one. So we are in the midst, continuing on with the racing here after seeing one driver have a flip. We did receive word that they did continue on in their kart, hence why we continue on with said racing here. Let's take a look at the side-by-side. What happened to the start? Break down this start. This was wild.
Well, I mean, everyone's just jostling for position. Then you get 3 and 4 wide. One driver getting pushed up and over the curb. That's where it all goes wrong. And you can see one driver going up and over. A couple of drivers having to go over each other's carts, and another flipping on circuit there. Not what you want to see, but getting word that that driver is okay from that. You can see Oliver Calvo going a long way around, and there was the Saudi driver going onto his lid. Thankfully, he is okay, and we can continue racing and not have 2 red flags in 2 races. Jake Drew and Keegan Kaminsky was a dream start for them, but they got another ZFC of Johnny Stamp and Jackson Menchu behind them, and an angry pack of K100 seniors closing in on their 6th.
We'll see how the close-up now goes for those drivers, as at this moment they're content. By the way, some of the drivers that got some big losses from that DCD in 32nd right now. Kim with them up to the last 17 spots from the stack up. A lot of drivers lost a lot of time there. Queenie lost 32. Amita from the spins lost 30. A lot of these drivers are going to have to put on some recovery drives in the finals later on today, while some of the front runners, they just quite simply have a much calmer time right now compared to earlier in this 4-kart pack.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a couple of do or die scenarios for a few of these K100 pilots in the final. Is now a two-part battle for the lead becomes 4, adding another TFT and Peak Concept driver. Johnny Stamps going purple last time across the stripe. That was previously held by the SCR of Oliver Calvo. Currently finds himself down in 8th, who had to do a bit of wreck avoidance there off the start. So we'll see Calvo and potentially the rest of the field move their way up. Same with Shea Aldrich, not getting the start or the qualifying they would have wanted. They're going to have to make their way up throughout the field in the closing few laps here, but a long final awaits as Keegan Kaminsky up the inside of Jake Drew. Johnny Stamps might follow Drew, and he'll stay on track thanks to the amount of exit curbing there. Menchu, though, looking to make up a few positions. Might be a late move on Stamps, unable to get it done. Jake Drew thought about that move. He'll stay in 4th, so 1st to 4th for Jake Drew, and that just shows how fast these races can change up for you.
Absolutely right now. Past halfway, by the way, on the distance. There's slip through. Drew slipping back once again in the order. See if Stamps is going to lick the stamp and send it pretty soon. Up at the front of the field. Some of the other carts, like Calvo, staying back there, trying to hold on the slipstream. They are gaining more carts in this pack as time goes on. Another change there for Dunnigan. Good run so far for Dunnigan here today. Qualified well, maintaining the pole of the front 5.
Yeah, good start so far, like you said, with that fastest lap of the race. 9:20 is out. It's one of the National Motorsports driver, Jeffrey Gallardo, I believe that was, is continue as the lap start to wind down in this pre-final. Keegan Kaminsky, Johnny Stamps, Jake Drew all working together. TFC 1, 2, 3. This is the hardest part of the day, probably for Jackson Menchu, as he's confronted with the TFC behind him as Oliver Calvo up the inside. Might make up 2 positions here. He's going to let the other driver by so he doesn't get those tires dirty. But back to what I was saying about Menchu, this is a really hard position for him to be in, being surrounded by GFCs and having 3 of them in front as they are going for the race lead. Put Johnny Stamps on top of the pylon, taking that away from Keegan Kaminsky. As this is what Menchu needs. He needs them to fight. He doesn't need them to work it together. Staying past 2 GFCs working together would have been hard enough, but now 3 of them on the same page is practically impossible.
Yes, indeed. So, all bump drafting away. And you have to make sure you don't push into these corners and send somebody away with an accidental bump draft here. These drivers are very tactical on when they're trying to push so they don't get in the wrong lift point. They have been identical, this top 3, on their lift points to be able to give some small separation. Looks like Drew wants to lead back and gets it.
Yeah, Jake Drew to the lead there, and as weird as it sounds, it's type of racing, this drafting racing, does have a few similarities to like super speedway racing. We don't want to push each other in the corners. You want to time those runs perfectly. And on a track at K1 circuit with these long straightaways and some heavy wind that can really affect the runs that you gain on other drivers. I think they're having a huge headwind going into turn 1 based on the direction of the flag we saw out of shot there. So a lot of strategy in these races, and we're going to be going 2 to go this time by with Jake Drew leading the field. Still 2 GFCs behind. Menchu breaking up the potential GFC 1, 2, 3, 4 with Gutierrez behind, and a big gap to the rest of those outside the top 5 as Calvo thought about a move for 6th there.
Considered it, but now up front, more squabbling yet again. Drew trying to run away from the squabbling. Stamps and Kaminsky trying to do something in terms of their lineup right now. Menchu and Gutierrez still in the pack. Gutierrez having a phenomenal day so far here after the qualifying effort. Will anybody make some moves this time through the drafting sections? Already trying to get aerodynamic against Kaminsky, already making a pass this lap. now coming around past the old tram lines. Now looking for some signals here. See if there's a poke around. Looks like he's just going to set it up for the final time. White flag coming up final time around. 3 wide you see in the second pack as the front pack gets ready for a battle.
It's going to be hard to get past Jake Drew and Keegan Kaminsky. A ton of talent between those two. Both of them just signaling forward. Keegan Kaminsky, though, immediately breaking that with Jake Drew to the inside of turns 4 and 5 and will defend hard going into 6, 7, and 8. The S's section still at DFC 1-2-3, but Menchu trying to break that up on the STR red speed behind. Jake Drew to the inside, though, gets it done, late on the brake. Stamp tries to follow it, unable to, and Drew has the lead with a few corners to go.
Just a few more corners to work. Will there be a send? Kaminsky trying to line things up. Drew slipped the tires a bit. A send behind. Stamps tries to hold on to third spot for the race lead as they continue to squabble in the backdrop. Drew goes on an angle. Here's the send. Kaminsky takes the peak. Doesn't go full commit. Jake Drew takes the checkered flag. He'll pick up the win in the KA100 Seniors in the pre-final.
It's interesting there from Keegan Kaminsky. Twice he pointed forward to Jake Drew and then just immediately passed him in the next corner. It might be hindering how they work with each other in the final, and you don't want to be doing that because the GFC Formula Works guys had worked so well throughout that race. They have strength in numbers at the front of the field right now, so it's going to be hard to beat them. Jake Drew taking the win, like you said. Keegan Kaminsky and Johnny Stamps making it a 1-2-3 for Formula Works. Jackson Menchu, the only driver that could bring it to the Formula Works GFC camp, and then Isaac Gutierrez, your top 5.
6 points going to Calvo Aldrich in 7th position, Dunnigan in 8th, Peralta in the 9th position. Then it was Gavin McCoon in the 10th position. Theo Kakati, decent run, got up to 11th, by the way. Rocky Moran in 12th as well. Quino in 13th position with Godby here in 14th. Eversman, the top 15. Some of the drivers that are going to look for a lot of biggest mover opportunities. Max Saga, we've seen up for the front yesterday. Zachary Clem and DeMello. He fell back with some of the incidents. 21st spot. That's the checker flag. Aiden Kemp, we've seen a lot of speed from yesterday in 29th position. That's the order you see on screen amongst the 42 that took the checkered. We had grand total of 8 retirements in that race. So why don't we take the opportunity to look at your Coastal Ink printing recap and look at the details. Things starting busily with some incidents in the mid-pack as several drivers took some slides across the curb. One went upside down but was okay and actually continued in the race after a vicious start to the race. Then, as this got all busy, that set the tone for a bit more of a calmer front pack after that incident, Nate.
Yeah, and you can see the 958 ending up on his lid and restarting. That's Superman drive from him. Kaminsky, though, taking the lead early in proceedings as Menchu would try his best to get through the field. Oliver Calvo there just couldn't get his way up to the front pack. You see Johnny Stamps had a go at leading this race as one of the precision drivers off the track there. But really, it was a story of the GFC teammates working well together, making sure Speed Concepts didn't take a race win. Oliver Calvo up the inside, and you can see just how big that gap was between him and the front pack.
Absolutely, and this was a lot of sparring back there. That's seen a lot of separation build up for the front runners, a lot of swapping back and forth with Kaminsky and Drew in the later stages of that race. But it was about plotting and planning until those final moments. It was Kaminsky who showed the nose, but elected not to go full send, taking the track position as Drew took the race win.
That'll be huge for Jake after a day to forget yesterday. Having a good qualifying, but no luck in either of the pre-final or the final. Jake Drew exactly where he needs to be to pick up a race win, and if he's running a full season, to salvage a championship. We'll see the K100 seniors later on in the day for their 18-lap main event. But next up, HRT driver development, Mini Swift on track next.
Those drivers all get preparated and ready to go for our third pre-final of the day. Again, those drivers having a few more moments before they get rumbling here. 16 entries in the field. Ramirez and Martinez been very fast so far. So on that note, we'll take a quick step aside. More coverage coming up in just a moment.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping. Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there? Dude, I'm doing a commercial. Dude, we have no time. It's about to start. Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR? MXC rims.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet-weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Karts are rolling as it's time for the Mini Swifts, brought to you by HRT Driver Development. As we get set to go racing once more, it's time to look at the grid. Nathan Ramirez is on the pole alongside Luis Martinez. They were separated by 8 1/1000ths of a second in qualifying. Andrew Janis starts in third. Hudson Hidalgo rounds out the top four.
Byron Borman, the final driver inside your top five, with Asher Bazanski in sixth. Arthur Kelly will be in the seventh position, and Joshua Wheeler starting eighth.
Ninth spot going the way of Lucas Tarango, Sebastian Johnson in 10th, Koya Sato in the next spot. Then it's going to be Iyer in the 12th position.
Moving forward down the grid, Hesh Iyer will be starting 13th, Kendall West in 14th, and Cole Harris and Iyer Bitong rounding out your Mini Swift grid for the pre-final here.
That's all talked about with the running order as the field continues to drive through the very gusty K1 circuit. Lots of wind here in Winchester, California today. So they got Markers want to blow with the wind. Just about ready to go racing as the field gets prepared for the Mini Swifts. Again, 8 laps the distance for Mini Swift competition for the pre-final. Ramirez and Martinez put on a battle up front, or will it be someone else to break up the fun? Green flag is out. We're underway for the Mini Swift class. Already Ramirez going defensive. A great start for the second row, and more carts sliding off. 3-4 carts grouping together. Look to be maybe Kendall West in the midst of that hornet's nest that got pushed off the racetrack as Janice jumped to the race lead with that perfect start.
Yeah, a great jump by Janice to get to the lead early and bring it to these leaders that have been so dominant so far in the early hours of this morning in both qualifying and the warm-up. That being said, though, Justin, it's one thing to get a little lucky off a race start. Now he's got to hold them off for 8 laps.
Yeah, Byron Bourneman also had a great start, by the way, up and stacking up the scoring loops. Some of the other drivers scrapping. Ramirez, amongst those that lost a lot of ground, along with Martinez there to begin things here. A very different start for this pre-final compared to how we've seen things go yesterday. Some of the other drivers at the back of the field scrape a little bit of side pods. Now, side-by-side race lead, a swap up front. There's the move, and just like that, a move from Martinez to the top of the board, making the pass on Janice to end lap 1.
Yeah, Nathan Ramirez didn't want to let Martinez get out of Dodge too early there. Try to move in 13. He wasn't close enough. Now it's got Arthur Kelly and Foreman in that 5th spot, still hunting them down. Off the inside, though, goes Ramirez, and that allows him to chase after Martinez on the Croc Promotions machine. Andrew Janice, after a dream start for him on that HRT driver development machine, down to 4th now is Arthur Kelly. Puts himself in the top 3.
Yeah, Kelly looking to make up a lot of ground from some of the racing action we've seen so far. We'll see who's able to continue the progressions as this day goes on. After Janice's good start, he is being passed again. Already another conga line of carts. Yep, drivers like Bourneman back there. You have Tarango back there, looks like, all making passes. So it goes from a great start to not the greatest of speed after the first lap for Janice, unfortunately. It's the top 2 of Martinez and Ramirez making a show again.
Yeah, we saw this in the final yesterday of him having some pace and just falling way back through the field. That's going to be something they're definitely going to talk about in the HRT tent after this one, of just holding position after the opening couple of laps and not falling down the field, allowing Martinez and Ramirez to get quite the gap already. And this is what we were saying earlier on in morning warm-up of what you don't want to do in the racing conditions, is allowing Martinez and Ramirez to do what they do best and, get a gap so that third on back don't have a chance to win. It's exactly what is happening here, just on only lap 3. Seems like a bit of an insurmountable gap for in third on back.
Yeah, right now that gap more than a second at the moment. Still more battling. Bourneman having a really good race with how things are going. Now up to the 3rd spot, making a swap back for Janice. Never mind. As they continue to change positions like a deck of cards with how things are going. More back and forth in the pack. Some drivers trying to leapfrog quickly. They are not working together at all back there. Tarango jumps his way through the whole pack.
And I wonder if they just saw the gap to the leaders and accepted on lap 3 or 4 of 8, which is kind of a demoralizing thing to think, that they're not going to fight for the win, so might as well just start battling for 3rd and for a crucial inside lane starting spot on that 2nd row is really what they're fighting for. And hopefully one of them, for their races, gets a good jump off the start in the final. But it seems right now this is another race where Martinez and Ramirez are going to settle between themselves.
Yeah, the question is going to be when they make some of the moves, but it's still about half the race to go for that. We've seen them wait until the final lap or so to make moves before. Boardman has dropped all the way to 7th with all that shuffling, by the way. There's a shuffle up front. Ramirez says, I want to lead in front of Martinez. Continuing to keep an eye on things up front as they try and make sure they control up front. A bit of a different line that time for Martinez.
Yeah, Nathan Ramirez went purple last time across the stripe by a little over half a tenth compared to Luis Martinez, who now finds himself trailing Ramirez in that second spot. The Pride Promotions driver following the Carolyn in front of him, and that gap between second and third, even when these two start to battle, continues to grow. Durango in third for Ruthless Karting. There's a gap between himself and Janice in the 4th spot. That's still just a huge gap that these drivers third on back need to work on in the final to try and battle for this win.
Yep, absolutely. Top 2 once again, keeping an eye on them. Once again, patience game. And see just how they're working the wheel, just making sure no major slip-ups at this point. How they've been able to run off and away right now. And that's the main thing. And we touched upon this a lot yesterday. You don't want to wait too late for a move, or you don't give yourself a true shot, but you also don't want to show your hand too early.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's speaking a lot of how confident Martinez is with his kart. If he was falling off a little bit and thought, yeah, now's kind of would be the time, we would see him battling a bit more, but this just says to me that Martinez is really comfortable with the kart he has under and is most likely the faster of the two, even though Ramirez did go faster of the two of them last time by more moves being made further back in the pack. The Arthur Kelly getting past Janice and one spot away from a provisional podium spot. As you see up front now, like we said, Martinez seems to have the faster piece underneath him right now. Ramirez will be demoted down into second with just a couple laps to go through this S's section. A bit of variation in line there between the two of them, but still working together for the time being, making their way through turns 9, 10, and 11 shortly. Be one lap to go at the line to decide who gets the inside lane on the front row for that pre-final. It'll be interesting to see if either one of them have something that they haven't shown yet. If they haven't shown all their cards at this stage of the race, there'll just be one more lap to go out of turn 13 here, Justin.
White flag coming out, final time around. Oh, a bit of a bobble that time. Ramirez side by side with Martinez. They're just about photo finish in line that time at the start and finish line. Now blocked by Ramirez. Trying to hold defensive. Martinez trying to go for the crossover. Gets a better run. What a pass by Martinez.
That was a great move to get that job done. And now there's a little bit of a gap between himself and Ramirez. He's going to draft up to him, though, in this final technical section. It doesn't matter if you start to defend. He's got to put that kart exactly where it needs to be and defend from the challenging pack of Ramirez. And so far, he's doing a great job with that.
Coming around to the final corners here, side by side again. And they're poked. Yellow flags in this section as they make their way to the final drafting section. Now a block by Martinez. Ramirez goes even more right. Gets alongside the number plate, makes the send. Checker flag waves. It's Ramirez over Martinez at the line by 82/100ths of a second.
Janice going side by side with Kelly there as well. Interesting to see the yellow flags in the final section of the track. Didn't see any carts off. Almost looked like there wasn't really any urgency to those yellow flags, so it might have been a bit of confusion from SKUSA staff thinking that was the cooldown lap or something, but a cart very well could have been off and they would have been doing their job perfectly. We didn't see that on the broadcast, but Nathan Ramirez taking the win, have that inside line advantage going into the final later on today. And Luis Martinez, Lucas Tarango, Arthur Kelly, Andrew Janis, your provisional top 5.
6th position, Hidalgo. Then it's Saito in the 7th position. Boardman, he looked like a top 3 driver early, then fell back in the order 13 seconds to 8th on his own. Johnson, and then it's Piyush Iyer rounded out the top 10 here today. So 3 pre-finals are complete just like that here, Nate. Your thoughts on the racing so far as we've seen some good battling?
I mean, it seems like the key to the races so far is just survive turn 1. You have such a head of steam going into the opening corner that really you just got to get to that inside line, not get pushed around too much, get your elbows out and make it through the first corner so you can live to fight another day. K100 Master on track next, though. A bit of a shake-up from what we saw yesterday after the leaders and the favorites are a bit further down and some of the drivers who didn't get the opportunity to potentially lead or really fight for a win. We start on the front row.
Yeah, this should be an interesting time here in this race in the next few moments. Just finishing up some things. The reason being, you see on the far side, there is an ATV out to pick up one of the carts, it looks like, that maybe have been scattered across the racetrack. Speaking of scattering, still scatterings of clouds over top Winchester, California today. That's how things are looking weather-wise. 60 degrees Fahrenheit at the moment. Mostly cloudy skies after having a cloudy forecast earlier. The rain projections for chance of showers wouldn't be until 8 o'clock tonight per the forecast. So, should see the sun and just the clouds for the rest of the day. We won't see that rain factor that was a potential possibility from yesterday's forecast.
Yeah, and you can see the clouds really covering the hillside outside of turns 1 through 3. It'd be interesting to see if that comes over and covers the track. That would really drop track temperatures down and throw a wrench in the works for some of these drivers that most likely anticipated the track to get hotter and harder and more grip to be put into the asphalt. But that's a discussion for a later time as track pickup is finally starting to come to a close, as looks like SKUSA officials are ready to send K100 Master out on track in just a few moments time here. Engines are fired and we're ready to go for the pre-final.
So the smoke puffs come out as these drivers get ready to go. Scott Falcone looks to be a listed DNS here as we have 10 drivers that are set to have grid slots, it looks like, for this race. We'll see if Falcone indeed does come out or not. The answer is no. So, how are the drivers going to be lined up here? Here's a look. Joshua Daly on the pole, Damon Duckworth in second. Tim Meyer, who led much of yesterday's final before the checker flag going to Manis's direction, in third. Spaccarelli will round out the top 4.
Like you said, Logan Manis, winner from yesterday, will be starting 5th right behind his rival from yesterday, Tim Meyer. Then Robert Schwitzler in the 6th position. Scott Nealon in 7th. Jeff Bays, final card on the 4th row.
Then it's Armand Cornell, and then it's Bruce Norman who rounds to the grid slots. Falcone again, if he was to take the racetrack, would be the last of the starters available for this race. We'll see if that is indeed the case or not here with the math. So it looks like here, all set to go. Indeed, we do have 10 carts on the racetrack ready to race here in Winchester. K100 Master brought to you by Mike Manning Karting. All set to go. 9 more laps to race. Green flag now out. We're underway. Great start by Duckworth, able to keep dead even with Daly. Actually bumped into him as Daly pushed him wide. Still side by side. Now Duckworth goes single file, heading up to 1-2, up to Walker Moran corner to be able to get reset. A bit of an interesting start, but Daly able to hold on after a little bit of bumper cars.
Yeah, Daly doesn't seem to be afraid of getting a little bit aggressive on the starts. Up the inside goes Tim Mayer for second. That's going to demote Duckworth down into third as the pack behind already starting to form a little bit of a gap, but Beccarelli able to close that up in the final part of the S's. Path for the lead, though. Tim Mayer getting through as the rear bumper on the right side looks a little low. It's not coming off yet, but with how aggressive these curves are, a little bit of a risk to be running your equipment that low on the tolerance. Duckworth thought about a move on his Gillard chassis for second, backed out of it, and this is really all 5 of the main contenders that we wish we saw battling for the win yesterday. All up front, 3 wide going into 13. Duckworth backing out of it from the middle, and Daly will hold on to that, but all the while, Tim Mayer, 7/10 of a second lead on the opening lap.
Meyer running away. Daly holds on to second for the time being. And that's the impressiveness from the 433 throughout these races. That car is very fast if you give him some space to work. And for Meyer, he's had space to work in the pre-finals at least to be able to try and get wins that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously that 7/10 of a gap lead is going to grow. It's Beccarelli up the inside of Mayer, but of course, he didn't start on the front row, and he was a second faster than anyone else on track. They're starting to use the bumpers for a second on back. Beccarelli and Daly seem like 2 drivers that are willing to get a little bit aggressive, but up the inside goes Duckworth on yesterday's winner, Maneth. So they'll be working together to try and get closer to the back end of Beccarelli on that CS55 machine, the black, yellow, and red cart that they're all up and over the curb. Maneth doesn't seem too happy about stepping in front of him, putting his hand up in the air, but Tim Meyer did exactly what he needs to do for the time being. He's got a gap with Beccarelli. However, Justin, it does seem like inch by inch, it's starting to close in.
Yeah, right now all lined up in a row like ducks on the pond, to give a pun to Duckworth. But it's been impressive what we've seen today. What do you do though if you're Maneth? Because I know you mentioned some of the frustration in the hand signals, but it's a lot of ground he has to make up. The spread, by the way, 8 seconds of the field. But I was about to say with Maneth, in this situation, as he sees Duckworth go and make the move on Daly, what do you do? Because we know it's got great speed, and now he's got people pushing each other off the track in front of him.
You got to wait for moments like that. Let the race come to you at that point. Yeah, you're going to be unhappy with a few moves, with Daly going way wide out there. As, yeah, just taking a bit of an alternate line didn't seem to work out for him. But if you're Maneth, you have to just do a mental reset. Yes, it didn't go your way. Duckworth is going to get waved through by Maneth, and Daly's going to try and make a late lunge there. It wasn't really for you, Joshua. He moves his way up into 4th. Maneth is going to be probably regretting letting Duckworth go, but obviously he sees something on that Gillard chassis in front of him that is quicker than what he has underneath his seat. Really, at this point, you just have to do a mental reset. Yeah, you're a little annoyed with how the race has gone so far, but don't start to overdrive the car to try and compensate. It's going to only slow you down and heat up those rear tires too much and get you overstuck on corner exit and allow the other drivers to build that gap, because those cars are a little bit more free. So we'll have to see how Maneth holds on to that. But up front, Beccarelli actually this time around has the consistency to hold with Tim Meyer. And that's what we saw yesterday, Justin. Meyer wasn't always the fastest kart on track. Beccarelli was one of the fastest drivers on his lap if he's going to take the lead. The only difference being, though, is Tim Meyer was just lap after lap so incredibly consistent compared to the rest of these K100 Masters.
Absolutely, right now, looking up front. Still with all this combined up, coming up towards lap 6. Spaccarelli looking, sorting things out with Meyer. Top 3, 2.5, 3 seconds behind at the moment. And we mentioned Spaccarelli's experience when it comes to pro truck competition. That comes to mind, for example. He's got a lot of speed in that kart to be able to battle long at the moment. It looks like the top 3 are playing nice for now after not being so nice earlier on, at least. Is it too late, though?
I think it is at this rate, unless Meyer and Spaccarelli really start to go after it, but they don't particularly see Scene at this rate of the race. I think they're going to see that gap, especially Meyer seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders. He's not going to fight this too much. At the end of the day, if he doesn't get this, worst case scenario, he starts on the outside of row 1. Still an incredible place to start. Probably going to wait until the final couple of corners to make that move on Spaccarelli if he still does have the pace. Further behind, though, Daly's starting to build ever so slightly the smallest gap between himself and Duckworth, leading the 2-kart OTK train. Meyer is off with a problem. A driver who had potential to win the 433 Croc Promotions machine is out on the exit of turn 9, and that is exactly what he did not need into going into this race. He's going to start from the rear in the final. He's going to have his work cut out for him.
Well, that is extremely unfortunate and expands the lead to just a single kart up front. More focus now for that 2nd through 4th pack now, and what is a big change for the race later on today. Will anybody start to raise the urgency now that they at least get an extra spot? And better yet, potentially a chance to leapfrog a row here if you get up to 2nd to be able to start alongside that kart.
Absolutely. There's a mental shift for these drivers that are now battling for that 2nd spot. Starting on the 2nd row, inside, outside, it makes a difference, but it's ultimately really the same. The second you start fighting for a front row starting position, that's when mentally it starts to change ever so slightly, where the desperation might start to kick in for Duckworth and Manis behind, and where Daly might get a little aggressive on his defensive maneuvers.
Coming up to 2 laps to go. Feel like Daly's starting to hear the footsteps a little bit in terms of the defense right now with Duckworth. Duckworth trying to line things up, trying to get things in position. A little bit of a cushion back. Manis resetting as well. There'll be a poke to be able to make a move. Not yet. Right now, Duckworth just trying to get his ducks in a row to make the right move and make it at the right time. Spaccarelli leading by a full corner right now as Daly tries to run away from 2nd.
Daly's got a little bit of a gap he's got to work with, but Duckworth and Manis seem like they're working well together, so he might be able to do something with it. There's still a whole lap left as they're about halfway through this lap, making their way out of turns 11 and into the braking zone of turn 12. Right on the back end of that Nash Motorsports machine, piloted by Daly, is Duckworth, and he is closing. Manis just doesn't seem like he's got the pace this time around. There's Spaccarelli about to take the white flag this time by, and coming into frame now are leaders going into turns 1 and 2. Daly just pointing forward, doesn't really want to battle too much, and it seems like Daly has a nice gap and a bit of a cushion for the time being.
Yeah, Duckworth's starting to lose ground at the wrong time now. If he wants to be able to try and move up to that front row, at this point, Manis is more of a bigger threat at that mark. Manis is closing up a little bit through 7 and 8. Now coming up for straight line. Manis taking a peek. Low goes back single file. Few more corners to work around as Manis wants to be able to gain the spot, maybe get a top 3 in this pre-final. Will he get a shot at it? Oh, that's round. Spaccarelli cruising to the race win by 3.2 seconds. Now the 477 lining things up, but it's your race winner, Spaccarelli, taking advantage of an issue for Meyer. Checker flag waves. The 427 does it by more than 3 seconds. Second spot goes to Daly. Third spot goes to Duckworth. Manitz holds on to fourth with Switzler, the top 5, and a spin. The 499 Cornell, who was having a good run going, has spun on the final lap.
That's unfortunate for him. Just a little mistake at the end of that race is going to put him further back in the pack for the final than he would have wanted. But as the final few KA Masters are closing down their pre-final, you can hear just out of shot the FZ125 shifters by P1 Racing Engine are already fired up and ready to go. Here's a replay of what happened there out of the final corner, doing his best kilometer impression, doing his reverse driving, trying to get that thing turned around in a safe manner, not stalling the cart. That's step number 1, but keeping that thing going, able to cross the line. I don't think he might have lost position from that one.
So it's Spaccarelli taking the win over Daly by 3 seconds, near even. Damon Duckworth in third. Logan Manitz in fourth. Robert Switzler the top 5. Jeff Bays gets 6th. Scott Nealon in 7th. Norman in 8th. Cornell after the spin finishes in 9th. Your DNF is Meyer. Your DNS is Scott Falcone. So that completes our 4th out of 8 pre-final of this morning's competition here from California. The morning's going swimmingly when it comes to the pace of these races so far, Nate. So we still have the next grouping ready to go. KZ125 Shifter will be next in the order.
Yeah, the first of our standing start classes today should be a fun one to watch. Truly Adams starting from pole in this one, as he's going to hopefully make it a bit easier for himself this time around, not having to start from the rear of the field. But the rest of the challenging pack has closed up to the pace of that 347 with Adams behind the wheel. We'll see what they have for him in this 9-lap pre-final.
Those carts getting all set to go for this field. Remember, 14 drivers set qualifying laps. A couple drivers had some off tracks in the session. So we'll see if Truly Adams can get himself a weekend sweep when it comes to the finals later today, if he's good. But that's going to start getting good track position. Adams yesterday had to go from the back to the front, remember, because of issues in this pre-final.
Yeah, and obviously in a better spot today so far. Just a little silly mistake out of turn 3 that led to that DNF for Truly Adams. But it was Matthew McCoy who was challenging him for most of that race. However, starting right behind Truly Adams, Dane Idelson is going to be at least my driver to watch this race. He was quick in the final. Same with morning warm-up. We'll have to see. There's the 1 minute to go signal from SKUSA staff before we get these guys underway.
Let's get going in just a moment or so to be able to get running here. And again, remember this class, a chance to have more economical option when it comes to packages for shifter racing. It's brought out a lot of talent we've already seen pop up in these races. And I'm curious about how this class is going to grow after this weekend, especially with some of the potential it showcased here at the track for this series.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's no secret that shifter kart racing isn't the most economical way to go racing. So for factory karts and that entire crew to put this engine package together and allow drivers who want to do some gearbox racing a more affordable option to get into it before maybe going up the ranks to the pro shifter category. It's a great job from them, as it's Tim Meyer's kart getting it cleared off the track before we head on for FZ125. Hopefully this class does grow. Of course, there's a lot of hype around it for its first weekend. Just hoping that they can hold this level of entries throughout the season. That's always the hardest thing with shifter kart classes. Usually it dwindles towards the end of the season and then picks back up for the series final race before the Super Nationals, when everyone wants to get one last round of practice in. But looking at the starting grid, Justin, like we've been saying, Truly Adams will lead us to the green. Matthew McCoy, Dane Idelson, and Liam Jones, your front four.
Julian Villery, then Wesley in the road 3 spots. DJ Jenkins starts off in 7th. Larry Hernandez in 8th.
Starting in 9th, Tony Rossetti alongside him, Michael Tolzin, Charles Kneb in 11th, and then Wade Atbury starting 12th.
Jonathan Bischoff, who had some issues in qualifying a bit, will start in the back alongside John Neal, Jeff Krogstad, then Kai Champley. Zachary Hunter will be the other drivers in the running order. Just about ready to go as they get ready to line up in the tram lines. Your keys to a good pre-final for this class here today, after what we've seen yesterday.
Get a good start. That's the best thing for them this time around. Truly Adams made a mistake on the start procedure in the pre-final yesterday that led to him being out of position and having to fight his way through the field, ultimately with that DNF though. But it's going to be reaction times to the front drivers too. If someone stalls or get a bad start, you need to be quick on the wheel to get out of the way to save your race.
A couple more carts have to get lined up here before we get ourselves fired off and ready to go here. A few drivers just waiting patiently as SKUSA crew members check on one of the carts, make sure it's in the right spot and fired up for this race. So, it's about lined up. It looks like it's 377 that they're working on. Larry Hernandez, try and get him in the right spot here. So, get all pushed to the right spot. Just back and forth like a teeter-totter. And I think they're gonna have to push him again.
Yeah, a little finicky to get these carts started, but I think we're all on grid and ready to go. Maybe just one more push to get him started. If they don't get him this time, I think they'll pull him off track as a DNS. Hopefully, doesn't get to that point though.
And they are going to pull him off. As the rest of the carts go. And off and away they go here. No green flag, it's an aborted start. So they did not get fired up, and the 377 still can't get it fired.
And you'll see this with shifter kart racing. If the carts are on grid for too long, the engines start to overheat. So what Supercarts USA officials will do is allow drivers to get more air into the radiator, be able to cool off those engines so they don't overheat and damage the engine on grid. As we do have that kart restarting, as this will definitely help the rest of the field get those engine temps back into an optimal temperature. On the steering wheel, for those drivers who don't know, they have a micron or a digital display that will showcase the temperature of the engine, and that's how they determine when to take the air off the radiators throughout a race. The teams will give them a optimal window that engine has to stay in. You can see Idelson making some adjustments to his radiator, taking off one of his final pieces of tape, offering to give it to McCoy. It was a blue piece of tape, so I think it would have worked well with his cart, but we'll see them try it again this time around.
Getting all lined up again. Remember the policy for shifters, if the driver's to cause the aborted start, has to start at the rear. So that means 377 have to start at the tail of this grouping if they're able to get themselves rolling here. Just getting themselves all lined up efficiently in the tram lines. A few more drivers making sure the tape's off. Everybody being careful here with this extra roll through on the pace laps on the temperatures.
And final few carts starting to get gridded up. Hopefully everyone keeps those engines rolling. You see a hand in the air and potentially another issue, but towards the back of the grid so they can push them back as much as they need to get that thing going.
Looks like we're ready to go this time. in position. Green flag is out. We're underway, and one kart goes up in the air, and yet again, Hernandez couldn't get going. Hernandez couldn't get fired off as McCoy does get fired off to the front of the field. A good start for the blue and black kart. He tries to keep himself ahead, hit a little bit of the curbing that time. Now the run back for Adams to retake the race lead through the corner, takes it in 4-5.
Clearly, Adams, another bad start from pole that time as McCoy hold on from Idelson and Liam Jones behind. Idelson dropping back to fourth. On that start, Liam Jones up to third, and you can see Wesley in fifth, where he's pretty much been hanging out on that comp kart all weekend long. Bit of a hop for him. It's going to lose even more time. Another tear-off coming off of the radiator of McCoy's kart as it is up and into the distance. Goes Truly Adams for the time being. Liam Jones thinking about a move late on the brakes on McCoy. Unable to, though, and it's going to be Truly Adams leading across the line to complete lap number 1.
Adams running away from the rest of his field, in fact, with that cushion. Idelson not getting the best of starts, mind you. It's dropping all the way back to fourth. A bit of a slide there for Lee, who had a great start. Oh, a lot of bobbling. Send up the inside by Jones. Idelson falls through in the hole. More hand signals already as they go to the shifters already. Trying to go back and forth. McCoy back to fourth.
Yeah, it's not easy driving one of these shifters around here as Idelson up the inside. Obviously, you're having to manage the wheel with a very heavy go-kart, and throughout a long race, it's going to give you some wear and tear. Your arm having to manage the shifter too, and hand signals whenever you don't feel happy with the other driver. But Idelson now up from fourth to second as Liam Jones thought about a late move there into turn 12. Seems like Jones is able to get later on the brakes than the other two drivers in that pack as he gets a shove from behind from McCoy, but Jones is just unable to hold the mid-corner speed that the rest of those drivers can as Jones goes a little bit defensive into turns 1, 2, and 3 just to send a bit of a message to McCoy, and already blocking this early on. Liam Jones is not happy with that shove that he got from McCoy.
This track is almost looking very greasy with the amount of slipping and sliding through the shifting right now on these in these corners right now. Cars not sticking around as and staying planted right now at the moment. Still seeing, though, how McCoy can get that kart to cut as well. Seeming like he's trying to go for a bit more of a sharper corner exit. Try and get a little bit more boost off the corner exit compared to a little bit more wider by Jones.
Yeah, a couple of these guys trying some different methods to get through the field. Some of them diamonding the corner off, others doing the more traditional rounded line you'll see in all the other non-gearbox classes. We'll look back further in the field at a few more of the factory karts that populate this class here for the opening round of the Pro-Kart Challenge at K1. Short out, and Truly Adams leads the way by quite some margin. Looks like McCoy has got his way past Liam Jones. He goes a little wide at the apex of turn 6, just missing that apex ever so slightly with the speed carried in. McCoy saying, let's go get him. Messing around with each other and fighting for third. I don't know if Liam Jones is going to agree with him, though. Want to watch as they go into turn 12, because Jones has always been later on the brakes than the rest of the pack into turn 12. We'll see if any move is made here. And it seems like Jones just does more of a diamond to that corner than McCoy, who rounds it off a lot more. It seems to be working in favor of McCoy in third.
Seems to have just shuffling right now with those diamond lines. So as you said, he's trying to run away. Right now, Adams leading by 1.1 seconds. Looks comfortable. Look at the replay. AKO, the partner, once again, you've seen there with the curbing, goes defensive immediately. Forces a little bit of archy-barginess amongst the two of them.
Yeah, and that's all to send a message to McCoy behind of saying, I'm not happy with how you've raced me thus far. And Jones seems like he's got the pace to get past McCoy potentially, just holding with them for the time being, seeing if they can catch up to Idelson. I don't think they will. It's about a little over a second for them to try and close down that gap. As you can see, Idelson and Adams in front of them, and then further back, Bishop in that 5th spot. Another replay here of McCoy making that move on Liam Jones, who almost got to his right rear to try and defend. It seems like McCoy had a good run out of 1, 2, and 3. Almost like Jones might have made some mistakes. Speaking of mistakes, wide goes McCoy. He'll have the inside line, though, going into turn 6. The optimal line. He can't really get a whole lot done around the outside through there. We saw one pass to the lead through there yesterday, but that's the only one that I can remember. Pass around the outside there working. So McCoy holds on for the time being, but Liam Jones is charging.
Musgrave, team member, still trying to battle it out. Jones referencing at the moment. Look at a couple of the air cards. Bischoff has got on the move. 8 positions gained. Not a surprise to see that from what we've seen yesterday. Didn't get a good qualifying at all, and now it's making up for the lost ground.
Yeah, obviously did what he had to do. He did what he had to do in this pre-final, and now we'll see if he can hold this pace with 2 laps to go in pre-final. If he can transfer that over into the final and really contend for a podium and potentially a race win, but it's been hard to battle with Truly Adams out in front. Bischoff of 8 there on the driver's tracker. Now we pick up Dean Idelson on his factory kart number 310. With just a couple of laps to go, it'll be white flag and 2 to go. Next time by, I believe, from what the ticker is saying. Not a lot of inroads being made, Justin, on Truly Adams, as he's really been just focusing on his race, not having to feel the pressure too much, and should enjoy a front row start in the final.
Absolutely here. As we continue on with the distance, so looking like white flag already being displayed there by the flagman, in fact. Final time around, yes indeed. So right now they look to settle things out on the racetrack. Adams looking calm with a 1-second lead at the moment. The 14-year-old didn't even have the family legacy built up. You mentioned the Adams family having their own racetrack. His father also a driver coach. Also had some experience in the early 2000s in NASCAR stock car racing during those events. Now today, Truly Adams has looked very fast. A lot more easier of a pre-final compared to how yesterday went, where he had to start in the back for the final. Adelson closed up a bit for the final laps, but it's Adams who takes the checker flag. Adams wins in FZ125 spec over Adelson, Matthew McCoy, and Liam Jones. Jonathan Bishop in the 5th position.
And Idelson did his best to hold on to Truly Adams. Did close that gap at the end of the race, though. He went purple on his final lap, almost broke into the 59-second bracket. No driver able to go under a minute in lap times that time by. Here you can see your unofficial results. Truly Adams taking the win, Dane Idelson and Matthew McCoy, your top 3, with Liam Jones, Jonathan Bishop, your top 5.
Phil Reed finished in 6th, Jenkins in the 7th position, Rossetti, then Caneb, Tolson in the top 10. That's a look at how things finished out. 14 drivers took the checker flag here today. John Neal fell a lap down, a couple DNSs, 1 DNF, and Kai Champley in this race. We'll take a step aside for a moment. We come back, more coverage of the Pro Kart Challenge. You're watching Kart Chaser from Winchester, California.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
Welcome back, everyone, to Kart Chaser for coverage of the Pro-Kart Challenge. As we continue on here from K1 Circuit, it's time for the Mini and Junior Shifters, brought to you by Precision Karting for the Minis and Nash Motorsports for the Juniors. Flip that around, Juniors for Precision, Mini for Nash. These karts getting in position, ready to go, Nate. It should be a fun time for these drivers once again to see what happens here. Eric Doan very fast. Troy Ferguson very fast as well, but it's going to be a question which one of those karts is going to be, or rather, which one of the drivers is going to be able to battle up front.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a fun class to watch so far this weekend, especially with the front of the mini pack and the back of the junior field kind of intermixing. As you can see, the starting lineup here, Eric Doan, the man who's been perfect thus far this weekend, has Nathan Dupuis for company, who found some time overnight, so we'll see how that works out for Dupuis. Jude Sack and Zayt Legend, second row.
Then it's Matthew Bridal, then it's Betty Smith in the 6th position. John McClellan having a quiet weekend. He's in 7th. Kayla Brown in 8th.
Brendan Chu in 9th, and then your pole sitter in mini shifter, Troy Ferguson. Sebastian DeMosaic, Brandon Eng rounding out row 6, and then finishing off the field, Dante Rodriguez and Caper Nelson. Your 14 kart mixed field with the junior and mini shifters as they're making their way into turn 12 to set the group for a standing start. It's been a topic for these mini and junior drivers. They haven't been the best at getting off the line, but to be fair to them, this is some of the first times they've ever done a standing start in their career, and they're just going to be getting better and better at it throughout the year and throughout this weekend. Juniors ready to go, mini all lined up, and we're ready to go.
All the signals given. Flagmen now get into position as the engines rev. The engines roar. It's minis and juniors ready to go. The green flag is out. We're underway. As Eric Doan gets a big launch. One kart did not get going from the minis. The rest of the field continues to race along as the 543 already has near a second lead. Oh my goodness.
And what a jump that was from Eric Doan. He was here, there, and gone by the time they got out of the opening corner. Already passes happening for second. Not going to help your chances at winning, guys, but I think they might have come to terms with the fact that Eric Doan was just so far gone. Look at Nathan Dupuis all the way down in 7th. A terrible getaway for Dupuis. Not what he would have wanted. He's going to make it 3 wide at 9. This is bold from Dupuis. Look at the jack on that inside left wheel as he sent it in. The weight transfer making the left side of the kart just jack up in the air a lot harder than I've ever seen a shifter kart go. But making their way into turn 12 now, single file for the time being. Troy Ferguson did not get the start he would have wanted. He's second in class as things stand.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to get the spots back as time goes on. You see a bit of battling with the 528. In fact, John McClellan, things shuffle over the end of the first lap here of 9. D-Mosaic does fall down the pylon. Nane out front, one kart sliding off to the gravel trap there for a moment. That 538 McClellan trying to make him a lot of lost time with some of these passes he's making.
Yeah, McClellan making his way up through the field. You can see the rest of the drivers trying to fan out ever so slightly, and it's kind of to be expected here. Another late lunge from Dupuis. Somehow gets that done. I think he's spooked. Driver in front of him as they get up and over each other. That's going to make them lose even more time, as that's going to bring the junior field right back onto each other and even bring the minis into the back of this field as well. Seems like the junior drivers have found some pace overnight, because the mini Swifts, the mini shifters, were all over the back end of juniors. Is back making a move for position as it's all kicking off here.
It's all heating up with how things are going right now. Going running away by a sizable margin. A few drivers cutting hard right. Make some passes. That's the 521 Chu continuing to march ahead as well. Some intense battling in this pack right now. Only a couple laps into the action with how things look so far. This field just continuously has seen Dupuis carve his way to the pack as well, up to second. Let's take a look at all the passes Dupuis made.
Yeah, that was a late lunge into turn 9. You could see just, again, how hard that kart jacked. Another driver getting all sorts of sideways. That allows Dupuis to make up another position, and then potentially a late move on Jude Stack. Yes, he does. Into turn 4, keeps it into 5 and into the S, as you can see live too. So Dupuis might be making another move, but this is where it all went a bit awry with the two of these drivers getting up and over on each other. Thankfully, they continued. Nathan Dupuis now has Reindl behind, going all fours off. It's going to allow Jude Stack to go into the podium position.
And Stack, remember having his kart finish as a DNF yesterday in the final. Blue in yellow machine has been able to charge forward. So Dupuis, he's now building himself a buffer with the rest of the pack just like that. Third on back can't really sort itself yet. They're still not done fighting. Another pass, and now more contact off to the gravel trap a little bit. Chu able to hold on to it.
This continues all season. This is going to be the class to watch in 2025. These battles are just endless from the word go yesterday. Another driver making their way up the inside. It's Betty Schmidt, or BXR Racing on board that factory car. Troy Ferguson, though, has caught up to the back of Brennan Ang to fight for that race win in class, of course, a bit further back in the juniors than what they would have wanted. I'm a bit surprised that the aren't on the tail end of the junior pack with how much they're battling, but we'll have to see about that. Almost sounds like one of the junior pipe is about to fall off, just off of engine note alone. We'll have to see if anyone gets a meatball for that. Replay in the bottom right-hand corner. You can see Dupuis in front, and then Reinhold in all sorts of sideways. Good on him for keeping that in a straight line, though. It's not an easy task as Jude back on that Napa Concert factory kart. Gets the move done and up in the third.
Yeah, that got a little bit scary. Four-wheel drifting at the time. Dupuis is that driver that hearing reports possibly of. We'll keep an eye on that. So this is the battle. That was the battle going on, should say, for the minis we just seen a moment of. Others like Rindell making a charge ahead as, oh boy, it is Dupuy. He is in, and Dupuy, you hear the sound. It does not sound good.
Yeah, and you could tell just there's one cart in that pack that just had a little bit of a louder tone. That's just the telltale sign of the shifter's exhaust coming loose, not completely off because they are safety wired on there by regulation, but it's just unfortunate for him, and they have to pull him off just because that's obviously not something you want coming off a cart. Something of that weight and heat can really hurt a driver. John McClellan trying to move up the inside. John's really not happy with that move. I think just unhappy with himself, unable to get that done. Back to the mini field, as you can see back there. Troy Ferguson did get that move done as we picked him up into turn 12. And again, this battle for the second spot now as Dupuy retired into the pits. He'll have to start from the tail end of the field. As juniors, 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment, you can throw up over this battle for second.
Rindell trying to hold off Zate Legend. Legends look very solid all throughout the weekend. We've seen good speed from him. Oh, and now the 528 slowing down, and now he's signaling something going on. What's going on now with McClellan there? He was backing up a fair bit.
Yeah, he might have, I don't know if he tried to make a pass on someone there and it didn't work, or if he heard something wrong with the cart and prematurely put his hand up. Not too sure what happened with John McClellan there. It almost looks like he's struggling with the shifter or something, like it's not downshifting. Yeah, we're getting reports that could be potential shift linkage from John McClellan. That's unfortunate to see, as he's really been having to fight that cart to get it down a gear or two. Back up front in the junior pack as they're starting to drop like flies. 2 to go this time by as Legend is now into that second spot. Chu and Sack going at it as Sack will be demoted down in another position. Interesting to see the amount of drivers retiring from this race or having issues. You have to think it is a very aggressive track, a very quick track. And then obviously with these drivers using all of those very aggressive exit curbing, could be the lead to those causes. Dude Sack up and over Chu. That's unfortunate between the two of them. More junior drivers are out now in the prospect of having 2 mini drivers on the podium in the final. Somehow now seems like it's going to happen even more.
My goodness, is all you can really say. Another incident, and now final lap around. Legend is one of the final carts standing at this point. How things are going with Rindell. He tries to play defensive for the second step on the pre-final podium. Let's take a look as that started off in the mid corner, and they stay hooked together almost on top of Chu's shoulder.
Yeah, it's going to be one that hurts in the morning. Chu just got that all wrong under braking and goes on to the top of Chu. It's unfortunate for the both of them, but out in front though, Eric Dillon, what a race it's been for this man. 11 seconds to the good. Free air and clean track for him as he looks for a potential another win later this afternoon.
Outright dominant in his case once again here today. The 543. Flexing the speed muscles. What will he do later? Well, for now, he'll celebrate another win. Make it a pre-final victory for Eric Dillon. Gets it done over Zate Legend, who has the cushion over Rindell. No issues. He'll finish second. The 577 rounds out the top 3. Smith, and then rounding out the podium, the top 5, Nang trying to battle with Ferguson. Ferguson got it on a drag race.
Love to see that for the mini drivers coming down to the very final corner, and Troy Ferguson getting the win there in Class 4 mini shifter. Just 2 more classes to go until our lunch break, as we'll be having a replay of what happened there in mini in the final corner shortly. The race it was for Troy Ferguson to get past Brennan Eng. You can see the Shop AKR replay here coming in at turn 13. Troy Ferguson doing the same thing he did in the final yesterday, and he's just gonna hit Eng at the line. What a race it was there for Mini. Just 2 more classes to go. Justin, like we said, Micro Swift, the final of the single speeds in this morning group.
They're working quickly to get themselves gathered up here. Again, it was Doan, Legend, Rundle, Smith, Ferguson. You get top 5 overall. Ferguson, part of the minis. Named in 6th overall. Brown, D. Moisek. Then it was Rodriguez. Chu finished 10th. Kuiper in 11th. Sack, McClellan, Dupree for how they finished up in the order. So our next order, as you said, is ready to go. Micro Swift by Santa Racing. They're just about ready to go with 14 more carts on track.
And see their engines fire, just waiting for the final word from SKUSA officials and probably a little bit of track cleanup as well. But quick work from the SKUSA officials to get the track ready to go. We are all set and rolling for Micro Swift for their penultimate race of the day here for this pre-final. Matthew Picaroli will lead us to the green with Aiden Go alongside Mason Brody starting in 3rd and Ryan McPhail in 4th.
5th position will go to Braxton Shiflett. Then it's Chase Rittering in the 6th position. Johnny Tolson starts 7th. Trey Sanders, your top 8.
Pedro Cueto in 9th. Carson Bishop starting 10th. Axel Tibbs and Caleb Canfield will be on the 6th row.
Rounding out the field will be Manny Jasic and Josue Calvo, finishing in 14th in the qualifying. Looks like the field just about all sorted, already signaling to make sure they're on the same page for when they go racing here. We've seen Paciolian Go put on some great pace this weekend. Will that carry over here? We're about to find out what they can do in this pre-final. Coming up to the tram lines as they get lined up. We've seen one of the starts laid off in the pre-finals yesterday. The tram lines have no issues here. Green flag is out. We're underway as they make their way through. No problems for the front 3 as Go tries to get in a battle for 2nd already. Go, in fact, drops down to the 3rd spot as Brody slips to 2nd.
Cueto, one of the drivers, going way wide in the runoff of turn 13. Rejoins a little bit further back than what he would have wanted, but Macioli out in front, leading the way as things stand. A good jump off the line for him. But he's still got Mason Brody and Aiden Go to deal with for the next 8 laps. The National Motorsports duo, and McPhail on that factory kart in 4th. For the time being, will be trying to fight for that win if they can get up there before the front 2 run away with it.
Yeah, right now those front 2 looking comfortable already. Brody in the race lead, or rather Brody amongst the front runners, should rather say. Things are going. Go is up to 2nd spot on the racetrack. So, drivers getting into small battle packs already. And that's kind of the nature of racing when it comes to things. You get those small battle packs, you get your friends that you're likely to battle with much of the way. It's hard to break away from them.
Yeah, and you find the people that you work best with throughout the weekend. And obviously, Aiden Go and really have worked with each other throughout all of yesterday, just staying away from the rest of the pack. But it's up to the drivers behind to figure out what's the best way to close in on these guys. And so far throughout the weekend, they haven't unlocked that formula yet. About a second between Go and Brody. We know Mason Brody for National Motorsports has the pace to be able to hold with these guys on a couple of lap pace, but throughout an entire pre-final or final, that is yet to be seen.
That's going to be the key. Making sure you have it consistently throughout the course of a full race. Remember, with the double distance for those said races later on in the afternoon. cloud cover's really starting to form up as the slides start to form there. That time Brody opening the door, McPhail getting the pole, has some help. And Shiflett falls on through as well.
Gets the move done in the final corner. Bit of free air for a while for him. Still, they got to work together to get their way to the front of that pack. It's now 1.9-ish seconds to the lead. Is another pass with that's still. The more they do this, Justin, the more they're just gifting first and second away, as they're just going to be left to be fighting for the scraps in the final spot on the podium if this continues into the final.
Absolutely right now. So we'll keep an eye on things still. 272 and part of the middle of the screen. Brody dropping back, but the top two still work together nicely. So overall, though, it's about trying to see as well what the best you can do for starts. In this case, some of those slipstream trains continue to just open up the door like we just seen for third.
Yeah, and it seems like McPhail seems to have a comfortable lead right now. He doesn't seem like he's making too many mistakes, but poor Brody is a fast driver, and he's going to be going to the inside lane this time by to retake third and to potentially close down that gap a little bit. At this point, it's not really about closing the gap to leaders. You're not going to do that. But if they can find a formula that works of how to push their way up to the front, and they know that going into the long final they have later on today, but a half path like that from McPhail isn't going to help things. We'll see if they can figure out the best way to position themselves for the final to be able to fight for first and second.
Eventually, somebody's going to have to make the full swap to make it stick. Already seen Brody try to get very aerodynamic. Doesn't matter, opens up the door again, yet again, another pass. Gonna get a swap up front as well. Go, makes a quick swap, no sweat for Pezzioli as he gets himself back in the draft.
Yeah, Aiden Go, now the driver with fresh air and no karts in front of him. Pezzioli now has the difficult job of holding width and is continuing to push them away. This will be interesting to see if we can get any indication of how the final's gonna go. It seems like Aiden has a little bit of pace once the tires start to warm up, and as we're at the past the midpoint of this race, when it comes to the final, we'll only just be starting. So it seems like Pezzioli went for a setup that was quick at the start, or maybe just made a few mistakes because he has the pace to be able to get by Aiden Go. As Aiden just seems like he's missing something compared to the RPM Nitro that now leads the way.
Less than half the race to go. More swapping again. Oh, and they actually squished Brody off the track for a moment. Now everyone just pointing various directions as Brody down to a race low 6th. How things have gone now in the pack. Brody wants his spots back and now has to work quickly if he wants to keep those top two. Looks like he'll get the top 5 at least back as they battle again up front in front of him.
Yeah, I think one thing that these micro drivers are obviously going to learn throughout their career is how to not lose too much time while being packed or in it. And ultimately, I think that's what's allowing them to lose all this time to the front, to the guard. 4.3 seconds from third to first, and obviously only 6 laps in. That's not great when you factor in the fact that they'll be having to do 16 more laps in the final. It's not looking good for the rest of the field, who isn't Pezzioli or Go, to try and get a race win.
More squabbling on screen. Some of the other battles on track. 245 getting past there. That's Tibbs. Tibbs having a solid run, trying to hold on to the top 10 right now, and some of these spots in the midst of it. Up front, it's time for Swappity Doo again. Another switch, go, moves back to the race lead, lap and a half to go.
And we're gonna see where Matthew Picaroli has the pace to potentially get by again. More battling further back. Wouldn't expect anything less of it from the Micro Swift drivers battling for the third spot as side by side into turn 9. Aiden Go, though, out in front, continuing to lead the way, showing how big of a gap that is between second and third as they make their way into turn 12. Early will make the move for the lead, but was it too early? That'll be the question we'll have to answer. Is Aiden Go potentially thought about it going into turn 13? Gonna be white flag in the air this time by to decide the grid for the final in Standard Racing. Micro Swift across the timing and scoring beacon. See the white flag in the air, head their way up Rocky Moran corner down the straightaway where Pescarello already starting to defend from Aiden Go.
Really still looking back, looked over the shoulder. Now Go tries to set up a diamond line. Doesn't get the cart to cut as he makes his way through 6, 7, and 8. Behind him, some side-by-side of that same section. McPhail and Brody fighting hard back there. Go tries to regroup for one more, maybe two more chances for the drafting section. Peeks around for 11. Gets the run built up to set things up for said turn 11. Now he's got the back end. Goes to the left. Watch for the diamond. He's got the cut. He's got the rotation. He's got the run. Side by side. Trying to get alongside. Now single file. Pazioli holding on in front. Go. Runs out of time. Pazioli takes the checker flag and wins the pre-final. Oh, wow, it is kicking off behind them. 3 wide out the line in the second pack. McPhail, Bordy, Schiff with the top 5.
How about that for a run to the line? Battle's not over, though, as the next two drivers will be filing in single file. Even though it wasn't a race for the lead between those four from 3rd to 6th. What a show they put on. Winning the race, Matthew Picaroli in that first spot for Nitro Motorsports and RPM. Aiden Go second. Leon McPhail in third. Mason Brody and Braxton Shiflett, your top 5.
6th position going to Ritterine, then Tolson in 7th. Sanders in 8th. Bishop and Pedro Cueto rounds out the top 10. Caleb Canfield finished off at 11th. By the way, Axel Tibbs did drop down to 12th over at Kelville. Township finished off at 14th. So, look top to bottom at that running order. As the field makes its way into the pit lane, we have one more race to go, and it is a big one. It is the Pro and Master Shifters, brought to you by Precision Racing Engines for the Pros and Mega Power Engines for the Masters. Wick has some separation with Musgrave. We'll see what happens when we are about to go racing here. All set to go. The green flag is out. We're underway. And here's a recap of yesterday's action. As you see some of what happened. For those who missed, the front of the field was busy amongst 2 carts. The 4 and the 8 went back and forth and put on a show.
That was a race you did not want to miss between 2 of the best in the nation. Kyle Wick and Billy Musgrave going at it. There's another battle further back that persisted throughout the entirety of that race, but all eyes were on the leaders as Kyle Wick and Billy Musgrave traded blows throughout that final. Lap carts was a talking point after that one, after being held up a few times throughout the day. You can see another shot at that from our turn 4 cams. They come down the straightaway. Kyle Wick late on the brakes, gets those tires to stop locking like they did at the start of that race, but didn't take long for Billy Musgrave to retake that lead and for Kyle Wick to mount a response.
Yeah, they put on a phenomenal show throughout that entire battle with all those laps and all that battling. Eventually, mind you, that second pack actually closed up in the very end, just about. It was that second pack that put a factor when Musgrave went to battle for one more time. That pack had caught up. These two had spent so much time scrapping. They burned what was a 2.5 second cushion, but it was still phenomenal with what they were able to do.
Yeah, and it just shows the level of talent we have both in this pro shifter class and in between these two. As the highlight package continues to go, you can start to see that second pack start to close in with these two continuing to battle. As yes, they're two of the fastest in the nation, as Kyle Wick another move up the inside here, but it doesn't help when you continue to battle with each other. Billy Musgrave at the end of the race actually having to defend from a few of the GFCs and Micah Hendricks on that Croc Promotions cart to make sure that they were able to hold on to second. Handshake at the end for Billy Musgrave, and now you see round two about to commence.
So again, it's Kyle Wick who will be on the front row with Hunter Pickett in this race. Billy Musgrave and Ethan Bucher line up in the top four. Here's a look at that on screen. Quickly getting to that total. Tandon, Freeze, Hendricks, the class masters led today by Picotco. We're underway as we battle our way through turn one. Musgrave stays in the popcorn seat as they scrap out up front. It's Wick who gets the jump to start.
Kyle Wick's going to be enjoying some fresh air with Hunter Pickett defending behind. It almost looked like Pickett was passing an invisible cart to try and defend from Billy Musgrave there. Maybe a little bit of team orders. Not team orders, but a little bit of talking beforehand between Wick and Pickett to hold on to this lead. And Kyle Wick's starting to extend his advantage already, but Hunter Pickett never truly got to show his pace yesterday and his potential after an early DNF from the pre-final. So hopefully today we'll have a second GFC up in that fight. And how about Ethan Buer and Anthony White on that CRG? You can see there the orange machine leading their way towards Billy Musgrave. So we're going to end lap one. Kyle Wick in the lead with teammate Hunter Pickett as the rear gunner. But Billy Musgrave doesn't want to sit in third for too long. He's mounting an attack on Hunter Pickett.
Going to the inside, 4, 4, and 5. No problems for Musgrave as he now puts the speed down to try and pull Pickett. Try to move back. Couldn't get alongside though. And we were expecting the potential of that move quickly. It was just a matter of if and when. Musgrave now needs to close up 4 car lanes to get back up to Wick.
Yeah, Musgrave should be able to do that. I'm assuming Kyle Wick isn't giving it 100% right now, especially with him seeing Musgrave starting to close in on that gap. Billy's going to catch you no matter what you do, so might as well take this time to maybe back off, go maybe 90, 95%, cool down the tires a little bit, and have those tires in an optimal temperature that aren't overheated later on in the race through Rocky Moran corner. Yet again, that top 4 starting to break away from Anthony White on that Ron White Racing CRG. Billy Musgrave, though, still holding on strong as we get another showing of the start here in a few moments' time. You see there the PFC's on the front row doing a good job off. Billy Musgrave for second as they would hold that formation all the way into turns 1, 2, and 3. And they did their best to hold off Billy Musgrave for the time being, but as you can see now, Musgrave up into that second spot, Hunter Pickett in third, Ethan Buer now in fourth.
Yeah, now all single filed out for the time being as they continue to sort themselves out. Quick adjustment for Musgrave to the radiator for a split second. As he tries to get up in gear. Some battling behind. Pickett and Bucher. Oh, that was a little bit of aggressive movement. Bucher had to grab the wheel.
Yeah, it was a little aggressive for this stage of the race between the two teammates, but you know, all is fair in love and war, and we're about to clip the halfway mark next time across. Right? Still though, the other GFC driver of Kyle Wick leading the way over Billy Musgrave, who made that pass on Hunter Pickett just a couple laps ago to get himself into second. Here we can see that into turns 4 and 5, getting it done, holding the inside of the apex, doesn't have to do any defensive work. Job done for Billy Musgrave in terms of that pass for P2, but not job done in terms of the race. So it's one more black and white GFC to get by.
Just has to close up the gap. That's going to be something half a second less time by the distance. 2/10 off the pace of the race leader. By the way, for those wondering what's going on in Master in the lineup, it is Michael Garish who is leading that grouping in the 10th position. But Hunko has lost that lead for the time being by 0.3 of a second. Wash at the moment holding on to that spot back there. So keep an eye on the front goers though as they get all down the straightaway. You see the differences between some of these drivers building up on track.
Yeah, some gaps starting to form in the latter half of this race. You can see Michael Gouache there, driver who we've seen a lot in the SKUSA Winter Series and a Master Shifter competition, especially on the West Coast, as up the inside is one of the Croc promotion machines. Gets that job done, and now Gouache moved down into that second spot. So you can see back up to the front in Pro Shifter. More battling happening further back in the pack between Fries and Weinberg. That's the Burrell Art you see in front, and the GFC that is trailing behind. One of the lone Burrell Art is fifth race. And he's fallen back from that lead pack. Didn't really have the pace yesterday to fight for a win or be in that pack for the win, but hopefully for him and that PSL prep cart be able to move themselves further up the field, hang on to the coattails of Anthony White, who's in front of them, and potentially fight for a podium position as they cross the time and scoring beat, and it could be 2 to go next time by.
Just running through the laps quickly as possible, and Wick is, well, growing the gap. Musgrave was quicker last time, hearing by 0.05 seconds. But the thing is, 0.05 is not going to be enough here. He needs to gain tenths upon tenths to close up 7 kart lanes.
Yeah, if he can gain another half a second, though, this time, which is a big ask even for Billy Musgrave, he might be able to get to the back end of Wick. Looking at that gap, though, I don't think it's possible unless Kyle Wick makes some sort of mistake. Don't want to give a commentator's curse on Kyle, but hopefully for him and for GFC, they have that thing secured in a pole position for the race in a few hours' time in the final. Drivers making their way onto the front straight, trying to straddle the curves on exit of turn 13. You see yet again Fries holding off Weisenberg for that next spot.
Absolutely. So, lap and a half to go. Kyle Wick backing up the speed showcased yesterday with how things look. Up note Hendricks, who was a top 3 driver yesterday in some of the racing action, has not made up a lot of ground. In fact, has stayed back in 8th position as well for those curious. Coming up to the white flag this time by Wick, quickly looking back to see where Musgrave is. Has the pole coming to the white flag. Final time around in Pro and Master.
Through the opening section of corners they go for the final time this race, but a lap traffic already looking over their shoulders. They head through turns 4 and 5, so I assume they're aware of the carts that are coming up on them. Through the Estes, Kyle Wick goes. Billy Musgrave mounted a late challenge to Kyle Wick this time. Was unable to get close to the GFC and gonna have to settle for second.
So now we'll see what happens to these final corners here. Wick Looks back one more time to make sure Musgrave hasn't somehow managed to gain a second at a lap. He'll come to the checker flag here. Kyle Wick pulled away early, held onto the gap, and now will take the checker flag. He'll win in the Pro Shifter Pre-Final. Wick wins it by half a second over Musgrave. Rounding out the top three is Pickett, Booher, White in the top 5.
Battle for Master Shifter final spots as Squash is going to hold off Rodovinchenko on that LN kart. That will be P2 for Mike Quash in Master Shifter. There you can see the unofficial race results from Pro and Master Shifter. Kyle Wick taking the win. Billy Musgrave, Hunter Pickett, Ethan Boer, and Anthony White in 5th, just like it was in qualifying. 3 different chassis brands inside that top 5.
Anthony Freeze in 6th, then it's Weisenberg 10, and Hendricks in the top 9 for the pros. Then it's Prikonko in the 10th position. In the overall spots, first in the Master. Gouache finished in 11th, then Rodovinchenko in 12th position. Good recovery from what happened at qualifying. Tunnel and Bennett also finishing with Reichs in 15th. Rob Logan did not start that race. So received word from race control that there will be a bump start for the time for our start of the finals. It will be a start of 1:10 p.m. Pacific time. We get rolling for the 18-lap finals. We have some time until that point, Nate, but your thoughts on the pre-finals and how they went?
Nothing has changed from yesterday. Still the same old great on-track action that we've seen. And with how the finals went yesterday, especially the K100 classes, cannot wait to go green later today.
I can't wait either at this point. Let's take the lunch break. Why don't we? We'll be back after some lunch. You're watching the Pro-Kart Challenge from K1 Circuit. Welcome back, everyone, to today's coverage of the Pro-Kart Challenge from K1 Circuit in Winchester, California. We're just moments away from our starting grids for our finals today as we get ready for the KA100 Juniors to hit the racetrack, brought to you by Super Speed Bearings. I'm Justin Prince. Alongside me is Nate Dean as we get set for the start of the finals this afternoon. Nate, this should be an interesting time to see how these drivers close out this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. These finals yesterday were some of the best racing we've seen in 2025. Expecting the same for this final for the KA100 Juniors as they roll out on track now.
All getting in position and ready to go here. We have a grand total of 35-ish entries. Daniel Ramirez will start them. Sebastian Hauser in second. Matthew Cagle starts off in third for this final. Eric Dolan in the fourth position.
Nathan Dupuis rolling off in the fifth spot. Then Bronson Clotis in the sixth. Sergei Camarelisi in seventh. And then Luca Popescu in eighth.
Ninth spot going the way of Dana Bizanski. Then it's Jensen Meltsky in the 10th position. Babiak in 11th position. And Diesel Bizanski in the 12th position.
Wes Witt, Peyton Anderson, John McClellan, and Bristol Borman making out your top 16 as we're getting set to go into the tram lines to start the first final of this Sunday.
Rest of the field scrolls on by as the field gets ready to rev on through. Here on Kart Chaser this afternoon, as we go racing in KA100 Junior. Off and away, 3 wide to start as they make their way in the dive. Already several drivers using all the paint in the runoff space. They start active with Daniel Ramirez getting shuffled all the way back to fifth. Matthew Cagle with a great start.
Not the start Ramirez would have wanted. You see on the outside is Cagle late on the brake, blocking up those rear tires, but then it's stopped at the apex of turn 4. He'll passes for the opening part of this 18-lap main event. The GFC Formula Works driver will lead the Hauser in second, then Dupuis making up a couple spots from fifth on the grid. Everyone staying and holding position. Dylan will be working with his National Resource teammate of Nathan Dupuis in the opening stage of this race, but Daniel Ramirez from pole to fifth on the opening couple of corners. He's got his work cut out for him as Hauser up the inside for the lead.
Hauser takes the point. Close shave off the front nose as well. Near contact in that regard as they get single file for now up the top 5 or 6 positions. Still though, some of the air drivers getting darting. The 888 Kevin Zilli making a lot of lost ground too is up to 7th. Hauser leads the first time around as the top 3 build a small buffer.
Yeah, just the smallest margins between those top 3, but if you're in fourth on back, you have to be careful not to allow that gap to grow, because as we've seen here, it's very easy to let those front drivers run away with it, and you just give away your chance to fight for a win. We've seen that in both of the Swift classes this weekend. Hopefully for those drivers, they're able to stay smart and stay with that lead pack, because this battle for the win, seemingly right now, could be huge at the end of the race.
Absolutely. Right now, some people starting to get the signals out there. Dupuis put up a signal and immediately Dylan saying, I want to go instead. Ramirez slid onto the grass as well a little bit. Now alongside, making the move. It's a couple more drivers. He couldn't count Steely. Witt also moving ahead. Witt now continuing to move ahead. He's in the top 5.
Out of turn 3 now. Again, into turn 4 and 5, double apex corner. Move being made there by the 888. Motioning forward. Okay, let's go and try and catch the front pack that like we said, you have to be careful not to allow them to go too far forward. Fortunately for fourth on back, he'll get that move done. Matthew Cagle also losing a place. Daniel Ramirez, who got shuffled back in that. Hauser leading the way as things stand by a couple of kart lengths heading into turn 12.
Some of the drivers like Gibson trying to make up some ground in the midst of that pack. Jackson Gibson with that slide on through. The cha-cha sliding back and forth. 826 of Bizunski at the moment. Up front, it's now a 4-car Gaggle. Those karts start to see a little bit of impatience feet. That time with Ramirez. Ramirez tapped out for a moment, thought about going around, did not go at the moment. And that's the thing about the finals. A lot more time to truly plan things. You have a lot more time to recover time as well. If some of these drivers work together, they can have the numbers. Or you can be Hauser and just be defensive every lap.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. For the pre-finals at this stage of the race, you're nearing the halfway mark. Now, next time across the stripe, it's going to be lap 4 of 18. You got plenty of time to make up any lost ground like Nathan Dupuis at the front of that second pack. Not race over for him yet, but they got to work together.
Going to make the move once again, Ramirez. Dart on ahead, back up the order once again as things continue to shuffle up to second spot. Racetrack net. So, you still have long ways to go. So, some of the other drivers that keep an eye on that 888 looking a lot better than the pre-final earlier. It's worth noting in that line. He's already moving in that second grouping. There he is, right there.
Moving up through the order is that 888 kart. Worth noting, getting reports that the 820 right rear bumper bolt might be broken. He went around in a couple minutes ago. Not the best of news for that driver, but back out front, Sebastian Hauser leading the way over what was Cagle at the line. Cagle's lost some time, and like we said, it's at the bottom of that lead pack. He's going to go defensive on Daniel Ramirez. The bumpers almost got hooked there. That can always be dangerous. Side by side across the line, paired up the AstroTurf on the exit of the corner. Hauser leads for the time being, but as things stand, Doan is pointing forward, trying to get these guys to go. Dupuis at the inside of Ramirez, getting that job done, and that's just one spot away for Nathan Dupuis to try and get his NASCAR Sports OTK onto the podium.
Absolutely. So, keep an eye on things. Eric Dillon amongst those team racing in different classes. That kart is flying ahead. How things are looking too. So, or no, John McClellan, who we've seen towards the back earlier, is up to 11th as well. So some people are making some slices and dices that needed to have some recovery drives if they wanted to maybe get good points here. That's going to be the big thing to end off this weekend, because after tonight, it's already a third of the season complete. You need good points this weekend if you want to compete for the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. You look at the schedule and it's like, all right, this is the first weekend of 6, but from here on out, it is one race per weekend. So it's absolutely huge to have a good couple of days here for the drivers who were consistent. Are definitely going to reap the benefits for the rest of the season. Cagle at the moment in that third spot. You see the reigning champion GFC driver in the middle of that pack, going in front, and then Hauser still leading the way. The driver who's been very consistent at the front of this field against some very sturdy competition in this K100 junior class. Still looking back at Nathan Dupuis, Ramirez, and 888. Carcelli, as Ramirez up the inside of Nathan Dupuis gets that job done and move him up a spot.
Of note, just received word that the 821 GFC had a broken right rear bumper bolt, so they had to pull on in. That is Diesel Bizunski His day is done. That was a driver running around 10th, 11th position at the time of that bumper issue. Unfortunate for that kart. Time and scoring popping back up on the screen. As the group starts to have some more separation pop up for a little bit. And it's the ebbs and flows of the pack right now is what you can say. This is the chess match. Planning itself on the board, it's better to be a chess player in these types of races than a checkers player.
Yeah, absolutely, especially in junior racing. If you can have an edge on different drivers and how they race, it can be a huge advantage for you. One of the drivers on the national circuit, Eli Warren, towards the end of his junior career, always said that it's like playing checkers against, playing chess against a bunch of drivers that play checkers. Just got that mixed up, but you get my point. And then moving up to senior, it just gets a lot harder. Everyone knows what moves people are going to make. So if you can have that little bit of a mental edge on your junior competitors, like it seems like Hauser could be doing, it's definitely huge and something that's really hard to teach.
Yes. Top 5 now for Karen Vasili. Karen Vasili now needs to be able to close up a couple seconds if he wants to join in that pack. There's a look at him on screen. It's him in the 841 battle Dupuis in that pack as well. It's going to take a little bit of work to close up for now as they come up to halfway complete this time by. And it's about getting to that crossover point once again of when it's time to go to be able to try and battle right now. And at the moment, these drivers look like they're a little bit more patient than they were earlier. Obvious reasons. It's almost like a choo-choo train up front. Chugga chugga choo-choo across the rumble strips.
Absolutely. Karts are on rails through turns 1, 2, and 3 yet again. Everyone seems like they're behaving with each other. They know if they start to battle at this rate, a lot more drivers are going to get brought into it. That's not going to help your chances there, boys. A couple of drivers getting all crossed up into the braking zone of turn 4, making their way into the exit section. Now it's only going to open up the gap 4. Sebastian Hauser out in front. I think Eric Dillon was able to hold on to that second spot he has, but a gap of cars that were so close together as Pesky up the inside of Nathan Dupuis. They're all right on top of each other. You can throw a blanket over them at the line, but now they have a couple kart lengths separating each one of them.
Yes, indeed. Take a look at that choo-choo effect. Still closing up a little bit right now. They need to close up 2 seconds if they want to be able to get up to the leaders. Right now, then 888 seems to have the giddy up and go. Hauser now builds a bit of a buffer with how things have gone in the front now with that, some of those checkups at the moment. Dillon trying to find a way to close. When, if any, do you start to see urgency now in that pack if Hauser starts to make a break for it here?
I think the urgency comes in the next couple of laps here. All depends on how well they work together. I don't see them having any issue catching Hauser with the 3 of them. The draft is so big around here, a ton of discount on Hauser. But between Going, Kegel, and Ramirez pushing each other down the straightaway, they should be able to catch up to the back of the 832.
Yes, indeed. Now, looking at some side-by-side a lap ago, there was that stack up. This is what happened here. You see this slide from Dillon? That caused them all to step on top of each other from that stack up.
Yeah, not optimal for those guys, and that's allowed Hauser to get out to what was bigger than a half a second lead last time by. They should most likely be on the back end of Hauser going into at least turn 1 next time across the stripe at this rate. Still, they got to keep it nice and smooth to catch up to the back end of Sebastian Hauser, who's been so clinical so far this weekend. Just came short of the win yesterday, but he's going to be fighting to try and get on that top step at the end of lap 18 as Ramirez drops a tire off in turn 9. They'll be crossing the line to complete lap 12 and head on to 13.
Looking still at that pack on how it fares out behind them right now. They are losing ground. Fifth on back, so it looks like it will stay a 4-horse race. How things play things out to close out. So, coming around to 5 laps to go. Masili has been passed by Popescu. Popescu is making up some of the lost ground from his run pre-final. Once again, he's recovering well for to end off the weekend solidly in that other pack right now.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a driver that could have had the pace, the fight, or the win. Don't want to pull him out of that chance too early because he is there, and I think they may be closing in on the leaders. I think Kavinsky up the inside of Mason through there. That's further back for position number 8 with John McClellan in tow of those guys as well. Just take a look at how big that gap is, and now even there's a second battle pack starting to form with 5th, 6th, and 7th in it as they start to break away. There's another pass being made there by one of the GFC drivers. I believe that is Witt up the inside of the 888. It is in move. The Formula Works driver up another position closer to that top 5. Still though, Hauser out in front. They have caught up to, as we watch the Popescu and so face down for the race win.
To keep an eye on things here with coming up to 4 laps to go. It looks like the 814 now going to move Ramirez. Ramirez trying to leapfrog a little bit as you see the air pack start to squabble again as well. A lot of squabbling starting to pop up with the 888 getting moved down the running order. So it looks like some of these drivers showing their hands here. It's the matter of seeing which drivers move. How about that shiny 815 Popescu making a move back to be able to get back to 5th?
Yeah, Popescu seems like he's comfortable leading this pack. The only issue, the rest of the drivers don't seem like they want to follow. One driver dropping a tire out of turn 12 there. Coming across the line is Popescu in that 5th spot, trying to close up to the leaders. It's going to be a bit of a challenge. They're 4.9 seconds away from the back end of leader Sebastian Hauser. Going to need a lot of cooperation between those two and not a lot of cooperation between the front 4.
Yeah, now we're seeing a few more of these drivers start to see the sense of urgency as this race ends off here. A few more drivers going wide. Slip back for the 825 McClellan there. Of note, 13th and 14th, Wagner and Anderson have gone up double digits as this race has progressed. Braden Wagner, I think, is a big one because he was towards, correct me if I'm wrong, the 20s or 30s to start this off for the race. So some of those drivers back there made up plenty of lost ground from qualifying.
Yeah, that is a wild run for those two to make up all that time. So we see Ramirez looking up the inside of Kegel, getting that done, and that's him provisionally onto the podium as things stand. Still though, Hauser leading the way for HRT driver development, and you just see how big that gap is for Witt now, who leads that pack. Popescu getting dropped back on his GFT machine, and now Ramirez up in a second demoting zone, down in the 3rd. Hagel, though, not able to make the inroads he would have wanted. He's stuck at the back of that pack.
Coming around to 2 laps to go. Right now, Hauser has led the most laps in this race. He's now starting to play some defense because drivers like Ramirez are going. Ramirez all over the back end of Hauser. Hauser taking a look over the shoulder once again. All while defensive lines for Dylan. 2 laps to go. The lead pack is starting to really dice it up. Hauser turns hard right to block. 3 drivers try to turn. A huge drip through for Hauser with the rear tires to enter. Still plays good defense.
Insanely late on the break was Sebastian Hauser to try and close out this race win. 1 that he came so close to yesterday as they make their way out of the SD section. He's going to go defensive again. We talk about all the time when the pin on the grenade is pulled. Well, with that defensive maneuver into turn 4, it is well and truly underway now. Hauser even defending into the hairpin of turn 10. You got to be careful there with a hold of momentum so you can hold that run into turn 11. Long run down into turn 12. Looks over his shoulder, goes defensive. Here comes Eric Doan for second. Matthew Caggle's going to make it 3 wide on exit. As Hauser's going to look over his shoulder, see Carter on either side. Ramirez to the lead. He's going to try and do the double. Hartnick to the inside. It's going to be 2 wide. White flag in the air this time by Hauser. Leads up for how long?
Can Hauser hold off the charge of Ramirez? Here we go again. Hauser shows some signals. Ramirez falls behind, a drift into the corner. Oh, that's Rob Kango tries to find a way to close up the ground he's lost in fast. The run up through the S's, this time by Hauser marches through. Ramirez all over the rear. Ramirez waiting, plotting, looking for the right moment as they work through 9. Now heading towards turn 10. Looking like this may be a last corner opportunity with the way Ramirez is trying to set this up. Will he be able to set this up truly? He tries to maybe think about it now. Doesn't go for it in turn 12. Now tries to set things up down for the final straightaway. Hauser goes hard defensive. Very hard defensively. Ramirez counting around. Coming up to the checker flag. The one up to the line, it's Hauser who holds off Ramirez and Cagle.
Hauser did everything he had to there. Parked on the apex as more battling further back in the pack to secure the final 2 spots in the top 10. It's a whole gaggle of carts coming to the line. That's their battle for about 15th on back, but how about that from Hauser? Parked on the apex, did exactly what he had to do to defend from Ramirez and the potential crossover. Incredible run by the HRT development driver. It's Ramirez just coming up short of doing the double. Cagle was the driver that just didn't have the pace towards the end of that race. He finishes 3rd, but still a podium for Formula Works and GFC. Eric Doan and Wes Witt rounding out your top 5.
6th place goes to Dana Bizonsky. Then it's Nathan Dupuy in 7th spot. Jackson Gibson, good finish in the 8th position. Then it was 9th for Karamazili after getting as high as the top 5. John McClellan the top 10 in this race. Popescu was also as high as the top 5. He dropped to the end back to 11th position. Some of the other notables, Wagner up multiple positions today. He went double digits in terms of position gain. Some of the other drivers of note towards the back of the field, you'll see here like Brandon Chu, we've seen their classes. It was Diesel Bizonsky who had some issues from the top 10. Also, he finishes as a DNF 34th. Let's look through the running order as let's take a look at your race recap. Brought to you by Coastal Ink Printing. See how the drivers fared out here. 3 wide at the start of the race. But things looked dicey for some drivers. But it was Hauser who immediately went up to the attack to control the lead pack.
Yeah, and one of the few classes in the K100 competition where everyone actually made it out of the first corner facing the right direction. Battling happening throughout the pack that ultimately made it a 4-kart battle for the lead. Those top 4 working well together to be able to break away from the rest of the pack. You can see on the left of screen, this was a big moment for Eric Doan, Matthew Cagle, and Ramirez. They all got back to the leader, but what could have been for Hauser, he could have walked away there, but all of them getting their way back up. And Luca Popescu could have been a top 5 for him or potentially a podium, but ultimately having to deal with some very aggressive moves further back in the pack, and like this one, Ramirez to the inside of Cagle.
And some of the other shuffles in this pack, you also had drivers like Doan going 3 wide at a moment. Drivers like Ramirez just want to continue to try and push, but anytime he pushed, Hauser was there on the response, including for the white flag lap. He thought about going aggressively to the right, didn't want to risk a crash, and instead rode along, got good points, and in the end, Hauser took the race win. Our next class of drivers is the biggest in terms of field size, and it's just about in position to be able to go racing here. It's KA100 Senior, brought to you by Formula Works. 52 karts. All get the engines fired to get ready to go.
Yeah, and GFC and Formula Works will lead them to the green on those front two rows. But you see the two Speed Concepts drivers, Mercho and Oliver Calvo. Watch out for those two. They've had pace all weekend long, and they're going to be trying to take away what could be a sweep of the weekend for Gary Carlton and his crew.
These drivers just waiting for the command to be able to roll onto the racetrack. Earlier today, Jake Drew coming away with the pre-final victory. Get the chance to bring the field to green and get rolling with Kaminsky alongside him. We'll look at the full running order once they hit the racetrack here. All the engines just getting fired up and ready to rumble. And this should be a rumbling of a battle. A lot of drivers like Calvo keeping an eye on Aldridge. A lot of people are going to be looking to make up a lot of time quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of drivers, especially in that turn one melee in the pre-final, are going to be wanting to make up some time. I think we got a pretty good group up here with the GFC drivers and both Speed Concepts crew. Watch out for Shea Aldrich, of course, to make their way through the field. But we are set and rolling for KA100 Senior, presented by Formula Works. And it's two Formula Works drivers on the front row, and Jake Drew and Keegan Kaminsky. Johnny Stamps makes it a GFC 1-2-3, and Jackson Merchu in fourth.
Fifth position goes to Isaac Gutierrez, having a great day today in the 90-80. Then it's Oliver Calvo in sixth spot. Shea Aldridge in seventh, with John Dunnigan in eighth.
Roberto Peralta in ninth, and Gavin McCone in 10th. Theo Kakati will start outside the top 10 in 11th, next to Aiden Aquino.
Behind him is Cade Godby here, and then it's Archer Eversman in 14th. 15 goes to Josh Campbell. Ethan Williams in 16th position.
Maximilian Boy, Max Saga, Carter Knight, and Rocky Moran make up the top 20. And you can spot your favorite driver as it scrolls through as we are getting set to go into the tram lines out of turn 12 for the biggest class on the weekend, KA100 Senior.
Massive field of competitors. Some of the drivers keep an eye on ZCD in 21st. Someone to watch for Aiden Kemp in 29th, for example, as well. Sebastian Kellogg went upside down and still finished in the karting starts 48th. Green flag is out and we're crashing already. Blue cones go flying as the back half of the field loses a lot of ground. The front starts to battle it out. All to make their way to the opening corners. To start off, number one, Drew leads them through with Kaminsky. Kaminsky, in fact, in front. Drew trying to play some defense. All while Ford tries to block with Calvo.
Kaminsky got the dream start there. Look at the yard sale out of turns 1, 2, and 3. That's the unfortunate end to those drivers' races. But look at the back. The team Kaminsky, Jake Drew, and now Oliver Calvo, who had a great start up into third, have formed between themselves and Red2, and now Johnny Stamp getting his way up into fourth, as they're going to have some work to do to catch up to three incredibly talented drivers at the pointy end of this field. It is Kaminsky leading the way from Formula Works teammate Drew. Oliver Calvo was the driver who kept going purple faster and faster throughout the race. Last time by, there's the 912 off in the Dandelion. That is race over for them. More drivers going off in turn 12 and squabbling for position down the back straight. But Keegan Kaminsky will lead us to lap number 2.
See if the top two are going to be able to try and get a small breakaway for him. Looks like a few drivers are trying to get lined up to be able to group in. Now the 921 with a problem. Drivers having issues.
Just a race of attrition so far, isn't it? And it's always been with KA Senior this weekend. Instead of all of the turn 1 chaos, it seems like that's been spread out across the opening couple of laps. As you can now see, Johnny Stamp is starting to close in on the lone Speed Concept racing machine, but this time, Menchu is got a partner with Oliver Calvo down in 5th. So, excuse me, that was Menchu who held that 3rd position on the opening lap. A couple of the precision karts are making their way up. One of them an OTK, the other Shea Aldrich in a CRG. And look right behind him, Justin. Look who it is. Zachary Clayman DeMello on that TS55 is closing in fast.
A great charge so far by him. It's going to get interesting if we see him in the lead group yet again. We see how wild things got with them before. Speaking of wild things, let's see how the start went. Some side-by-side, picture-in-picture. Shabbat job, ATR. As you see the rest field get sorted the back of the field. Well, they didn't get a great start.
Yeah, it was exit stage left for one of those drivers before the green event went. That's probably the worst way to end your race, to be out before the green even flies, but back up at the front of the field. Keegan Kaminsky leads from Jake Crew, Jackson Menchu, Johnny Stamp, Oliver Calvo, your top 5. And you can go all the way back to Shea Aldrich in 8th for this pack. Just in front of Aldrich is John Gungan, kind of in that drafting pack, but they're going to have to really work together to be able to hold on, especially with DeMello closing in on these guys. 2 tenths for them to pick up in order to get to the back end of Gutierrez on that DFC in front.
Oh, we have another one in the barrier. The 957 has hit the wall. They've hit a lot of tires there. That was Mason Mitchell. So another driver biting the dust, and now another one. How to slow up. The 965 having issues down front straightaway. Maximilian Bowie was that driver at that moment having issues. Getting back to the topic on hand, the front pack. Looking like the conga line is getting all formed up. Many carts deep with how things are looking up here, and a lot of people playing around with the radiators at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of them will be going to the carburetors too at this time to try and adjust the settings on the low and the high end. Just taking a look at what Zachary Clayman DeMello did last time, waiting for the timing to update. Hey, DCD just went purple. Fastest on track at the moment, and he is closing in on these leaders. We saw how entertaining this race was yesterday with DCD in the mix. Can't wait for him to make up even more than 12 spots. This is on right now. There's the TS55 951 machine with 2018 Indy 500 starter Zachary Clayman DeMello at the wheel. But how things are going right now for Kaminsky, Drew, Menchu, and Stamps, it's a bit of deja vu from last race. 3 GFCs and a Speed Concept starting to run away. This time, though, Oliver Calvo and Gutierrez are working together with potentially the help of Shea Aldrich in a few laps to make this more than just a 4-kart battle for the lead.
It's absolutely right now. Nobody willing to make moves. I am noticing Kaminsky just keeps ducking his head down. I know we mentioned aerodynamic for qualifying. He keeps on putting that head down quickly. And another car with an issue. How about the 963 losing a whole bumper? That is John Dunnigan, who had a good pre-final earlier.
Yeah, now Menchu losing spots on track as well. Talking about the ducking, there is an aerodynamic advantage to be had. It's a little sketchy to do during the race, mainly when you're following someone, but for Keegan to be able to get himself fully under the wheel, that is key. When you're up and in front of that wheel, having clean air, there's a lot of drag being on your helmet, loses a little bit of time, but for Keegan to eliminate that entirely, get behind his wheel on the straightaway, it's going to be game time. Another driver, it's the 964, one of the kart Nick. That's Cabe Dughair in that position. It looks like the front toe links were just destroyed on that thing or something. Must have gotten in a collision, but back out in front, Keegan Kaminsky and Jake Crew are leading the way for a relatively quiet race compared to the rest of the field. DFC are 1, 2, 3 right now, but Oliver Calvo, Gutierrez, and Menchu in that pack going to be doing everything they can to get themselves onto the podium.
Yeah, things are getting a bit wild for parts of this field. Other parts just having a calm time, just hoping it stays calm until it's go time for these positions. Still coming around to 11 laps to go. This time by keeping an eye on the leader still. Kaminsky just continuing long lead laps with how things continue to fare out up at the very front at the moment. Gutierrez still holds on to top 5. Calvo in 4th, Stamps in 3rd spot for reference. So we have a couple different looks coming up here to be able to see. We had one spinner on the front stretch. We've seen the car slow in the front straightaway. Well, that's why that was dramatic into the barrier.
That's a hard impact there. Looks like it was more than just a push. Something might have broke on that cart. And then there is the position driver that had their rear bumper fall off. That's unfortunate. We've seen so many of these rear bumpers fall off during the races so far this weekend. Picking up the leaders again. Keeping Kaminsky leads the TFC 1-2-3. Look at the gap that the Speed Concept drivers have lost to these guys. They're going to need to be careful and work together and get some really clean lap streams here to be able to get to the back end of the Formula Works trio.
Take a look at some of the others. ZCD continues his march. He's now making a pass on Aldrich. He is essentially the leader, in fact, of pack number 2. Going to have to work hard if he's going to be able to close up in time here. Still half the race to go. Gutierrez has now fallen down the order with some mistakes building up. The top 3 are all in the same mindset at this point to duck, by the way, as you see the battle in DCD's pack.
Yeah, absolutely. They're a smart bunch of drivers. They know if they don't battle, it's just going to be up to the GFCs to figure this one out. And I'm sure Gary Carlton and his crew with the Formula Works team will have had conversations about what to do if it's just those 3 up there, when to battle. And I'm sure it's going to happen around 16 or so. We might have a couple passes for position, but they're not going to get caught too hard because they know Oliver Calvo and Mentu are close behind, and Zachary Clayman DeMello could be a bit of a saving grace for the 2 SCR Red Speeds in front.
Still keeping an eye up front with those machines. Looking like now all of a sudden Stamps is starting to lose a little bit of momentum at this moment. Right now Stamps needing to close out back up. ZCD for reference, by the way, up to 6, needs to gain 3 seconds or so to get back to the leaders or have a shot at them. At the very least, again, getting talked about him, this is a great recovery drive from what was a bad start to the day in terms of the pre-final, in terms of positioning, in terms of how things went. And now, kind of showing the raw pace of the kart still. He and Gutierrez amongst the fastest lap times on the track overall, but he was 2/10 slower than Kaminsky last time.
Yeah, absolutely. Gutierrez is doing a well job pushing Zachary Clayman DeMello to this front pack. It's going to be a tall order, especially with the laps winding down. The leaders crossing the timing and scoring loop now, and you can see ZCD just crossing the start-finish line. That's an eternity in any form of racing. Over Calvo and Mentu are really starting to lose that lead pack at this point, as Johnny Stamps found a little bit of time that he may have needed. Be interesting to see if all 3 of those GFCs are able to hold with each other at the end of this race. Seems like there might be a little bit of setup difference between the 2 of Kaminsky and Drew, and then their teammate Stamps, of how they find their time. Stamps just might be having a little bit of a tighter setup that's making him fall back ever so slightly every lap or 2. But you see the pack that Zachary Clayman DeMello is leading as we cut back to Giga Kaminsky leading the way over Calvo and Mentu in that second pack, and then the third pack of Zachary Clayman DeMello leading the way. It looks like Mentu wants a chance to try and lead. Calvo should just let him by here. He's checking to see how close Zachary Clayman DeMello is. and allows his teammate through to try and gain some time on the pack in front. But I'm telling you right now, 1.9 seconds is not going to be easy if these guys don't start battling.
Yeah, they need some battles, some of these people, to close up right now with the way things are going. The top three, it's almost like a hive mind with the way they're driving right now. No one wants to make the move. No one wants to jeopardize the goal. They're all happy right now if you're amongst your top three in terms of teamwork and teamsmanship when it comes to those drivers up front. Again, all GFC Formula Works entries up there essentially. That's the beauty of teamwork. It makes the dream work.
Absolutely. The one thing in this equation that might mess it up, not mess it up, but make it interesting, is Johnny Stamp. He can commit and Jake Drew are in two very good positions as it still is continuing. Two of the Kart Nick drivers into each other at turn 9. One of them is going to have to abandon that kart as it will not fire back to the lead. Johnny Stamps is kind of there most of the time. He's gaining on him, then he loses a little bit. Once we get towards the end of this race, when Stamps sees a gap and if he knows his car is starting to fall off, he's going to go for it on either Jake Drew or Keegan Kaminsky, who seem like they're content with working with each other. So keep an eye on how Stamps is doing and what his pace is to see if this front three unravel.
Yeah, eventually somebody's going to want to take the race win, and they're going to all have some smiles and having a good team performance up here. But right now, that's still a few minutes out. Still keeping an eye on how things break out up front. By the way, Menchu and Calvo are still falling back into the clutches of ZCD, Gutierrez, and Aldridge. How things are looking on the Delta. If you look in the backdrop, some of those two-car tangos at the moment.
Making their way through 4 and 5 yet again. BCD is closing on that pack to the top 5. Unfortunately for them, this top 3 on the podium at the moment in Formula Works KA100 Senior. It's all Formula Works drivers at the pointy end of the field. Making their way through turns 11 and into turn 12 now, about 5 to go. As you can see, the two-speed concepts drivers being closed in on by ZCD and Gutierrez. Making their way down the straightaway. We're going to see some battling for the top 5 in the next couple of laps here. The big question, though, Justin, like you've been saying, for the past few laps is when does the grenade get pulled? When does the pin on the grenade get pulled for Kaminsky, Drew, and Stamps?
Eventually, somebody will have to go. Speaking of going, there's some more swapping, and the gap is gone between them. ZCD, he is on the doorstep of that fight and has closed up the Menchu and Calvo. Now, how will he handle this passing opportunity? It's going to be now a plan to be able to set things up needed here to make this move.
Both the SCR drivers are working nicely between Menchu and Calvo, but it's going to be hard to defend from ZCD. They're losing time, but not a ton. Now they're going to start to lose time as Zachary Clem and DeMello and that'll be Gutierrez go up the inside of Menchu. Gutierrez unable to get that job done. 2 for 1 for ZCD, getting past both the STR drivers, moving him up into that top 5.
ZCD continuing the progression. Not going to be in contention for the podium with how things look here, obviously. But it's still going to be a great drive, no matter how you talk about things for ZCD. How things have gone here today. Still coming up to 2 laps to go in this race. ZCD now starting to pull off in a way a little bit. He was, by the way, 3/10 quicker than anybody else in the group. Although Calvo, very least, is trying to direct some traffic to try and see if he can do something here.
I mean, it's a little bit too little too late for these guys. However, anything can happen. The top three could take each other out. You never know. It's happened before in KA Senior, and when they come out of the final corner here, should be the 2 to go signal from SKUSA officials. Here comes Johnny, stamps on Jake Drew, almost from the 919, and look at this, Kaminsky's going defensive. Jake Drew up the inside, he knows the threat from Stamps, he's gotta go, but Stamps in the outside lane, going into turn 6, he's not gonna be able to make that work. Side by side with Kaminsky, he's gonna try and hold it through there. Kaminsky should come out of this shot in second, he does. Jake Drew leading the way for the Formula Works drivers in the final half a lap before we see the white flag to finish off proceedings for KA100 Senior this weekend. Jake Drew, driver with arguably the most experience in any of the field in terms of karting, in terms of car racing, NASCAR Truck Series starts, ARCA champion, and so many more accolades at every level of the national to regional karting levels. He leads the way. One more lap to go for Jake Drew, but Keegan Kaminsky and Johnny Stamp desperately want to stay on the top step of this podium.
Final time around here for KA100 Senior. A look back from Drew as now he goes defensive. Kaminsky takes a small peek. Stays in the middle of the group at Stamps. Stays on behind the popcorn seat. Stamps elects to go wider. Tries to get a decent arc for 6, 7, and 8. Setting up down the hillside. They now work their way up to turn 9. More defensive lines. All the way to the left side of the racetrack this time. Bit of a slide by Drew. Kaminsky forced to go to the outside for turn 10. That costs him a spot to Stamps. Now Stamps up to second. They pass by carts off the circuit. All that's while Drew blocks his way up to turn 12. A bit of a drift, makes contact with his teammate. Kaminsky drives by the both of them. Kaminsky taking advantage of Drew having some trouble through turn 12. Oh, that's while they go to the final corner. It's Kaminsky going back to back. He wins round 2's final here in the KA100 Seniors.
Perfectly played by Keegan Kaminsky in the penultimate corner to see those two battling and over-under both of them to get it done. It is still a 1-2-3 provisionally for Formula Works and GFC. Zachary Clement DeMello giving a thumbs up to Jake Drew as the rest of the field coming up to King Kaminsky to congratulate him on a race well done. He wins both races, goes 2 for 2 at the start of the season. Jake Drew and Johnny Stamps round out your top 3. Then Zachary Clement DeMello, Oliver Calvo, your top 5.
6th position going to Shea Aldridge. Then Aiden Aquino quietly got to 7th. Jackson Minshew dropping down to the 8th position. Isaac Gutierrez at 9th. Charlotte Peralta in the 10th position. McCoon, Everson, Connie amongst the 13th position. O'Connor and then Campbell in your top 15. What a race to say the very least. It got intense at the very end amongst the teammates. Kaminsky was right there to thrive as you see the rest of the running order on screen.
Yeah, absolutely. What a race that was in KA Senior. All the drivers filing into the scales now. A bit of a head shake from Calvo. What could have been for the Speed Concepts Racing driver. Him and Zachary Clement DeMello. That's him and Kaminsky talking a little bit after that race. Some handshakes and fist bumps for those drivers to end out the weekend. A lot of them probably exhausted after this race. Coastal Inc. printing recap from the start. It was GFC 1, 2, 3 with Speed Concepts trying to shake it up. However, Keegan Kaminsky, Jake Drew got the best start they could, making their way into the opening corner. Calvo and Minshew unable to take advantage of that. So you can see another replay from what happened behind. One driver not even getting the chance to take the green flag. Would restart though, and then this scary shunt on the opening straight.
Yeah, hard contact in several drivers. Had issues with attrition. We had carts all over the place off the track. We had bumper bars breaking off. But it still eventually led to the field breaking up in pieces. Zachary Clement DeMello much the biggest movers in the race today in terms of front runners. It's able to close up to these two you see on screen. Battling out Calvo, once those that went back and forth, eventually clawed his way into the conversation to be able to pass by both of them. All of that eventually led to this. Cut to the inside, able to make the move heading up to turn 12. By turn 13, he was there and he was gone to be able to get the fourth spot. Then the teammates went sprawling and spanning around. They waited until the final few laps to do the battles up front. But it started intensifying the final corners. Jake Drew trying to go defensive. Kaminsky forced the left side, opens the door for Stamps. But by turn 12, this wiggle here puts him into Stamps. Drew loses time and allows Kaminsky to drive on by to be able to come away with the race win. He finishes day 2 of the season with a checkered flag.
Big win for Keegan Kaminsky to start off this season, a season for title defense in KA100 Senior. Just shows how big this class is. We're still going through the scale line. That's only the top 15 or so getting to the scales at that point. Gonna have Mini Swift presented by HRT Driver Development up in a few moments here. Before that, though, gonna take a bit of a break, Justin.
Why don't we take a bit of a break? Yes, indeed. When we come back, more action. You're watching Kart Chase for coverage of the Pro Kart Challenge from K1 Circuit.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to today's action here on Kart Chaser. More coverage of the Pro Kart Challenge here from K1 Circuit. Our next class of drivers getting all set and ready to go. It's Mini Swifts, brought to you by HRT Driver Development. Nathan Ramirez and Luis Martinez have been the drivers to beat all weekend long. They look to get geared up from the front row when they get the command to go in the next few moments. Should be interesting to see what we do for these competitors once they get going. Among some of the other drivers to keep in mind for today, Doggo looking pretty solid earlier in the pre-final amongst those top 5 competitors that we'll be keeping an eye on here. Nate, should be intriguing if we see a repeat of what's happened previously, or if we see something open the door for a Tarango, a Kelly, for a Hidalgo. Nathan Ramirez, Luis Martinez are the front row, by the way. Tarango and Kelly are in row 2, Nate.
Hidalgo and Saito will roll off on row 3. Andrew Janis and Byron Borman on row 4.
Row number 5 for today, Sebastian Johnson will start in 9th. Then it's Pius Iyer in the 10th position. Cole Harris gets the 11th starting spot. Asher Bizanski gets the 12th.
Fatarish Iyer in 13th. Kyle Fitton in 14th. Kendall West and Joshua Wheeler, the final row of the grid for HRT development, driver development. Mini Swift rolling out on track now for their final here on this gorgeous Sunday here at K1 Circuit. Drivers warming up their tires, trying to get everything up to temperature and ready to go for what hopefully, at least for us, is more of the 2-kart battle for the lead, but it's going to take a lot from the challenging pack to find that time.
See a lot of attempts by Martinez to warm up those tires, drifting around the full track to get that car ready to go here. What are you watching out for amongst these drivers in this race?
I mean, ultimately, it comes down to the second row of drivers of Tarango, Kelly, Hidalgo, those 3rd, 4th, and 5th position drivers to get a good jump. To try and split up these two, I think is going to be the best option for them. Because they've worked so well together throughout the entirety of the weekend. Your best option is to get your kart in front of at least one or both of them off the start and try and get as many of people behind you as well to break them up.
All set to go just about here for these competitors to go racing for our 3rd final of the afternoon. It's 16 laps up on the board for the Mini Swift drivers. About to find out how they will do things here in just a second. Up to the tram lines they go, as it looks like one driver nearly weaved to the wrong lane. The rest of the field ready to go. Happy with the still on kart chaser underway for a 3-wide final ready in the back of the field. Up in front, Ramirez and Martinez look to duke it out, and a couple karts having some issues at the back of the field. Couple karts stopping on the side of the racetrack. Nathan Ramirez and Luis Martinez up front, battling with Lucas Tarango up at the point.
Tarango's just got to make a move here. The second he gets to the back bumper of Martinez, with the window of with the or whatever, you just have to go and split them up. Make this a race. Don't try and be smart and work together or get away from the rest of the pack. Bring them to the pack. They haven't had to race all weekend long. Essentially, might as well throw them out of their element and bring them towards them. That's going to help Tarango. Both of them going way wide at the apex to turn 9. And now the ruthless karting machine, the 187, is right on the back bumper of Martinez.
Right now, those two continue to stay close together. A little bit of a ding to the back end for Martinez. Hit the back end of Ramirez's number plate there as Tarango looks to steal away second, and does. Highest Tarango's been today, and Tarango trying to show why not make it a 3-kart battle instead of 2 this afternoon.
Yeah, Tarango doing exactly what you had to do. Split them up, and now it's going to be a little bit of unfamiliar territory for Ramirez and Martinez, but I think Martinez still has the pace alone to potentially break away from the rest of the pack. If Tarango and Ramirez aren't too careful, making their way out of turn 8. And still, a little bit of a gap forming between the two of them. Ramirez doesn't want to take that risk, and he gets right back past Tarango into turn 9. And it's set free to try and chase after the leader of Martinez.
Yes, indeed. So we'll see if Tarango's able to keep up the pace. Let's take a look at what happened off the start on the side-by-side here. Back half of the field yet again. Having a busy time going through wide. A couple drivers in the mid-pack getting bumped before some spins.
Yeah, obviously not how you want to start off a race. Martinez there on the main screen trying to work with each other, but around 4 or 5 parts really getting collected in that one. Most of them getting restarted. Luckily for them, they have all that runoff at the end of the straightaway. Lucky for the mechanics too, they don't have to wash off all of the dust and grime that would come with going off track here. But Tarango's doing his best to hold with these leaders in the early stages of this 16-lap final for the cadet drivers. Not letting him get too far away though. He's hanging on to the rear bumper of Ramirez, but again, just has to be careful, has to be perfect from here on.
Have to be right on the marks here, and we talked about the moderate difficulty level you would describe for this racetrack yesterday. In the moment of things, how busy is it? Or what's going in the mindset when you see things start to maybe unravel a little bit as the race goes on and go not the way you plan things out?
You can get a little frustrated, and that's the part where you just need to hit that mental reset button that we've talked about all throughout the weekend, and make sure that doesn't get to you too much, because you still got another challenge in front of you, whether that be a corner or whether it be a competitor. You just have to focus on the next challenge in front, whether it be through here, just hooking up each and every corner through the S's. Give yourself a little bit of break while you can. It's a long race and a really tough circuit. So down these straightaways, just loosen the grip on the wheels a little bit, run your shoulders up and down a little bit to get yourself back into that reset point and be able to march on towards the front of the field.
Top two once again marching away. Martinez and Ramirez doing what they've done all day. Break away from everybody else. Tarango, he showed good short run. The mid one is starting to really come into play though, as some of the drivers in the pack behind him start to squabble a little bit. 127 of Kelly moving back up into the 4th position. Udongo also looking solid. Here's a look at the air pack foreman. We've seen him get up to the top 5 in the pre-final. Now it's getting a little bit scrappy, trying to fight amongst the top 10.
Yeah, they're all going to be fighting for the top 5 as hard as they can. With the weekend that it's been, none of these drivers really had the pace to hold with the leaders, at least to the podium. So the battle for the top 5 will be winning their books after what's been a difficult weekend of trying to hold with Martinez and Ramirez thus far. As Tahoe, a little bit of a gap over those guys so far. Same with Dago. Back up front, you can see that little bit of gap from the GFC of the 160 cart that he's put on Foreman. As now up the inside, Janice on that 112 HRT driver development cart. But further up the road, that's Arthur Kelly for that 4th, 5th, and 6th spot. They're starting to close in on Tarango ever so slightly, so we'll have to keep an eye on that and see if they do get to the back end of the ruthless starting machine, and that is going to be potentially a battle for the podium.
Yeah, they can get to Tarango is the key word right now. They need to close up a second and a half to do so right now. Tarango looking steady right now with the 108.3s in terms of the raw pace at the moment. 108 flat last time for Kelly. Tarango, by the way, I was wondering some of the backdrop, has raced in races like the Rotax Series, for example. Raced a fair bit on the west side when it comes to competition, was the U.S. Trophy West Series Championship title contender. just in the past year or so. Tarango, very talented. It just hasn't had the same raw pace as these two on screen today, who continue to swap back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just some weekends you don't have that pace for one reason or another, and unfortunately for Tarango, a driver who, like you said, has the race winner, the Rotax US Trophy West, and the challenge of the Americas, unable to hold with the front pack 3.3 or so seconds back. Unfortunate weekend for him, because I think he would have felt he could have challenged for a few wins, but coming away with potentially some silverware if he can hold on to third. I think they would take that.
I think they'd be happy with the podium. Absolutely good points day. Some would argue here. Put yourself in a conversation for the championship for heading over to Nevada. Coming up near the midway point of this race, mind you, in this one. Orman, by the way, has fallen out of the top 10. For those wondering, in that gaggle of carts, the top 10, it has not gone that direction. Speaking of directions, Kelly has found another few tenths. They're about to catch up to Durango within 2 laps here.
Yeah, we were speculating about it earlier on in the race, and they have closed in to a podium position. And I'm sure they're going to be fighting hard for. Durango's going to take a look back at any one of these moments and be a challenging pack. So going to have to be careful because drivers behind Mike Chicago are rapidly approaching as the 198. That's Foreman. And that Northwest driver is off the track and will retire early. Fortunate way for him to end his race as we're near the halfway point of this mini Swift final. Nathan Ramirez and Luis Martinez leading the way. Martinez going almost back on track a couple laps ago. 3/10 off of his fastest time, but he still holds that purple lap time around this track in the 8 laps they have done so far. So it seems like Ramirez doesn't have the outright pace out in front as things stand, but still, two of them are doing fairly similar lap times. More battling happening further back in the pack here. I believe Arthur Kelly trying to get past Beto. Unable to get that done as Chicago is released to go and chase after Durango.
Yeah, just inside the draft right now, the Arco. And I know you swept a lot of praise on that 131 cart because of his experience in last season's championship standings too. When it comes to that driver, the winner in Micro Swift Championship Competition 2024, this is a great opportunity to be able to build upon yesterday where he was very quiet, wasn't the best of days, you would say, still at the top 10, but not in the top 5 like some may think on the debut if you're a champion for the previous class. But today has been a bit of a more of a night and day story, a lot more improvement from that 131 cart.
Yeah, absolutely. He's starting to show why he was class champion last year. Of course, the move up from micro to mini can be a little weird. Some drivers have a lot of issue with making that move up, while most drivers from mini to KA Junior find it quite easy, which is a little weird. There's more of a pace difference there between mini and KA Junior, but mostly it's due to just the youth and learning a new thing after being in a micro for so many years. It seems like Hudson Hidalgo has figured out this mini Swift package, at least to get on to the podium, because it's just those two. Though it looks like they will fight for the podium in a few laps time. They have left Kelly and Beto in the dust.
Should note there was more swapping amongst the leaders back and forth, by the way. They continue to go back and forth. Martinez and Ramirez continuing to just slingshot back and forth. It's open, almost like what you'd expect in an open wheel car. Just going back and forth. Carries the momentum with the slingshots like that. You have to take the momentum somewhere. Why not?
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe one of those times you'll have enough momentum to potentially get by the other driver. You never know. Still, just playing it safe for the time being are those two who are, well, the two packs of two of Martinez and Ramirez battling for the win, and Tarango and Hidalgo battling for that podium spot. Here is that replay of the lead change. And still, a lot of respectful racing between those two, giving each other room. They know the situation at hand. No need to fight each other too much on that, because they do have that 6-second gap last time across the timing and scoring loop. Big old gap between them and Tarango on that ruthless karting machine, as you can see just how large that gap has become. Of course, Tarango having Hidalgo to deal with, but looking at the leaders, two drivers around the 137, and not quite sure who the other driver was, but getting collected there in turn 4 as we pick up the leaders going into turn 1.
Wheel orders amongst those drivers in that spin that time by. So that we'll see more drivers having some attrition built up as the day has progressed. Boardman has now gone to dead last with the retirement, by the way. Something that's gone south on the 198. They're looking like it might have been promising at the start of the day. It's come unraveled for all the points. Hidalgo looking to see what he can do to get around Tarango here. Just staying in the popcorn seat. Just got received word Kendall West was the other driver that was indeed involved in that last incident. And they've lost a lap actually because of that incident, Nick.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for them not finishing or going a lap down or having a bad result in the final race of the weekend. Is always a sour taste to bring home. I mean, you are as good as your last finish, and racing goes the same. And even in your mind, after you come home from races, that's the thing that you remember. Is not the decent result you had in qualifying or the good pace you might have had in practice. That, no, he didn't finish that final. So they're going to come into that next race in Nevada with potentially a bit of vengeance and trying to get a decent result for the championship.
More squabbling on screen, the 160 this time. That is Sato trying to battle at the moment with Kelly. Kelly now dropped back out of the top 5 with that pass. That's an error slide back. More signals by some of the flagmen at the moment as they race around the racetrack right now. Looking up front again, another swap around. It looks in the past moments or so. Ramirez and Martinez still going back and forth like a pendulum swing. And lap traffic, they might reach lap traffic soon at the rate they're going. Will that play a factor today is the question. We haven't seen lap traffic yet.
It might, but from the camera in the final corner and the microphone picking up, it sounded like they were pulling into the pit lane, and it looks like clear traffic ahead. So sometimes Super USA officials, when it gets towards the end of the race, will start black flagging carts off the track, and you can see there 108, that was one of the drivers that got involved in that incident just a couple laps ago. So them pulling off track, giving the leaders Ramirez and Martinez some free air to do battle. The handful of laps to go at this rate should be interesting to see. Luckily for them, it's going to be between those two. No lap traffic between them. It's just mano a mano who's the better driver.
Just continuing to swap around and gear things up amongst those front runners. Coming around to 2 laps to go this time by. Still looking to see when the move comes. Again, Ramirez in the gold and black. Martinez in the white-colored cart. See some of the views around the racetrack as the leaders scrap their way around the racetrack. Looking like it's getting defensive now. Ramirez going for a block. Martinez trying to go for a diamond. Can't get alongside yet.
We'll go single file into this section of the track. 6, 7, and 8 through the S's. As Ramirez holding steady out in front. He'll be white flagging there next time by. We'll see who is able to get out in front and take the win for this one. Not going to have to worry about Tarango and Hidalgo further behind. Those two are 8 seconds clear, so it's going to be a two-kart battle for the win between Ramirez on that Parolin and Martinez on the Croc Promotions chassis, currently running in second. As they come out of the final corner in a few moments' time, it's just going to be a one lap to go to decide who's going to take it on the final day of racing here at K1 Circuit. Crossing the timing and scoring beacon to get one more lap. The white flag in the air this time. They'll be single file for the time being going into turn 4.
More blocking, more defensive maneuvers through 4 and 5, and Martinez looking to wind things up. Tried one more diamond line, closed up all the ground he had lost previously with that decision. Down the hillside, through the middle sector. Martinez looking to try and get a chance to take away the race lead here. They work their way now through turn 9, heading up to turn 10. Should see the move, if there is one, in the final corners once more. Already a hard cut to the right by Ramirez. Martinez following the tire tracks all the way back to the left. Martinez tries the diamond yet again. Now Ramirez cuts hard right again. All the way on the right side tram line. Ramirez now trying to block off the run. Martinez high, trying to go for a tight diamond. They now rub a little bit more, but it's Ramirez that gets to celebrate once more. He wins race number 2 of the season. Oh wow, the battle for third. Hidalgo, Tarango, drag race for the podium. It's the 131 that's got its first podium in the minis.
How about that for Hidalgo? That is huge for that camp to be on the podium for the first time in Mini Swift, like we said. Hats off to them on that finish. 2 very close finishes to secure first and third for those drivers. Like you saw, Nathan Ramirez finishing on the top step of the podium provisionally, of course. Post-race technical inspection still have to go through. Luis Martinez, Hudson Hidalgo, Lucas Tarango, and Koa Saito in 5th.
6th position, Arthur Kelly. Then it's Vizonsky in the 7th spot. Andrew Janis in 8th. Iyer and Johnson, the top 10. Touch Iyer in the 11th spot. Harris, West, Wheeler, Bitton amongst the finishers. DNFs today, by the way, for West, Wheeler, Bitton, and the last driver on the other side of those top 15, Byron Borneman, should say, was in 16th position. Some interesting racing so far. 3 finals down. 5 more to go here, Nate.
Yeah, it's been some fairly calm finals so far. I'm going to say that and completely jinx it, especially with everything that's been leading towards KA100 Master and potentially a 5-kart battle for the win that we've been seeing brewing up all weekend. Hopefully we get that as the Mini Swifts make their way into the scale line. And here's a replay of celebration of Ramirez. Both of them giving each other a thumbs up. Understandably so. Martinez is just a little bit frustrated with not being able to get that win, but not towards his competitor. Obviously, you want to win, and he'll have to keep that momentum going into the next race in Nevada. Try and get back on the top step.
We'll see how things now go when KA100 Master hits the racetrack again. KA100 Master brought to you by Mike Manning Karting. Next on the docket amongst these competitors here, and we've seen a bit of an unpredictable front-running group in the KA100 Masters so far for those drivers. Logan Manis picked up yesterday's finals win. Now today, it could go any direction. Spaccarelli leads them to the green flag with Manis in 2nd. Daly starts 3rd. Robert Switzler in 4th.
Damian Duckworth, the final of those 5 drivers that have a real chance at getting the win here today. Jeff Bays, Scott Nealon, and Bruce Norman. Your 3rd and 4th rows here.
5th row is Armin Cornell, and then rounding out the field amongst the scheduled starters, Tim Meyer. Meyer, mind you, with the DNF in the last race, so he'll be looking to get a finish together here. Of how the racing goes. So, Drivers getting themselves all prepared for the tramlines this time around. We see that 433. Keep an eye on how far he goes. All set to go, and green flag is out. They did take the green, although there was some offset in the tram line. The 427 off and away. One car way stage right and into the wall go two of the competitors. That's not how some of these drivers want to drive that up. It's Switzer and Bays who are in the wall. Meyer is already up to 6th, all while Spaccarelli tries to defend Daly.
Yeah, Spaccarelli doing a great job to hold off that lead from the challenging pack. Daly, once he gets up there, like you've been saying, not afraid to throw it in a little bit late sometimes and hope it sticks. They make their way into turn 9 now. No moves being made for the time being, so we'll have to wait and see what happens in that front pack. But still, everyone's single file for the time being.
Key word for the time being, don't expect that to be the case, especially with Meyer already pushing hard in the backdrop to close up some ground right now. Daly, Duckworth, Manis, Nealon also amongst those in that queue. A war, should say, for some of those competitors at the moment. Nealon has already dropped back a fair bit. First lap complete. Meyer the top 5 right now at the moment. So we'll see what happens as the rest of the competitors just try and focus on one thing rather than fighting each other. Why not just close up to the 427 to make sure it's not a gigantic margin?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they're going to have to do, especially with Spaccarelli getting a little bit of time to the drivers behind as things stand. But again, we have Manis up the inside of Meyer. Meyer taking it right back. Not exactly what we got to be doing here, guys, to close up to those leaders, because you can easily lose them. And Meyer now having a bit of breathing room.
Yes, indeed. So, all that being said, I'm curious if Meyer, or rather when Meyer gets up to this front, how he approaches this. He is already up to the podium spots. He's the fastest car to the racetrack outside of Spaccarelli. He's already going for second, and the recovery drive is almost complete. It only took less than 3-4 laps.
Yeah, I mean, he's quick right now, but with him starting from the rear of the field, my assumption is with the tire pressures and a couple of the chassis setup adjustments we can do, they have this thing set up for the early stages of this race. That is late by Daly behind him. So, yes, Meyer is quick right now, no doubting that. Let's see how he fares in the next 7 to 10 laps to see if that kart can still hold this pace. Because right now, I'm a little doubtful that thing is that quick to be able to make the way through the field and hold that for the rest of the final.
Gaylord holding on to the pace throughout this entire time right now. Looking and seeing how some of these drivers plot and plan here. A lot of action to go. So, all that's while being said here. Oh, a slide. Manis, hold on one moment. He just lost the bottom. Daly peels him away from the top 3. Manis dropping back to 5th.
Not what you gotta do here, guys. You're letting him get away, and now it's just gonna be something that we saw in the mini class just a few moments ago, where they're gonna end up just fighting for the top 3. Daly, an aggressive driver, like we said. He's not afraid to throw it in late, but what also comes with that is a few overtakes that don't quite work every once in a while and is starting to really hold back Duckworth and Manis.
Pass by Duckworth. Now swap back. Let's take a look at a replay. These drivers get themselves all sorted. This is from the start, and you see how those two karts ended up in the barrier. One spin there, and it collects the other.
Yeah, it's just a silly mistake to make on the start of a race. You're going to have to be going that hard on cold tires into the opening corner. But what's done is done, and they'll be looking forward to the next event to try and mix up some points and potentially a top 5 or podium result, whatever they are looking for. Beccarelli out in the lead of this one over Meyer, Daly, Duckworth, and Manus, the 5 cars who we've been watching all weekend long in this KA 100 Master Class, making their way up the hill into turn 11 and then back down. And Duckworth down the inside of Daly. Manus tried to follow, unable to. We'll have to see if these guys continue to work together or if they want to fight.
Well, Duckworth made it clear he wants to just go and work together. The others don't seem like they have the same mindset and don't seem to want to follow orders. What is in that mindset where you might see a driver say, why don't we just work together? And your mindset is completely different. How's that battle of the minds?
Well, I mean, it's difficult on track because you can do all the hand signals you want. Ultimately, it's a pretty crude way of communicating just via your hand. Most of these drivers will be smart enough to know that there's a chance that they can potentially fight for the win as Manus tried it up the inside of Daly. Didn't quite work as Daly's the one saying let's work together now, but he's also the one making some late moves and making them lose the pack. So I'm not too sure about that one as we see Speccarelli at the front of the field. Meyer still right there. And this is what I was talking about earlier on in the race. Yes, Meyer was so fast in the opening stages of this race, and he is closing down on Speccarelli. But the rate that he's closing down has started to fade off a little bit. We'll have to see how that kart handles come about the lap 14 to 18 mark. That gets too locked down for him.
Indeed. So, it's time to plot. The gap is gone with Meyer. Meyer trying to find a way to cut alongside. Meyer doesn't have to show too much urgency here, but it took a lot of time to be able to close this up. It felt like he had to close up 3/10 last time by to close up the deficit.
Yeah, it's just holding steady at that interval at the moment, still on screen. These two battling it out for the win. Speccarelli has been a driver at the start of this weekend that had pace. He's finally showing it, unfortunately for him. Up the inside, Meyer lead change here in K100 Masters. We're nearing that halfway mark. This is where it is game time for Tim Meyer. He's got to build a gap to Speccarelli behind, just in case that kart does go off. If in fact that he may set that kart up for the end of the race potentially, then it is golden from here. Speccarelli's got nothing for him, but we're just going to have to wait and see how they've decided to set up that piece under Tim Meyer.
Yes, indeed. Meyer now up front. All of that with Duckworth and Daly more than 2-3 seconds behind at the moment. They get ready to get towards the halfway mark of this one. And we know last race, Meyer yesterday led the most laps. It was a lot more closer in terms of the pack. Got past the final corners after leading much of the way. This race going to be a different story with it being a 2-kart battle. Duckworth is still trying to get things aerodynamically sorted in that second pack right now in that backdrop. What's the interval like right now at the stripe? Well, they gained marginally, about 1/10 of a second.
Meyer's not able to shake off Speccarelli at the front of this field. Looking further back, Duckworth, Daly, Manus not really able to really make some inroads as things stand. Making their way through the S's section now, about the halfway mark. So we'll see how drivers had their kart set up. This is a battle for third. Duckworth currently leading that on his Gillard, and all OTK affair in this top 5 battle. everyone seemingly working together for the time being. But you can imagine, Justin, in just about 5 or 6 laps time, when we start deciding who's going to be the final driver on the podium, all of the friendship and working together is going to go right out the window.
Absolutely right now, as halfway through the race, this time by, Damon Duckworth still trying to squat down, trying to build up some of the momentum. Duckworth, by the way, racer, is an interesting character when it comes to when you look at some of the interesting history. A traveling nurse recruiter, as well as an aspiring race car driver. When you take the background for Duckworth, in terms of some of his backdrop, is also amongst the racers that raced the Tri-C Karters recently before getting geared up to race here in the SKUSA Pro-Kart Challenge competition. Obviously, trying to be a travel nurse recruiter is an interesting jump path, but racers come from all different walks of life when it comes to racing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great point you bring up. And you can see Duckworth actually is finally starting to build a little bit of a gap to Daly and Manis. Sure, if they work together, I say that, not working together anymore. Manis thought about a move. Just doesn't have the top end that National Motorsports, I believe the EOS, that Daly is running, has at the end of the straightaway. Manis is being held up a little bit. Driver that won yesterday is completely out of contention at this point. Up the inside, late on the brake, gonna have to do a little bit of shoving him to the outside. Puts his hand up, but really all turn love and war on that one. Daly's a driver that goes late on the brakes and it's hard to get by, so at some point just gotta send it up the inside, hope it sticks and get the position.
Yeah, still a lot of time for that to happen though. The keyword is time as we continue on with the racing. Duckworth has ditched the rest of the pack. That second group has disarmed itself in some of the other groupings. Nealon and Cornell. Right now these drivers starting to make a little bit of battle themselves. Nealon trying to make sure he finishes out solid in the all-red cart.
Trying to hold on to that position further back in the pack. See them battling for 6th and 7th. Making their way into the final corner now. A little bit further ways back from the rest of the field, but still potential to be a good on-track battle. Make their way out of Dr. Moran's corner. Down the straightaway, double apex with 4 and 5 looming in front of them. Both of them getting to the apex well enough, but still that gap's starting to close. This battle on track, they'll have to follow each other through the S's. No moves being made for the time being, but with 499 closing in on the HRT driver development OTK, might be a little bit of position change here.
See if there's going to be able to close up here for that position change. He is closing a fair bit right now on the giddy up and go. These drivers still a few more laps to be able to get the job done, to be able to finish things out. We'll say this is going to open things up front as well, as right now Spaccarelli tries to keep things in the tire tracks of the 433. Staying within a cart length at the moment still amongst them here.
Spaccarelli doing a good job to hold with Meyer, race leader. We'll have to start the count down. It's probably about time for Spaccarelli to be looking for where he's faster than Meyer. Be able to get by. And down the back straight at this point. No real runs being made by Spaccarelli, not able to get a good jump out of turn 12 to close into the back end of Meyer on that Croc motion machine. Out of Rocky Moran, corner down the straightaway yet again. Still No moves being made for the time being. Justin, I think they're going to wait for the final 2 laps or so to get this one done, not to risk Duckworth and Manis getting brought into this battle, even though they might be 3 seconds back. We'll just have to wait and see what happens to this battle for the lead.
Yeah, it's still coming up to 4 laps to go amongst these karts. And I know it becomes repetitive when it comes to this style in terms of plotting and planning, but what do you think is going through Spaccarelli's mind? Led the first 4 parts of the race. Now Myers led the second portions of the race. What's going through his mind to try and control the third of this race, the final portion of this event coming up here as we come up now to 4 to go?
I mean, looking at the gap that he has to Meyer, I'd be a little worried right now because sometimes you can get stuck in that gap where there's about a cart length and a half between the 2 of you, and you just can't get to the back bumper of Meyer. So you're just mentally preparing yourself for the next time you do get to that bumper in a braking zone, you have to spend it, and you can't run the risk of thinking you might get another opportunity. You're at the point of the race where if you see an opportunity, you absolutely have to take it because you don't know if that's going to come again.
And right now, some of these drivers haven't gotten in position to be able to take at the moment in this choo-choo train effect. That's the way things seem to be shaping up with how things have fared out right now. So, how a change of a day can go for Manis, I will say. You go from riding in second and showing some great speed to be able to come away with the finals win yesterday, to just holding on as the caboose of the second pack for a top 5.
Yeah, as you see Daly up the inside there. Through turns 1, 2, and 3. That's why it's so difficult to get that move done. But for Man, it's unfortunate for him that he's not fighting for another win. However, that of course means for the time being, you never know what's going to happen between these front 2. If they find each other in the gravel, and the second pack is able to catch up, he might still be within a shout. However, that's a long reach away. We're on that 16 of 18 here. Final few laps of the weekend for KA 100 Master Class, presented by Mike Manning Karting. Spaccarelli under the Mike Manning Karting tent would love to get a win for the team this weekend, trying to emulate what Formula Works and GFC did in K100, winning the class they sponsor. Of course, the Mike Manning team would be elated with that. It's going to be 2 to go at the line this time by for Meyer. And that gap is just starting to open up. Really impressed with how Tim Meyer has been able to drive this race. He had so much pace at the start of it. He hasn't locked down in the second phase of this race. Continues to hold a very fast pace at the moment, a few tenths slower than what his fastest lap of the race was. So that kart able to hold a very rapid pace throughout the entirety of this final.
Looking like Manis just trying to see what happens against the rear end of Duckworth right now, coming up to the white flag this time by. Spaccarelli not close enough to be able to make any sense yet, but Manis definitely is if he wants to. Let's take a look at the leaders as they make their way towards the white flag this time by. All setting things up for the 427. He will need to be aggressive if he wants to be able to get this lead. Meyer coming up to the white flag, final time around.
Into 4 and 5 they go. No moves being made by Spaccarelli, excuse me, as lockup by Meyer out of turn 5. That's going to actually hurt Spaccarelli, who got caught up in that. Through the S's they go for the final time this weekend. Spaccarelli is going to need an amazing run out of turn 8 and turn 12. Further back, Meyer, Duckworth, and Manis battling up for that final spot in the podium. I think Meyer has got this all wrapped up. It's going to be between Daly, Duckworth, and Manis to figure out who's going to be on that final step during podium.
Up front, Spaccarelli trying to get towards the rear end of the 433. Gets within a cart length, slides the tires as he goes a little bit wide. Meyer already going defensive maneuvers. Trying to stay to the right now, sets up for the arc. Coming up to the checker flag. It is Tim Meyer coming to the final corner. Drag race at the line of the last second poke. It's Meyer who holds on. Spaccarelli second. Daly over Manis and Duckworth in your top 5.
A lot closer of a race to the lead than I thought it would have been. Seemed like Meyer had it all under control on the final couple of corners. Decided to go low. I think he might have been able to get away with running the normal racing line. He brought Spaccarelli into it at the end there. 0.03 of a second between them, and then Nash Motorsports and Daly will make up the final position on the podium. Manis did manage to get up to at least 4th, getting past Duckworth for that 5th spot.
6th position going to Cornell, then it was Nealon in 7th, Norman in 8th, Switzler in the 9th spot. Jeff Bays rounds out the top 10. Scott Falcone did not get started in this final. So that's a look top to bottom at your running order for KA100 Master, brought to you by Mike Manning Karting. Still, we have half the finals to go as these drivers get themselves off the racing surface here, Nate. It continues to be an interesting time. We have some of the shifter classes coming up in the order.
Yeah, finally time to do some gearbox racing. Shop AKR replay of the finish there. Like just how close that was for Meyer, almost giving it up to Spaccarelli. Able to hold on, though, at the line, and Daly behind. Fist pump in the air, as it looks like Meyer is still going slowly on track. It might have been part of the replay, but they haven't been sent out. Meyer might be out of fuel or something, which could be interesting in post-race tech. I think the chain came off because he's looking in that general area, so it's going to be a little while before we get the FZ125s out there. Helmet off for him. Looking a little bit confused as to what happened. Luckily enough, they're pretty close to pit entry, so they should just be able to push that cart into the scale line entrance. So we can get FZ125 underway. Looks like they're going to hold them. Should just be able to push it to the back of the grid. Yeah, just moving it around the barrier at this point as we wait for FZ125 to head out on track for their final.
Is it just me or that bumper bar just ended up bending down to the right there? That's not going to stick. In fact, that might see the official results change maybe.
I think it's after the race, the SKUSA officials might have some leniency there. It could also be when the left side of that bumper is all the way up like it was. The right side can go down further and make it look like the bumper was up. I think he should be fine because it wasn't dragging when he was moving and popping up and down over the road. So hopefully that's fine for Meyer so he doesn't have to get that win taken away, but I don't think it would. Next up on track, FZ125, Truly Adams on pole position over Dane Idelson, the driver who's been closest to Truly Adams all weekend long. Hopefully for Dane, be able to go one spot higher. Matthew McCoy will be behind Truly Adams, and then Liam Jones in the 4th spot.
5th spot going to Jonathan Bishop in that spot. Then it's Villery in 6th. DJ Jenkins starts in 7th. Tony Rossetti in 8th.
Charles Nebb in 9th, then Michael Tolson in the 10th spot. Jeff Krogstad in 11th, then Wade Atbury, P12.
13th position, Wesley gonna be in the back of the grouping. Larry Hernandez starts on 14. John Neal in 15th spot. Then it's Kai Chapley in 16th. Zachary Howden rounding up the running order for this final. FZ125 spec brought to you by P1 Engines Incorporated. It's time to get ready to go racing for this class. This should be an interesting time. We've seen how good Adams was when he didn't have problems to have to recover from, like yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Just Truly Adams needs to have a good start here. He hasn't got one all weekend long. to be able to make him go 2 for 2, he's going to be able to get out of that box and get the whole shot.
Signals are good. Carts are ready. Our 5th final of the day, ready to go racing. Green, 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 we're underway for FZ125 Spec. And a great start from the outside this time. Idelson getting a huge jump over Adams. Adams also hitting the curving as he gets checked up with McCoy. McCoy now looking to take advantage, gets in a line with Adams. Jones and more, all sorts of shuffling. Adams did not get the greatest of starts for this one.
Adams got a really bad start off of that one. 3 carts getting by him on the initial getaway. He's going to have to figure that out for the rest of the season if he's running with the Pro-Kart Challenge. But up in the second now, past McCoy. Now he's got Idelson to chase down for the next 18 laps. McCoy thought about a move as he was being pressured by Jones. Jones going to get by him, and now Bischoff being brought into this as well. Up the inside of McCoy into turn 12.
Still big getaway for Dane Idelson for the time being, as already people throwing off tape. A lot of these carts just running it on over. First lap, Idelson leading that time by about 6, making it 1.3 seconds.
Bischoff up the inside of Liam Jones. A lot of contact at the apex there between Jones and McCoy. So if those two get next to each other on track again, I assume it's not going to be an overtake that Liam Jones gives McCoy a ton of room on exit 4. So you can see them going into the heavy braking zone of 9. Both of them kind of messing up that corner. So head up the hill and right back down. Idelson continues to lead the way just out of frame there. Top part of Wesley trying to go around the outside of Villery, unable to get that done. So at the moment, it's an all factory kart top 5. As I say that, Wesley gets 5. There's a 5th spot for him in the final yesterday. Hopefully for him, he'll be able to stay there in the field full of factory karts. One driver's slowing down, but up front, Billy Adams continues to chase down Idelson in the lead.
Let's take a slow-mo of what happened at the start of this race. Take a look at what happened here on the picture-in-picture. Keep an eye on Adams, as just doesn't have enough go, as in fact, drivers like McCoy just squeeze on by 3 wide.
And it seems like Adams has been struggling with the starts all weekend long. It's just that time by, that looks purely like just miscue on the reaction time for Truly Adams. Not a lot of movement from the hands to release the clutch and go for the gear stick by Truly. But still, within range of Dane Idelson out at the front of this field. Not out of it yet, but he's going to stay consistent as we've seen throughout the weekend so far. It's been a little bit of a hurting point for Truly Adams. And his one weakness throughout the weekend thus far, but Dane Idelson now has one of the latest breakers on in the field, right on his rear bumper.
See some of the biggest movers, by the way. Champley has gone up 5 spots. He was amongst the DNF list earlier on. Canada already on -6 amongst those drivers. Lee up 7 positions. Seen him do well earlier on also. The gap is almost gone, by the way. Adams is closed up pretty quickly as you see the hillside of the grass. Now we see these drivers zip their way into the final corner.
Adams still just closing in on them. 10th by 10th. Big chunk of curve by both of those drivers in turn 2. It's the fastest way to get through there, but it is a little sketchy if you get it wrong, like we saw yesterday in the pre-final for Truly Adams, that led to him going off track in turn 3, ultimately making it so he had to win this race the hard way yesterday from the back of the grid. Dane Idelson, though, has them even closer this time going into turn 9. Might see a move from Truly Adams in that corner in the next couple of laps, but he still hasn't found a way past. We've been saying all weekend, Adams is so confident on that left pedal to get that kart slowed down in time. And for a 14-year-old to have mastered a kart with front brakes is truly impressive for Adams to be able to adapt that quickly and cross the line for lap 6 here. First third of this race complete.
Having to work quickly through the gears with the hands up to 1 and 2 before Rocky Moran cornered that time. Adams, he's setting it from fairly deep. Trying to squish it alongside Adelson. Still able to get ahead as Adelson with the response back as Adams starting to show a bit of confidence with a send like that one.
Absolutely, but almost even more impressive, Idelson able to hold it around the outside there. Usually you don't want to be holding around the outside too much in shifter kart racing because it's typically easier to just over under the driver or get them at a later point. But for how crucial it is to be on the inside of turn 6 going down into the S's, that's a good move from Idelson to be defensive. We have one driver raising his hand to go into the pit lane. That would have been a lap kart, but don't have to deal with that. Look at Bischoff closing in on these two. He's got some pace and might make this a 3-way battle for the lead.
Last time by, he put up a 1:01. He was the fastest out of those 3. Only a half a tenth, if not 3/4 of a tenth quicker, though, compared to Idelson. Adams still has the fastest lap overall in the race. Working their day down the hillside still. Adams still waiting in the lurch to see if he can force a mistake here to be able to get right on by top 5 all factory karts.
We'll see how long that sticks if Wesley can get his way up into that top 5 on his comp kart machinery. But down the straightaway yet again, Truly Adams seems close enough to make a move, and he will. Up the inside to the final corner, a little bit of tape debris at the apex of the corner there. Hopefully that's safe because a couple of drivers ran over it. Truly Adams to the lead, taking it over Dane Idelson. As Bischoff has closed in by about half a tenth to a tenth last time by. But now with Truly Adams being in free air, it should be interesting to see if Bischoff can continue to make those gains on the lead.
Right now it's still up there. Just up last time by, now seen Adams pick up the tempo with him in the race lead to a 59.9. He's the only driver to run under the 1 minute mark in this race on the pace. So, pull off and away, looking to separate out from this field. Still coming up to 10 laps to go this time by here in these shifters as they continue to rumble their way through the race course. Bischoff responds with a 59.8 this time by as lap traffic is slow on the front stretch.
Yeah, letting by Truly Adams. Smart from them, and luckily not having to deal with any lap traffic interfering with this battle for the lead so far. We'll say with how quickly Truly Adams did get by Idelson and how much he was closing in, Dana's done a good job to hold with the back end of Truly Adams to stay within race-winning contention. Seems like Idelson's actually the faster kart right now, just getting a better run out of turn 10 than Truly Adams did, making their way down the hill. Of course, we can't discount Bischoff. 1.3 seconds. The gap is coming down from second to third.
Indeed, right now, so the moment, just making the way through. Biggest pack of karts, by the way, for those wondering, is 9th through 13th. That's where one of our biggest, in fact, our biggest mover is Champley in the 327. So some of these drivers are making the long way through from the back to the front. Keep an eye on how big that pack is. Some of these other drivers would take a look around the racetrack. There's 377 Hernandez amongst those in this grouping of drivers back here.
Yeah, keeping our eyes on the front of the pack, though. Not going to know when Idleson might try and make a move. Let's look at Bischoff here. He's been quick. It's 1.1 seconds now. It's kind of been flying under the radar because we've been so focused on Truly Adams and Idleson. Truly Adams hasn't had the pace that he had yesterday. Idleson's sticking with them. Bischoff lost about a tenth that time by. Lap traffic coming up, one of the CRGs. So hopefully we can clear this driver quickly into the S as they go. That's huge to get by them, but unfortunately for Bischoff, having to go offline there, he's going to lose a little bit of time to the leaders. Having to get the dust and the marbles off those tires. Could be too difficult for him now, as should have those tires all cleaned off and ready to mount a second challenge. Probably going to be about 1.6, 1.7 back. Did lose a lot of time by going wide there, but still holding within striking distance. If anything is to go wrong with Idleson, who goes up and over the curbing there, and Truly Adams, who leads this race, going for 2 for 2 on the weekend.
They're looking great for it right now with the way things are shaping up right now. Looks like one car is out. That is Canev. That's now jumped out of its car. We just seen there a splash of. He has already fallen down 3 laps at the moment. So just have it all sit down and watch along with the rest of the competitors here to finish out the day. See, I'm watching along with intrigue. Let's rewatch along with intrigue to see if Idleson can find a little bit more giddy up. Is there anything you can do in the kart to be able to try and adjust, or is it down quite simple to you made your adjustments beforehand, you stick to it?
You made your adjustments beforehand to kind of have to stick to it. In the shifter karts, you can adjust brake bias on the kart. That can somewhat affect handling and obviously how you're getting into the corner, but other than that, in the radiator tape, there's not a whole lot you can do to these karts to be able to change it on the fly. Another lap complete, still about 2.5 tenths between those drivers. Of course, the heated tires that get into these Vincos on the shifter karts, they can get overheated quite easily, so some drivers may fall back a little bit to cool off the tires for a couple laps, not go at 100%, and then mount a challenge again once they've got those tires back in a working window. So you might see sometimes an accordion effect in these shifter races, and that very well could be what Dane Idleson was doing, since we saw him have so much pace and then immediately fall back. I'd say Dane Idleson is trying to save some tires a little bit here, let them cool off, because we are getting to the point where there's a few laps to go with another lapper in front getting a blue flag. Hopefully we don't catch them in any of the technical areas, especially turn 6, 7, or 8. Keep an eye on Idleson. I think a charge is coming.
He's going to have to put down a charge, be able to put some laps together here. Mind you, you say he's going down the tires, and then you have these drivers just sending it over the curbs too. That is a chattering of the tires when you hit the curbs like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to superheat the sidewall of the outside tire when you do that. So it's not going to help. Another driver letting the leaders by. Truly Adams giving the thumbs up to that lap part. Is again, even if outside of tire heat, you're not going to be wanting to do that too much if you're Dane Idleson, because we've seen karts get rattled to death here because of the curbing and how aggressive this track is on these karts. Yes, it's a brand new track. Yeah, it's got nice smooth pavement, but still it is aggressive for these drivers to get around here. 2.5 seconds back is Bischoff, so that challenge has come to a halt from the 3rd place kart, so it could just be a 2-driver battle for the lead if it continues like this. Truly Adams, though, 14-year-old doing a brilliant job. 2-lap kart up ahead. Hopefully Supercar USA officials will either make sure they know that we got faster cars approaching, or potentially, since we're this late in the race, they might just call them off track and send them into the pits.
Still coming up to 3 laps to go for those keeping an eye on the lap count. Now, looks like there's that push from Idelson. Blue flags are being displayed down the straightaway for that lap traffic. No issues this time. No boggles. No traffic holdup. No mistakes from that set traffic. This shot, by the way, has equalized now at the 1 minute .1s. It's 1 minute flats for the leaders. Adams also starting to cool his tires a little bit after the 59-second lap times earlier. More blue flags, more traffic, no problem.
Yeah, thankfully for the leader, Julie Adams is probably going to see those cars in front of him and just praying that he didn't catch them at a bad time. The attack has come back for Dane Idelson. He's going to have to find a little bit more time than what he's at the moment. But still, Julie Adams is just nursing those tires, nursing the cart home, holding the lead fairly strong. Looks back, is a little bit of a defensive maneuver, but nothing too much. Through the final corner yet again. 2 to go, this time by from Supercar USA officials. Julie Adams just doing another check over the shoulder to check where Idelson is. Adams goes a bit wide there. That's going to open the door for Idelson. I think Truly knows it. Defensive maneuver, and here we go. The race for the win has officially started between these two. Late move from Idelson, potentially in turn 6. That was going to be a bold move from Dane to try and get it there. He backs out of that because that just would have been too late to try and make that move work, Justin. As they head into turn 9, more defensive move from Julie Adams.
Having to play some defense. We've seen them be pretty certain on playing some defensive lines, especially early on. He looks over the right shoulder this time. By the way, Liam Jones is falling down the pylon. It is dropping quickly from the top 5. Adams dropping to the right side. Idelson thought about trying to cross him up. Coming up to white flag. This time by. Final time around for FZ125 shifter. To Julie Adams, hold on. Can Idelson steal away the race lead?
Idelson not able to make a move into the hairpin there. Really, it's going to come down to turn 9 or potentially the final corner. I think, though, Justin, just a little too late for Dane Idelson. Not able to get to the back end of that 347 car. As long as Julie Adams holds it steady for the rest of this race, it could go the way of Adams.
Adams looks comfortable with that buffer. Just has to make sure no mistakes at the wrong time. Shifts his way through the gears through turn 12. Idelson tries to close up. Coming up to the checker flag. Julie Adams sweeping the weekend. Takes the final corner. Wins the second round of the season here at K1 Circuit.
An awesome run from Julie Adams this weekend to go 2 for 2. Dane Idelson almost could have been for both race days. He'll come back stronger for the Nevada round and try and dethrone Julie Adams, with both of them are on the entry list. They'll be making their way around the track for final time on this cool down lap. Julie Adams is excited. I would be too. A great weekend for them and the factory parts camp. We'll be looking at the provisional result from that main event for FZ125. Julie Adams is your race winner. Dane Idelson, Jonathan Bischoff, your provisional podium. Matthew McCoy in 4th, and Wesley on the comp cart getting into the top 5.
6th position going the way of Villery Jenkins in 7th. Champley making some strides in 8th position. Larry Hernandez finished off at 9th. Rossetti rounding out the top 10. Krogstad, who did not good finish earlier in qualifying, getting 11th. Dillison in 12th. Atterbury. Liam Jones finished off as a DNF over Keneb. John Neal also DNF'd in this race. 5 finals down, 3 more to go. We'll take a quick break. More coverage coming up on Kart Chaser. You're watching the Pro-Kart Challenge from K1 Circuit.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
Time to hit the racetrack once again. It's time for our next group of drivers. It's time for mini and junior shifters. Today's mini is brought to you by Precision Karting Nash Motorsports, and one of the presenting partners for the junior shifters. Continuing on our coverage here on Kart Chaser, here's your starting lineup. Eric Dillon on the pole. Then it's Saint Legend, followed by Matthew Rhino. Then Betty Smith will start in 4th position, Nate.
Caleb Brown and Brandon Shue on the 3rd row. Then Jude Sack, who just having issues getting off the grid. And then John McClellan in the 8th spot.
9th position going to Nathan Dupuis. Troy Ferguson rounds up the top 10 overall, laying things off in those minis. Then it's Name in 11th spot. Team Moisic will start in 12th position. The rest of the field, Rodriguez and Nelson, how they will start. It's the field getting itself all sorted out and getting itself ready to go to the tram lines here. Should be interesting to see, can anybody keep up with Kart 543?
It's going to be difficult for them, especially Nathan Dupuis, one of the drivers who had pace to do it, starting at the back of the field after DNFing with a muffler coming off of that kart in the pre-final. So we'll have a final kart making their way up onto grid. Jude Sack on that Napa sponsored factory kart. We're all set and ready to go for the final of junior and mini shifter.
All set to go. The signal for the green. We're underway as one kart can't get fired up. Side by side off the jump. Legend taking the lead as Doan takes a slide as he drops all the way back to 3rd. A disastrous start for the 543. A legendary start for Legend.
What a getaway for him. Already going defensive on lap 1. Is up the inside. Doan already making up 1 position so far. We'll see how he is on the brakes against other competitors. He hasn't had to really race anyone this weekend. He's had clear air all weekend long. Into turn 9. Pass may happen here. Doan looking to the outside, and Legend is going to defend potentially for the next 18 laps if he can. But Doan, extremely talented competitor, not able to get by on this first half of the lap. And into turn 12, though, to the outside goes Doan, over under, potentially no, can't happen. Legend, to be fair to him, is putting up a pretty stout defense, but look at the power that Eric Doan has up the inside, and potentially that's race over.
Now, what a good recovery back up to the port start to things, as lots of time lost this time for the 577, Rheindal should say, in that mix. Legend under attack now for the slide. Nathan Dupuy, and hands race Legend didn't like the pitch out.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that, but how about Nathan Dupuy to get his way all the way back up here into the second spot. A lot happened on that start, so we'll get a replay of that. You can see Eric Doan just not getting a good jumping squeeze to the inside and having that big moment, having to hold on to it on exit. Fair play to him. That is not an easy thing to do, to hold on to that. Another driver not getting a great start. Troy Ferguson down in third in the mini shifter category, but potentially making up a few spots here. And past one driver, another trying to mount a challenge. Move Troy Ferguson up the spot. More battling though. John McClellan holding off 2 for position.
Able to get that worked out right now at the moment. Still keeping an eye on how some of these drivers are going to handle the rest of this running. Some of the cadet carts zipping right on by some of their fellow classmates. Chu, see in the midst there. Legend all the way back through the order with how things have gone. A disastrous time for Zane Legend with how this lap and how the past couple have now gone. Gotta be very frustrating to go from the squeeze out now. It's full on needing to recover to go on ahead, as the signal says.
Yeah, absolutely. You just gotta leave that behind you and just continue on. Eric Doan going purple last time by. We'll see if he resets that as we're closing in on our finish line. Eric Doan does not go purple. That goes to Nathan Dupuy behind. So driver 1.3 seconds back and starting at the back of the field might have yet a late challenge for Eric Doan. Still has to close in by that 1.3 second margin. Try and get up to the Burrell Art Machine as they prepared by the West Coast Motorsports Squad. You can see there, nice wide shot of turn 9, seeing a multitude of different lines by these drivers to get through there. Again, like some choosing the diamond off the corners, some doing a more traditional wide arc to it. Doan onto the back straight yet again. There's Nathan Dupuy in the best chance to mount an attack on Eric Doan. More drivers ripping off the tape on those radiators as they start to heat up. Looking at timing and scoring, gap is opened up to 1.7.
Continuing to pull out the yardstick in terms of gaining some space on the racetrack. So keeping an eye too on the cadets. Ferguson needing to gain a fair bit of ground to get back up to Ning on the track. We know Ferguson's got the pace. The question is, can he close up to kart 723, who's on his lonesome but has a bumper on track?
I'll have to see. I think he can. I think he'll be able to do it. He's done it before. Brennan Eng. have been very impressive this weekend as well. So we've been saying, almost thinking that these mini shifters are a more difficult beast to drive than the junior shifters, just with how little grip they have compared to the junior kart, with those smaller rear tires having to be a lot more easy on throttle. Yeah, you don't have as much weight in the kart, but still, for a kart that has that much power, that light overall, and to have so little grip in the rear, it's a real challenge for these drivers to get through. That is Jude Sack off on his factory kart, the 512, retires early, the first retirement of this race. And that'll be day done for the Napa sponsored kart. Back on track though, John McClellan trying to find a way onto the podium. He's currently finding himself in at the 4th spot, up the hill at turn 11, then right back down into 12. Still no moves being made. Well, not close enough. Speaking of gaps, looking at Eric Doan and Nathan Dupuis, they crossed the line. It was 1.9 seconds the gap last time by. Still sitting at that 1.9 second margin. So Doan not being able to get away, but still holding steady out in front.
Holding mightily steady, indeed, right now. It's not 11 seconds like it was almost by this point before, but it's still a margin. But there's that cushion gone. It's only Smith that's now the bridge between Ferguson and getting up to Maine on the racetrack. See how the youngster handles the pressure. It looks like bigger kart gonna make the slip and slide. Ferguson no longer has Eric Kart between him. Now trying to set things up for the pass.
Yeah, Ferguson trying to make the most of that junior kart getting past. He's right there on him, unable to get the move done now. A little bit too far back, but Ferguson has a couple drivers battling up front. It's Reindl and McClellan battling for the podium, and John move him up a spot and onto the final step of the podium as things stand. Nearing that halfway mark, so still a lot can happen. Eric Doan, 2.2 seconds up on Nathan Dupuis now. Dupuis not really having the weekend he would have wanted. At the moment, it's a podium position for him in this class, especially in K100 Junior. Not the results he would have wanted for him and the National Motorsports crew. To be able to get at least on the podium here today would be at least something to take home back to Canada, as he will have a very busy 2025 schedule ahead of him, expecting him to be at the Superkarts USA Pro Tour, United States Pro Kart Series, potentially Stars Championship Series in 2025. Back on track now, though. Troy Ferguson holding with Brennan Eng for the lead with another junior kart, giving him a tow. Brennan's probably going to be enjoying that big gap, the big air plow, you could almost call it, that's in front of him, giving him a draft. So we'll have to see as Troy Ferguson up the inside gets that job done. Not quite though. Brennan Eng fights it back. Ferguson. Now he'll wait for another day to get the lead.
Right now, just wanting to get it regroup right now. Let's take a look at your biggest movers. You know who's up 7? Should be a shock, but it's Nathan Dupuis. Good race so far. Also up 5 is John McClellan. 2 big movers in this race.
Yeah, both of the National Motorsports drivers have been doing excellent this race so far, moving their way up the field. Halfway to go from officials at the flag stand. Still some time for Nathan Dupuis to make it 8 spots this race. It's going to be difficult for him. McClellan up 5, like you can see there. It could be a National Motorsports 2nd and 3rd for the junior shifter class. I'm sure they would be happy with that, especially on a debut weekend, but they'll be wanting more going to Nevada and for the rest of the weekend. Dupuy's inside rear, just really lifting a ton, especially for a shifter kart, through turn 9, making his way back down the hill through 12. Let's see what the gap is between Eric Doan and Dupuy to see if Nathan can make up any time here, if he's going to potentially just going to have to be okay with running in second. And there you can see his National Motorsports teammate further back, John McClellan.
Did hear there was a swap around in the minis, and guess what? Ferguson has found a way around Maine. Now has built up a huge buffer over the 723. Ferguson did so with this move right here, able to make the pass down the front straightaway.
Yeah, got that job done. More battling up in the junior class at this point. Drivers that are currently off the podium, trying to fight their way closer to John McClellan. More fighting, though, won't exactly help in that scenario. Giving the push signal. Don't really do that in shifter karts too often, but hey, they'll learn at some point. Troy Ferguson leading the way in mini shifter. Eric Doan leading the way in junior shifter. We've been seeing this all weekend long. Hopefully, as the season goes on, we see some more competitive races in this class. Of course, for drivers of this age, doing shifter kart racing isn't an easy task, and you have to give credit where credit is due. All these drivers doing an incredible job this weekend. And yeah, the first couple races were a bit of a race of attrition, but they kept it on track. They had some solid laps, and really this is a good testing session for those drivers who aren't in podium position to be able to fight side by side like that and go a little bit wide. Still some great entertainment in the junior and mini shifter classes.
Still coming up to 6 laps to go in this race. So let's take a look at the replay in the bottom corner. See way wide and a big save.
It's good to keep it on track there, and obviously using up all that curbing on exit. Got a little bit lucky there because not all the tracks we go to on the American calendar will have that big of runoff curbs. Some places you'll be off in the dandelions there, but able to keep it on track. Lap starting to wind down though. Ferguson opening up that gap to Eng behind. This battle between Phil, Reinhold, and Legend continues to speed up. All three of the factory karts running nose to tail as things stand. Into the S's, probably a little bit of dirty air for Reinhold and Legend. They're following karts to get into that speed where the aerodynamics of the kart really start to play a factor. For the most part, all of them having a little bit of an invisible bubble in between them, not really being able to get close to one another. Tires might be overheating on those drivers' karts and haven't figured out the full strategy of backing off for a couple of laps to get those tires back in an optimal window. Might be one of the reasons why Eric Doan has been so quick this weekend. And more problems, potentially, for John McClellan with that shifter linkage.
Yeah, that's no problems. He had a nice recovery when it comes to John McClellan, because earlier today, Munstills that did not get the greatest runs had the issue in pre-final with the shifter linkage you're talking about. Looking a lot better here. You put a lot of praise on him to start the weekend. He's showing why.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a driver with a lot of experience. He's raced over in Australia as well, and now bringing that experience back over here. Had a tough one in 2024 in the mini class across all series. Maybe not getting the results he would have wanted. It was kind of in the middle of melees in the mini Swift class 2024 and had a lot of DNFs and bad results that were out of his control. But so far in the junior ranks, he seems like he's been getting used to these bigger karts, bigger tires, and you can see his head is really starting to fly left and right through these corners. It's a physical track here, and then add a shifter kart racing into it. you're going to really start feeling it in the neck.
Still lots of time to work with. Here's a look at the replay as we're talking about that moments ago. Just nearly grip flipped.
That's a ton of grip that they got in Nathan Dupuy's kart. He's been doing that in turn 9 all weekend long, and of course we can talk about how much grip has been laid down on this track throughout the weekend. We've seen a lot of people get those inside rears to jack pretty heavily, but it almost looked like the entire left side of the kart was jacking up in the air, including the front. So it might be a thing for Dupuy to just back off the mid-corner speed, to be able to get out of there and not have the kart bind up as much. Going back to Cho, Reinhold, and Legend, this battle for 4th and 5th. Can't really separate these guys, no matter how hard you try. And 16 laps of this, ever since Legend gave up the lead to Eric Doan in the early parts of this race. 2 to go at the line next time by for these drivers. Eric Doan continuing to lead by 5 or so seconds. It's not exactly the 15 or 10 seconds we saw earlier on in the weekend, but still, 5-second margin in a junior class is very impressive for Eric Doan, especially against the likes of Nathan Dupuy and Jean-John McClellan.
Joe also going well on that movement, yes. So, down to the final couple laps in this race. Eric Doan checking on up with him. Well, he's now found the speed again. Up 5 seconds. Just looking to close out strong and looking to sweep the weekend.
Close to doing that. Eric Doan will see the white flag at the line next time by. He has to keep it nice and smooth for the rest of the lap to hold on and make it 2 for 2 for the West Coast Motorsports squad. Make it a perfect weekend for Girl Art in this class. One more lap to go as he makes his way out of the final corner. He'll see the white flag this time. Over 5 seconds the gap between himself and Nathan Dupuy. He can start to back it off at this point. As no matter, even if Dupuy has a perfect lap around here, he's not going to get anywhere near the back end of Eric Doan, who's just been flawless this weekend, Justin.
Absolutely perfect pace, absolutely perfect kart, absolutely perfect setup. Doan only has to make his way through a few more corners to be able to celebrate what will be a great start for his championship in the junior shifters. Making his way out of 11 up to turn 12, this time by. Gap will be pretty significant, near 6 seconds with the checker flag. But for Doan, he'll get the chance to celebrate. One final corner for kart 543. It is Doan who takes the win. He picks up the W here at K1 Circuit.
Further back, it's going to be Troy Ferguson. There's a couple more corners to go. What a race it's been for him as well. What a weekend. It's not been easy for him. They've been put up a fight with Brennan Eng, but still, Justin, a great run from him.
Great racing from him. We've seen the flashes of brilliance yesterday from the 743. Bit more nuance today. Ferguson picks up the win in the minis.
Like you said, he wasn't within that junior fight, but still an impressive run for him. Eric Doan taking that win. 6 seconds clear of Nathan Dupuy. John McClellan in thirds. I believe we have one driver off the exit of the track. Have to see who that is. And Brandon Chu, Matthew Reinhold, your top 5 in junior shifter. Then Troy Ferguson taking the win over Brandon Eng and Sebastian DiMosaic, your top 3 in mini shifter.
He also had, by the way, Zane Legend in 6th overall, Benny Smith in 7th. You also had Rodriguez being in the 11th spot. That was 4th in his class. Jude Sack amongst the DNFs today. Cale Brown and Nelson also part of the DNF list. for that group. And it is off the track to 7:43. Let's take a look at the replay. That is Ferguson, who self-spun doing donuts, apparently.
It's a little bit too hot in there, Troy. The race is over. You can finally take a breath and not have to go all out through there. And that's exactly what we've been talking about all weekend long, of how difficult it is to hold a kart through the opening couple of corners if you do go off there. And Troy Ferguson back up and running. He's not treating this like a cool down lap. He's trying to get his money's worth this weekend. It's just a couple more classes to go. One more single speed, one more gearbox race to go. We'll have Micro Swift on track shortly.
Just in a little bit here as these drivers get themselves off the circuit. Micro Swift by Center Racing coming up in the order here this moment. So, at this point, we'll take a break. More coverage coming up.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Karts are now on the racetrack. It's time for more coverage of the Pro-Kart Challenge from K1 Circuit. Justin Prince alongside Nate Dean. Let's take a look at your second to last finals lineup, the Micro Swifts. Asioli and Go in the front row, McPhail and Brody row 2, Shipfoot and Rittering, Tolson and Sanders, Bishop and Cueto, Canfield and Tibbs the top 10, with Calfo and Panasonic at the back. Green flag is out. We're already through the opening corners, just setting things up in front as the field makes their way to the opening portion of the racetrack. That's Julian Go. Monsters battling as they come across the start and finish line. McPhail has already jumped up the second.
Yeah, and a good run for McPhail to try and break up Aiden Go and Pirelli. Working their way through the S's the next couple of moments. This could be huge in terms of the race, of how everyone starts to file in and work with each other. Bit of gap starting to form towards the back of the field there as they'll make their way into turn 9 for the first time this race. Bit of a lockup from the leader there, and that blows the gap down from first to second.
Here as we take a look out front, some of the carts are already trying to get a little bit dicey here. Their way through turn 12. Brody also had a great start, mind you, having to come all the way back from 5th position, trying to go all the way forward. So, we're searching around as Ryan McPhail looking to roar his way to the lead with the bobble from Pacioli across the curbing. It's Ryan McPhail up to the front.
Yeah, new leader this weekend, I think, too. I don't know if they've seen fresh air throughout this weekend so far. Looking back a couple of times, just going a little bit wide there, but it'll have the inside line. We'll hold it for the time being. We actually have a battle on our hands for the win in the micro. Hopefully it's not devolved into a 2-kart battle for the lead at the end of this. Would love to see all 5 of these drivers in it for the win at the end of 16 laps. And at the moment, Ryan McPhail and Factory Car leading the way.
Go, by the way, has already jumped up to the 3rd position, already trying to stay aerodynamically fit in the line as McPhail, Pacioli try and build a small buffer out the front. Also slipping aside back there is Shiflett in the 6th position. So, they all stay line to stern, but we know that Go's got the go power to be able to get up through this pack like butter sometimes. And right now, he is looking like he wants to push ahead. However, his fellow NASCAR, Brody, thinking about a move, doesn't go for it. Although there is a swap for the lead with that little bit of a bobble from the 255. Ryan McPhail losing several spots.
Yeah, I mean, leading some of your first laps of the weekend, it gets to your head sometimes, and you start to make mistakes you wouldn't normally make. Unfortunate for him, now he's down to 3rd, and he's got to find some pace to get back up to the front 2 that have been battling it out all weekend long for the win. With this 5-kart battle for the lead in a couple of laps' time, if they're not careful, can turn to 2.
Absolutely right now as some of the drivers drift their way to the curbing. Go now up to 2nd, by the way, with all things considered, with how things have now broken down. So your top 2 in control from earlier on in the day today, looking to link up and go ahead once again in this race. It looks like they're getting that opportunity as another mistake for the 255 as let's take a look at the replay.
Just way too wide, holding too much mid-corner speed. Bit late on the brakes, completely misses the apex. A handful of mistakes that led to relinquishing that lead. At least it's unfortunate for him. Pacioli out in the lead over Aiden Go. The now northward kart. Bit of a gap between the tail. Next kart in line there. Not a whole lot happening at this mid-stage of the race. Not a whole lot usually does in the cadet racing, at least this weekend. So it's probably going to come down to the final couple of laps unless more drivers make mistakes in the middle portion of this race.
Indeed, as they run on through here. Take a look at some of the air packs going on and squabbling. Seeing some squabbling Tibbs in that grouping. Good run so far for Cueto, making up some good ground in that grouping we just seen on screen as the battle for 3rd heats up again.
Up the inside, making track promotions into the top 3, but it looks like McPhail will be getting past there as well, so holding on to that 3rd spot, and this is where the 5-kart battle for the lead dream really dissolves away as the front 2 are starting to pull away from the rest of the pack. see Mason Brody trying to get past these two and potentially mount a challenge to the drivers in front, which is stuck behind. It seems like it's been a bit of a trend with Mason Brody. He has the pace to challenge with the leaders, but just unable to get past them. That's the whole adage of, you know, you can catch the driver. It's a whole other thing to pass, and especially at this early age of your karting career, it can be a bit of a challenge for some drivers. It's still leaders building an even bigger gap, 1.8 seconds between first and third. Is one driver around. That's Cueto in the final corner. Not how he wanted to finish off his race, and that's exactly where it all went wrong for him in last race, Justin.
Yeah, he got squeezed as they were going 3 wide. That one got a little bit aggressive as Go found his way to the race lead as we looked at that. Yeah, Cueto definitely looked like he got squished there.
That's unfortunate for Cueto, especially this early on in the race. You got a long race after that. Look at this 3 wide going into the corner and just absolutely nowhere to go as both drivers on either side start turning into him. What do you do there? You have to either back out of it, but you don't expect drivers to pretend like you're not there. So fortunate for Cueto as the leaders continue to build that gap.
Especially since that battle for third will not stop for anything. You know who's done really good this race? Rittering, who's in that conversation now amongst his swapping. He's now in the 4th position. Haven't mentioned his name too much this weekend. We've talked more about drivers like Brody, like Vail, like Go, like Pacioli. Not so much Rittering.
Yeah, haven't heard a lot about kind of finally getting into their paces. It's another replay of how Aiden Go got to the lead, a little poorly in the rear end, but gets it slowed down, and now Nash Motorsports find themselves in the lead yet again.
Now looking to the lockstep at the moment. A little bit of bumping there from Pacioli. He's continuing to provide some pressure. Go is focused on his own race at this point for the time being. The other pack that continues to see some swapping back and forth. Well, we'll now watch the swap back and forth. Pacioli stares down Go as he makes the pass back.
Yeah, Pacioli seems like he's been the driver that would rather lead in this race, where Go, for the majority of these races, has been able to push and been content with that. Makes a move 1 lap, and then a couple laps later gets passed back. So honestly, if I'm in Aiden's position and I know that I have the pace underneath me to hold with them, just learning where the driver in front of me is making mistakes and where I can pounce on them would be optimal place, at least for me to be, but more battling happening further back with Phil, Ridling, and Brody 3 wide into turn 9 here. That's gold, and Mason Brody almost got there. He was in front of both of those cars at the apex, but finds himself down in 5th again.
Plenty of laps turning around to go here at the moment. Still working with 9 laps to go. Things continue to work the same at the moment, give or take. So, all of that's while they continue to sort themselves together around this racetrack. It's been a busy day. Well, how will this day close out is the question here, as they, I think, have given up hope to be able to close up for the 3rd position the way they're fighting out the spot. Or rather, for the 2nd position.
Yeah, I think they're enjoying their battle for the final place on the podium. That was a bold move up the inside for Paul, I think. Ridling getting moved down a couple of positions, and Mason Brody in there as well. Yellow flags being shown at some point on the circuit as the barriers have been hit. Somehow the barriers have been moved inside the track. Don't know how that happened. Honestly, could be the wind at this point. I wouldn't be surprised by that, but those are some heavy barriers for the wind to move. Seems like it's they don't have water in them or gravel, so genuinely could have been wind, but look at the gap that Aiden Go has lost. It was 2/10 last time across the line. It's going to open up to even more than that as timing and scoring refreshes.
Yeah. Just trying to get confirmation on the exact reason and presumably hearing the wind, but hey, they've talked about the wind being busily heavy all weekend. You can kind of see it with the barriers in the background. I think that kind of just puts an exclamation point on how windy it's been here in California.
Yeah, it was a weird incident with that barrier moving in. A cart couldn't really hit it from that area, but I think it had to have been wind of all things. That didn't look like it was filled with anything. It just shows just how windy it's been this weekend. It's still working our way through the penultimate final of the weekend for these Micro Swift presented by Standard Racing drivers. Down the back straight, yet again, more moves being made for position. Rittering getting by for that provisional podium spot, that's going to be taken right back. Mason Brody watching these two do battle and potentially just waiting for his moment at this time.
Pacioli starting to really grow the gap, by the way, over Go. It is 1.3 seconds last time by at the stripe. There are 6 laps to go. Lap count currently shows different on screen, but it is 6 laps to go for those wondering right now. Something's got to be going away on Go for the time being if he's continuing to lose ground like this. I can't tell what it may be here.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I don't know what it could be. He's lost a ton of time to the driver in front. We'll have to see if any of our KC camera crew who have been on top of it all weekend long have any idea what happened there. Maybe he dropped a tire or something. That is unfortunate for Aiden Go. He's pounding the steering wheel, obviously not going the way he would have wanted this race, Justin.
It's spiraling back, the third spot back. Still, it's a good battle for the podium positions right now with how things are shaping up. Looking at another swap, it's Brody jumping up his position. Still battling with Fail to try and hold on to those spots with about 5 laps to go. Back and forth they go.
Through the S's, single file racing through there. Mason Brody has a chance to get on to the podium here, putting 2 carts on the podium provisionally. Now, if it's a serious problem with Aiden Go's cart, this could spell issues for them if he's not able to maintain speed and he falls back into this battle. Because this could potentially mean that we're fighting for 2 podium spots if Aiden Go does retire from this race, but I think it's just a couple of bad laps or something happened to Aiden as Mason Brody looking to the inside to get third and hold that position. They'll put 2 National Motorsport carts onto the podium, but again, just goes a little bit too deep and it's going to get pushed back into 5th.
Whenever there's one move done, seems like it's undone pretty quickly with the way this pack continues to set the trends here today. Less than 4 to go in this one. They work their way down the S's, this time through 6, 7, and 8. And Pacioli giving huge credit with how things have gone out front. He's having a stellar day. Stellar round, a stellar weekend at the sake of the point standings. These carts on screen put themselves in good position to be a talking point for Nevada as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe just K1 isn't their track. They haven't got the rust shaken off yet, and it's not having the weekend they would have wanted, but of course you can hit that reset button going into the next race and potentially reset a championship challenge for the time being. You see that driver on screen. Matthew has been so quick this weekend on board that Nitro kart. Laps start to kick down. With 16 laps for this Micro Swift drivers. We're on lap 13 right now. Aiden Doe unable to catch back up the tail end of the RPM Nitro. There's more battling going on back here, Dustin.
Or shuffling, 272 Brody. Peeking back up. Back into line they go for the time being. Coming to 2 laps to go. Margin of the lead, by the way, is 3.7 seconds last time by the stripe from Pacioli. Here comes Brody, another peak, trying to get around Rittering. Long side for the 4th spot.
Yeah, Mason Brody is going to have to work with the driver behind to be able to get back up to that fight. Here to go. Come here. This time 5 to make it happen. That's with Bill, Brody, and Rittering in that battle for the 3rd spot. Looks like Rittering is starting to fall off. That battle for 3rd, and we need Beast in front of them to fight a little bit more if he wants a chance to stand on the podium at the end of the day.
Indeed, but Pacioli, he's been able to take off in a way. He's found a lot of pace for this final this afternoon. Go. At this point, we'll have to just settle for 2nd spot. Kind of emphasizes, even if there's been a struggle with something going on with that kart, how much talent's behind the wheel with Go as well. But we're coming up to the white flag this time by. Final time around for Pacioli.
One more lap to bring it home and get a race win. Gotta keep it clean, not do a circle, just engage on the outlap and go wide in turn 3. He's been unstoppable today. He's been a very impressive driver this weekend. He'll be one to watch out for in West Coast and regional competition. Hopefully we'll see more of him through the Pro Tour and other national events. But the battle for 3rd is not over.
Still keeping busy. How is this going to end out? The race leader having a cruising of a time up front in this end of this one. Pacioli putting on a dominating performance in the 2nd half of the race, traded the lead a little bit with Go, but once the long run really kicked in, the 290 put it into another gear. Coming up to the checker flag this time for the Micro Swift, Matthew Pacioli goes to the final corner, will take the checker flag, gets the win here at K1 Circuit.
Battle for 3rd, not finished either. Mason Brody looking up the inside. It looks like Brody should be able to get it. Hand in the air, he's happy with that one. Mason Brody make the 2 National Motorsport karts on the podium here for Micro Swift.
So done, absolutely at this point. So, take a look at the air battles. How they closed out. So, rest of the field coming across the stripe to finish out this one. Micro Swift by Santa Racing. Happy grand total of 12 drivers who will take the checker flag with 2 DNFs. And it was Pacioli over Go, Brody, Rittering, and McPhail amongst your top 5 in this field. Braxton Shefflin finished off in 6th. Carson Bishop finished off in 7th with Gianni Tolson in 8th. Trey Sanders in 9th and Axel Tibbs rounded out the top 10. Pedro Cueto in 11th with Caleb Canfield in the 12th spot. That opens the door for our final race of the day here, Nate. It is Pro and Master Shifter going to be taking the track to close things out the next little bit.
Absolutely, some of the biggest names in the sport will be heading out on track. You can see Hunter Pickett, Anthony White right behind. Hunter Pickett on his GFC machine. Anthony White with Ron White Racing will be on the CRG chassis. So we'll be looking at some highlights and how we got here in the shifter ranks. Let's take a look at those at the pre-final. Post a link printing recap of that pre-final earlier on today. It was a good start from Kyle Wick to hold off Billy Musgrave. Same can be said with Hunter Pickett around the outside. Good teamwork working there. Billy Musgrave being held off for a few laps, but would challenge Hunter Pickett later on.
And we've seen Musgrave be able to slice his way his back up to second. These two, we'll see if we see a lot of battling of note here in this race. Of note, the thing's going to be different. Musgrave is set to start 9th in this race, so something obviously happening with his kart to have to start at the tail for the final.
Yeah, it could be a whole number of things. Could be an engine change, could have been chassis as well. No, we had some reports that he was struggling with his brakes earlier on. Of course, you could change brake pads and all that, but it'll be interesting to see if we got any intel as why Billy Musgrave will be starting from the back of the field.
So we'll see what happens in this field as they get set for the start. Again, it's Kyle Wick up front, Hunter Pickett in second, Ethan Booher and Anthony White in the top 4 in this field. Weisberg will start in the top 5 alongside Anthony Freeze. Freeze in 5th, Weisberg in 6th, Tandon, Hendricks, and then Musgrave, the 9 in their class. The pros brought to you by Precision Racing Engineering. Engine should say. And then you have in the Masters, it will be Bertonko starting alongside Gouache, then Borochenko alongside Tuttle, Bennett, Reichs, and Logan. In the Master Shifter, brought to you by Mega Power Engines. Here today, there was discussion, for those wondering, from our crew members involving Musgrave having issues with grip and braking. And now we'll see if he's got himself worked to be able to find his way past a lot of karts if he wants a shot to have a battle for the race win like yesterday. Already taking some tape off as they get set at the start line. It's like just getting all geared up and ready to go as they finish up the preparation. Signal is ready. All set to go. 18 laps to close out the day. It's the Pro and the Master Shifters. We're underway from K1 Circuit. Kyle Wick has a good start. Holds on in front. Oh, that's wow. It's a hornet's nest at the back of the grouping as Musgrave tries to make up some ground fast. Diamond line, and already Wick and Pickett going back and forth up front.
That was a good start from Pickett to hold off Kyle Wick, but only happened for about 4 corners. Who had the lead as Kyle Wick now takes the lead from his GFC teammate. Billy Musgrave, though, making up positions. He's in the middle of that pack. He's going to have a few DFTs with Burrell and a Croc Promotions card. Is one card slow. That's Hendricks on the exit of turn 8. That's going to check up the entire field. And look at Billy Musgrave to make up those places and know exactly where to place that cart. Musgrave is going to be one to watch this race.
Yeah, absolutely at this point. Shouldn't be a surprise with what we've seen from him throughout the weekend. Already up inside the top 5 behind all of those chassis working together behind the 4 of Kyle Wick. Here comes Musgrave taking a peek. Trying to find his way around the inside of Tandon, who's also gained a lot of spots to start.
Yeah, Tandon's going to probably be trying to play the team game here a little bit, holding up Billy Musgrave because he seems quick, and whatever change they made to that factory car has obviously enhanced the performance of it by quite a lot. That made them go to the rear of the field. I don't think it would have been a tires thing. I don't think the carts would have allowed Musgrave to swap tires if it was a grip issue. They would have had to dealt with that unless there was physical damage to the tire itself. So we'll have to see as we can take a look at the race start yet again. See how the GFCs got out to this early lead as Billy Musgrave is following suit. There you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, Hunter Pickett got the whole shot off the line. Kyle Wick having to go high And then a bad run out of Rocky Moran corner for Hunter Pickett to relinquish that lead to Kyle Wick. Don't see any jump starts there. Don't think SKUSA officials will have to do anything with that. Billy Musgrave had a very good start and he was just out of frame, so obviously have to check that with how good of a run he got out, but still, Ethan Boer now, the driver playing the team game for GFC. He's going to try and hold up Billy Musgrave, but more importantly, try and hold on to the final podium position.
And chasing him on down quickly. Musgrave on the push, coming up to start lap 4 this time by. No peek out from the gate yet. No runaway either. Right now, Pickett is keeping Wick in bay and in range compared to earlier. Well, never mind. We've just seen Pickett lose a lot of ground that time in 1, 2, and 3. And now Booher goes alongside to make a pass and opens up the door for the gate.
That was a good move by Ethan Boer, driver who's had pace throughout this weekend but hasn't had the track position to challenge for it. Billy Musgrave up the inside here. Yes, he does get the move done. Now just one kart away from completing that last the first challenge. Starting in the back of the Pro Shifter field. A few seconds away from Kyle Wick, who is desperately and frequently checking over his shoulder to try and find that bright red machine closing in on his 6th.
Yeah, and here's the thing about what we've seen in one of the pre-finals yesterday. Musgrave, after he had to fight his way past traffic, was not able to close up the ground on Wick. He evened out on pace after falling back 2 seconds. That's going to be the tough thing. He's already 1.1 back as, a squeeze. That time Tandon had to get off the gas after the pinch from Pickett.
Yeah, it was interesting to see there. It's only going to allow Billy Musgrave to further his charge up the field as the two GFCs have unfortunately made it so for the time being it doesn't look like Derek Carlton will sweep the senior podium between K100 senior and now Pro Shifter. Still, there's time for mistakes to set in. You wouldn't expect it from Billy Musgrave, a driver who, like we said, has had 10 championships in Shift Kart racing competition in the Pro Kart Challenge. Of course, those 5 wins at the SKUSA Super Nationals. He's trying to close in on Kyle Wick. Things stand. Wick has fastest time. He's 1.5 to the good of Billy Musgrave. We'll have to see how that updates across the time and scoring beacon yet again. Kyle Wick does set his fastest time of the race last lap. Billy Musgrave fell off. Just a little, actually gained a little bit of time last time around as well. So we'll have to see what Musgrave can do.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on if Musgrave is able to chip back the gap with 1.5 seconds or so. See some of the battling for third still on screen as Anthony White is also in the seat to take some spots. He'll take a spot from Tandon. Tandon hit the back of one of his teammates.
Yeah, it's not what you want to be doing to play the team game. Now you got a CRV in your midst. Anthony White looking for a top 5 for that Ron White Racing squad. Doing a lot of work with CRV Noradam the past few years to develop that brand on the West Coast. A lot of Challenge of the America wins, some success in Rock Sonoma, and of course here at the Pro Kart Challenge. Top 5 would be big for that team and for that brand here in what is an incredibly competitive field.
Incredible running at this point, so we'll see what happens the rest of the way. Some of the other drivers, by the way, in the Masters. Just wondering, it is Prodko in the lead over Bordovchenko. Right now by about 0.4 of a second in that order. The orange machine of Anthony White looking to see if he can take another spot from Booher. Losing a lot of ground as Booher uses the rumble strips on the corner exit. And a send back. Tandon retakes the top 5.
Gonna put White outside of the top 5. Not a podium paying position. Is 5th in the Pro-Kart Challenge, but of course, we're not going to complain with the top 5 on the drive home on Sunday night. So could expect White to maybe back off a little bit, let those tires cool down, and not another challenge to the 2 GFCs in front. Speaking of GFCs in front, Kyle Wick continuing to build that gap out in front, going purple last time across the stripe. Billy Musgrave setting his personal best, but it wasn't enough. So it's now 1.7 seconds the gap between Kyle Wick and Musgrave. We're going to cross time in Thornbeach, and again, we'll get an update on where that's at. It's still 5th at 1.7 seconds, with Kyle Wick and Billy Musgrave doing almost an identical lap time of 57.617 for Kyle Wick, and Billy Musgrave 57.619. As I believe we're going to have lap traffic adjusted with potentially a bumper falling off of that as well.
Yeah, that's got to be a concern with the bumper right now. Seeing drivers have to peel off with that. Now, halfway through this race, this time by. All of that, wow. Lap traffic starting to play a little bit of a factor there in that pack. Musgrave not able to close up. He's lost time by 2/10 the past lap. Looking back as they got around the traffic, they are packed, no problem. Pickett not catching up right now either. Oh. It's looking like this has been a much calmer end of the day than some may have expected after the back and forth yesterday. But still some battles like this one. White in, now Booher going back and forth.
Yeah, Booher getting put down a position there. And it seems like he's had the pace at like the start of these races. He did get that position back in the S's though, but throughout the long run, Ethan just hasn't been able to put a race together, unfortunately. He's one of the top talents to look out for in kart racing. The more time and experience he gets in these cars, the faster he becomes. And now White is having to defend from another GFC and a Pearl. Art frees up the inside, and White's going to have to concede that position down the back straightaway. Still, Brewer now left Chase Candon down. The gap has come down to 9/10 of a second for the lead. Billy Musgrave has the fastest lap of the race and just set it. So after looking like that lap part was going to help out Kyle Wick a little bit, it actually hurt him. Brought the gap to 1.7 to 1.2 seconds. Now down to under a second, and Mr. 5-time himself is mounting one last charge to end the weekend here at the Pro-Kart Challenge.
A lot of time gained up down that straightaway with some of the traffic, by the way, as they continue to lap by some of the Masters. Just had to get by smooth. That's not smooth. More hands with Musgrave, nearly making contact. That was with Bennett. Looked to lose Wick a bit of time, but Musgrave nearly rode the back end of the Masters kart.
It'll be interesting to see what the intervals are this time across. 1 second. Only lost a tenth of there, Justin. It's not terrible, but still, Billy's going to want that time back because the rest of the field is going to get stuck behind the Masters kart. They lost a little bit of time to each other, being spread out ever so slightly. But still, Billy Musgrave seems like he's still on a charge right now. At a 58.1, he was a tenth slower than Kyle Wick. Both of them are well off of their fastest lap of the race. As Wick is about half a second off of his best lap. Billy Musgrave about 7 or 8 tenths off of his best lap, that 57.3. He hasn't got anywhere near that.
Yeah, right now, it's been interesting how this has all gone down. Still about 6 laps to go on the day for these drivers. Prepare next month for Nevada. Right now, it's under 9/10 between Wick and Musgrave. Right now, Musgrave needs to get that pace up even quicker if he wants to get into drafting distance. Let's take a look at the replay. Musgrave has been hitting that curb hard through turn 1 all day, through 1 and 2.
Absolutely. That was risky from Billy Musgrave. You mentioned this is also a precursor to next month in Nevada, but for a lot of these drivers at the front of the field, this is the final warm-up in terms of racing before they go to speed sports for the start of the SKUSA Pro Tour. So it's going to be a little bit of a precursor to what we see there as well. We have a lot of the drivers that we'll be seeing at the front of the field, and then the likes of Mateus Morgado and a few other drivers will be joining us there as well for what is a star-studded cast for the 2025 SKUSA Pro Tour. You can catch that on Kart Chaser as well. That'll be at Speed Sports Racing Park. But now here at K1 Circuit, the racing isn't done. Around 5 laps to go. More battling going on further back with Freeze, White, and Weisenberg. 3 different chassis makers, Thorough Arts, TRG, and TFC represented there. Back to the front of the field, Kyle Wick holding strong over Billy Musgrave after the two of them were trading blows all of last race. Gary Carlton and TFC and Kyle Wick and Wicked Motorsports squad have obviously found something in that number 4 plate. Continues to make his way down the back straightaway. Lap start to tick down at this point. It was 1.1 between the two of them last time by. We'll see if Musgrave has found anything. Not really. Still about that 1.1 second range. So he's going to need more than what he's got. And asking Billy Musgrave for more time, it's a little hard because he's already given it 100%. There you can see Micah Hendrick, who was on the podium yesterday and was unable to replicate that pace today on board that Croc Promotions machine, to find him down in 9th, just barely sitting inside the top 10 in front of one of his other Croc Promotions teammates. Driving with one hand right now, this might be a problem with Micah Hendrick's cart, excuse me. Might be holding on to the air filter or something, not quite sure what that is. It's kind of hard to tell with the sunset at this hour. And interesting to see from Hendrick's there, Justin.
It was through one of the corners here at the moment. So now we'll have to see with 3 laps to go if that card holds up. Kyle Wick has gone back to push mode. He grew the gap again at 1.2 seconds. Wick's been looking very good all day long after the back and forth yesterday. He's found another gear today.
Absolutely. Out in front, Kyle Wick has been the class of the field this weekend and especially today. It's going to be 2 to go at the line for Kyle Wick as Billy Musgrave isn't giving up yet. Not like them. It's not like factory carts. You just concede this win. They're going to fight to the very end. Even if it takes shaking the cart to pieces. Billy Musgrave still there, 1.2 seconds. Last time across the stripe. Timing updates, 1.3. Goes the way of Kyle Wick. 2 to go, sticks in the air. This time by as the rest of the field comes across the timing and scoring beacon. We look at the battle for 6 between White and Weisenberg. As you see, Freeze has really dropped off of that pack, who is battling for these positions. Back looking at Kyle Wick. Going to be 1 to go at the line. A huge championship point call. Not sure if we'll see Kyle Wick here for a full season of karting. But what is for sure, look out for DFC and Kyle Wick at Speed Sports. Just a few weeks' time for the Pro Tour. They are going to be wicked fast. Same with Billy Musgrave. Same with the rest of the GFC squad. And this is only a quarter of the competitive field. We'll see battling it out for the win. Justin, 1 more lap to go for the Pro Kart Challenge.
Final time around here from K1 Circuit. Kyle Wick looking to finish things out strong. Just has to make sure there's no mistakes on this final time around with how things have gone today. Earlier on in the pre-final, he was able to build up a good cushion over Musgrave in the end and drivers like Pickett. Today, the setup's been on point for Kyle Wick. 1 more sector to go for kart number 4 to be able to close out the day strong. just has to be able to keep it clean through 12 and 13. Musgrave pushed hard to be able to try and get back up to him, but couldn't get there. So for the final time today, Kyle Wick will go through turn 13 and take the checker flag. Wick gets the sweep of the weekend. He wins it here at K1 Circuit.
Not enough for Billy Musgrave at the end. It's not the fight that him or Factory Karts would have wanted, but they'll be back. They'll be back stronger for the Pro Tour and for hopefully round 3 of the Pro Kart Challenge later on in Nevada. See the rest of the field making their way through. This is going to be the winner in Master Shifter. His Croc Promotion to be able to bring home a win. Across the line they go. There's a close one in Master Shifter as well, but star of the show in 12 is that man, Kyle Wick, who will take the win. Hunter Pickett not too far behind his teammate for the past year or so after switching from Barrel Art and that factory team, making the new home in GFC. Kyle Wick takes the win over Billy Musgrave. Hunter Pickett on the podium in tandem, making it 4th and 5th with Ethan Boer behind. 4 out of the top 5, Justin, is GFC.
6th position going to Anthony White. Then it was Wensberg, Fries, and Hendricks, the 9 drivers in their class. Hutko coming away in 10th position. Trevchenko in 11th position. Guanch in 12th. Bennett, Reichs, Tuttle. The top 15 of note. Bennett, Reichs, and Tuttle were amongst the DNF list here today. So let's take a look at your race recap on how things broke down. Brought to you by Coastal Ink Printing. Our final of the day started off with teammates sparring for a little bit before Kyle Wick set the tone and started to try and break away, while Billy Musgrave made up a lot of lost ground after his issues after the pre-final that put him in from last to first challenge.
It was an incredible start by Billy Musgrave, wasn't it, on board that Factory Kart, especially being able to get past Boer and Hunter Pickett, 2 drivers that are incredibly quick in their own right. As once Billy Musgrave got past Pickett and Boer decided to start going at each other, some more battling for the top 5 further back. This got a little heated between Tandon, Boer, and White as well. As here's, you can see Freeze up the inside on that Burrell Art machine. Billy Musgrave did everything he can, Justin, but ultimately it wasn't enough to get to Kyle Wick.
Indeed. What a day today, as you've seen how Musgrave tried to push hard, trying to close up hard, but some traffic nearly played a factor. Still, the 8 was able to ride on along despite the curbing hits, despite the contact hits. The 4 was able to maintain and keep away from everybody else towards the checkered flag. Musgrave was letting it all hang out with how things were going on the curve, but Kyle Wick, 1.2 seconds, the margin of victory over Musgrave, getting the sweep through the weekend. So, your final thoughts on this weekend here, Nate, as we get ready to close things up with how it was a busy weekend.
Yeah, incredibly fun for me as someone who's only done their driving and media coverage on the Midwest to East Coast side of things. Getting to learn a lot of new faces and see a lot of incredible racing here at K1 Circuit, and to be able to get more coverage on the SKUSA Pro-Kart Challenge is incredible. And gotta thank the guys at KC and the hardworking camera crew, men and women on track and in the booth on site there. Did an incredible job this weekend. Definitely be watching in Nevada for sure.
Should set up for an interesting time. Once again, they'll be racing at Spring Mountain. April 12th to 13th, that race weekend. We'll see you then. But it's time to say goodbye from K1 Circuit in Winchester, California. For everyone here at Kart Chaser, for my co-announcer and Nate Dean, I'm Justin Prince saying so long. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. You've been watching coverage of the SKUSA Pro-Kart Challenge from K1 Circuit. We'll see you soon here on Kart Chaser.